Alrighty, welcome people to our special 2v2 one-trick tournament. We are celebrating 3 years of Rising Empires hosting Low Elo Legends, so this is a big, exciting event for us. I'm really excited to be here, to be part of that. With me today for the first half, Alexis, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. Thanks for the invitation. Happy to be here. It's a long time ago I casted with you some Low Elo Legend games.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But
It's been a while.
yeah, but I'm also excited to see some nice 2v2 sessions, and it's not only 2v2, it's just 2v2 one trick pony, right?
Yes, exactly. So it is gonna be team games 2v2, but it's also that the players, during the registration, they decided on a civilization that they want to play. There's no bans this time, so you can just, if you want to play English all day, you can do that. If you can. We're not gonna judge you. So, in fact, there's I think like one person who actually chose English. So a couple civilizations haven't been picked. I don't think there's any Knights Templar. I don't think there's any Delhi. And I'm not sure if House of Lancaster has been picked. So a lot of French players actually, but not too many of and a couple Japanese. But other than that, I think it's very slim. We do have two brackets. So just to go over the format here real quick. On the left side of the screen, we see the maps. We have Gorge, Hill and Dale, Cauldron, Golden Heights, and then Dry Arabia as the semifinals map. And we do have two brackets. One of them only has two teams, which is the reason why they're just doing a best of three finals. They just skipped the whole Swiss rounds that we do usually. And the other bracket would be the lower bracket. We can just go over there real quick. And we have 8 teams there, and they're all in game by now. And I did want to start with the best of 3, because that's the only series that we're gonna see from the top bracket. But I do not see them in game right now, so maybe that's a lobby bug or whatever. They just seem to be online. So to not further delay the whole thing. You're in my team. We're just gonna jump right into a lower bracket. Team Nasty against SecretBeef. So that's gonna be TamTheTeribil and SecretBeef against Joyboy and MuffinVonChauffry. Gonna switch over here to the lobby screen. So we're gonna see the game loading up here. First round here in the Swiss bracket is gonna be on Gorge. So a very interesting team map, with we're gonna see it real quick when we load in here. That the players they start behind each other, not in a line as it usually is. So Gorge is a very interesting team map.
Yeah, and not only the fact they both starting behind each other, but also the thing looking on the civilizations we see here. So Gorge, because you have the separator in the middle of the map, kind of resources on the sides of the maps, you wanna be very mobile with your forces, with your army. And on side of SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil, on the one side, they have the absolutely horse or stable counter units, right? Because of the camels and the Yanishas. But on the other side, we have French and Japanese, which are very common on this map to be aggressive, to be early on aggressive, and produce tempo on the map. So I'm excited to see how the counter civilizations can bring themselves in the spot to really counter the French and the fast castle of the Japanese we might expect here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Japanese likes to go for the Mountain Samurai, and French obviously known for the Royal Knights, so that is something that they really like to do. And yeah, as you said, with the camels you kind of counter that a little bit. The Janissaries also do counter that, and even if you only with the Ottomans you don't have knights in the feudal age, but you have the Sipahi, and they're really strong as well. So you can kind of go toe to toe with the Royal Knights if you need to, and that can be really tricky. So it's kind of like the question for the French then and Japanese: do they double down on the cavalry? Is that what they want to do, or do they rather go for just regular samurai, maybe Onobugeisha? Do they go for mass Yumi? Do we maybe even see the French men at arms? Which you usually don't see them, but like it could be very very wild this game here. So I'm really looking forward to what the players are gonna do. And then also a question like, it's a kind of a big map, so you do have a lot of longer distance. Do you go for pro scouts maybe? French usually likes to do that. Do you still do that, or do you skip that for now? We do see the first military school coming up here from Ottomans, so not immediately starting with the military school, but he has one on stone, so he's just slowly getting the stone in that he needs, and then he can add more and more military schools as he goes. So an interesting opening. Not looking for early aggression, but just rather have the military school for the spearman production, and then you already have the counter against the French. So not looking for early aggression here. Abbasid on the same page here, going for the military wing. So also a little bit of early military, just to be able to defend if they need to. Twin Red race coming up, so the eco landmark with the food. And on the other side, yeah, no surprise there, Kur Storehouse and School of Cavalry coming up.
Yeah,
notably, French is in the front, so with the School of Cavalry, like the distance is actually not that big to the Ottomans. The gold is really safe, but as you said, like at some point you need to expand onwards, outwards on the map, and the stone that could be harassed. If you're going on the berries on each side, they can be harassed. So it can be really tricky really soon for the Ottomans.
I mean, we're looking bottom bracket, right?
Yeah, it's the lower bracket.
Yeah. Okay. So because I was about to point out the two deer packs next to TamTheTeribil and SecretBeef, and this is very delicious, especially with the military school early on, and the military wing decided by SecretBeef. So if they are up to with all the action per minute, because action per minute is something you need to push deer a little bit closer to each other, you can gather it all. Or am I just completely wrong that I have to be honest, I didn't play this season at all until it changed. I know there was a patch and they were talking about deer pushing the thing. Is it already in, or is
it is already in, so it is not possible. Like, I mean, technically I guess it is still possible to push the deer, but at some point they move back, and it's just the cooldown is a lot higher, and so it's not really possible to push them like all the way inside of your base. You can push them in a little bit and then have a mill, and like you can optimize the gathering, that's for sure, but it's not possible to push them inside your base. So the APM is not that much of a factor anymore. By the way, Spearman just, passing the knights here. So we see the knights coming in, trying to find some damage. There's a blacksmith that he's, could do some damage to. So you either cancel that or pathing.
A lot of damage on the knight. It hurts quite a lot. I mean, the first knight lost 50% of health without doing that much damage. Just idling the 3 villagers, building the blacksmith, but also on the other side, building a blacksmith with 3 villagers that early on is a huge invest, I'd say. Looking on the echo count, 24 villagers overall, so kinda big. But what? Let's have a look back on the resources. So the left team has 2 gear packs all in all together. So it's advantage or opportunity for the green and red faction. So for Joyboy. His mates to harass that point because it's close together, but also on the other side, if the other team and they put on some spears already on the field, it's kind of easy to cover it, right? Because they do not have to spread their spears on both sides of the map, just on one spot, and that's the difficult part on this map, that as we see right here, the French knights 30 seconds before, they were around the deer pack. Now they are on the south side of the map, just roaming there, and you have to be very, very on point with your units, reacting on the knights, what they are doing, to be in position once the raid is coming in.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit tricky, and the issue you run into really quickly, the early game is super easy to defend because you have to spearman, you just have to, like go in your base from left to right as we see it, and the knights have to go all the way around. So like for the early game, it's super easy to keep that up. But the longer the game goes, the more you have the issue that you need to get out on the map, you run out of space. You cannot wall all of that. It's a very open map, so it's really difficult to then defend in the later stages of the game. You lose the relics, you lose access to the sacred sites, and it is a really uphill battle very, very quickly. We saw a little bit of aggression here from Tam, going onto the forge here, denying the stone income for the Japanese, but then we have the Yumi again to counter that. So for now we see a Knight Yumi composition, with Yumi moving in here even with a Bannerman, so getting a nice little buff here as well. It's just nice, you can work with that.
Absolutely. And we see some walls coming up. Food gets walled on the left side of the map, next to SecretBeef, and some echo damage already done. -3 villages for TamTheTeribil. But the interesting part is, let's look a little bit on the army combination boss teams are going for. Though French obviously is going for knights, and Japanese is going for the Yumi Ashigaru, so for the range unit, the Japanese range unit. So they both committing into feudal, and I like the idea that they do it, because to me it feels like on Gorge you have to commit feudal, but yeah. However, on the other side, we see also a kind of classical counter-French play. It's a spear-horseman combination we see here by both players. I mean, sure, SecretBeef also put in some archers, but it looks like he's more committing into horsemen than archers. So, and a big fight at the top base of TamTheTeribil.
Yeah, Spearman, Sipahi even added, a Mechta was there in the mix as well, or is in the mix rather. Horsemen, they did clash a little bit with the Knight, but they were able to catch some of the Yumi. Mechta getting sniped, and it's not looking too good. The Horsemen here on the ram, they should rather focus the archers, the Yumi, so losing Stable, I believe it was. And yeah, just military definitely in favor for now for the red-green team. French and Japanese. The second ram is being constructed. SecretBeef was, let me double check. Yeah, he is aging up actually. He was really close in resources to the castle age. He is aging up with the culture wing. So is looking for the cheaper technologies here. By the way, it doesn't have boot camp, which, if he's only going for horsemen, I guess it doesn't matter. Does have a couple archers though, so he could go. Yeah, could have the composite bow in Castle Age as well, and then he would have the superior archers. Blacksmith getting rammed down as well as the stable. And that's the issue when you have the military production in front of your base, and the opponent can easily get to that. That is not a good situation. The Castle Age really is needed. It's still gonna take 20 seconds. Ah, that is rough.
Yeah, but I have to say, I wonder if the decision is the right one in this situation, because you need that time, and normally I would have expected, let's say, put it this way, I would have expected that the Ottoman guy is going some kind of fast castle, not the Abbasid guy, because Abbasid just committing into feudal how to pump units, and the Ottoman with his potential tech advantage is getting in. But yeah, they decided the opposite way, and military school gets destroyed by the ram. Also, a lot of some archers were standing in front of the knights without a front line, so huge damage here. Taken by the team of SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil, and I'd say it does not look very good for them, because the speed, the tempo, French together with the feudal Japanese gameplay is quite huge. And yeah, we know Ottomans are not known as a very good tempo-based civ, I'd say.
Yeah, well, not with the military schools. I think they can be a good tempo civ if you skip the military schools and you just play them as a, you know, quote-unquote regular civ. But then you also don't have the eco bonus in a sense that the military schools will provide you with the free military. So it is a tough choice to make. And so yeah, I agree that it's not necessarily a tempo civ. It's not like, you know, Ayyubids, for example. Or maybe even Japanese, so definitely a little bit different here. Bram is getting on the house here. That is completely uncontested, unpunished here. On the other hand, the knights try to get in on the left side. Joyboy also did go to Castle Age just shortly after SecretBeef got there, so Japanese not far behind in tech. I don't think we see any relics being picked up as of yet, but maybe a counter raid here actually coming in, but more villagers getting killed here or from town. That is not looking too good. We finally see some camels, so we do get the debuff here. Oh boy, just surround you with the knights getting hunted down here, losing a couple knights here, so a good counter reaction here from the left side team, and so maybe finding their way back in a sense. But French also know Castle Age, and Ottomans a little bit behind still.
And there's something I wonder a little bit. Joyboy, so French guy already moved on farms. Meanwhile, Joyboy, his mate, has like 15 sheep still under TC and does not eating the sheep. I mean, he is not so heavy on food because putting all his resources, and except that he already aged up, but mostly into archer units, and we all know they are not the heaviest food unit in the game. So I'm quite surprised here, but we see a triple stable drop on Joyboy, now committing fully into mounted samurai. So he will need a lot of food quite soon if you want to commit into all those 3 stables, and a lot more archery ranges gets dropped now. Yeah. He wants to go for it. He really wants to go for it. Yeah. I like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, he also needs a lot more gold if he wants to sustain the mounted samurai here. But yeah, so Muffin, you know, he went up with Royal Institute, so he doesn't have the royal bloodlines yet. But he really, you know, wants to end the game here. Otherwise, he should have chosen the guild hall instead. So he is moving in now, even though again he doesn't have the royal bloodlines yet, so maybe he should go for them first. Doesn't have the resources right now.
Yeah, but we see that what we were talking about in the beginning quite a bit. The French guy here is a very active player and moving to the south, moving to the north, moving to the south of opponent's base. Oh, and we see a big clinch here. Camel riders just walking by a move command into the armies of French and Japanese, and he just lost one or two now. Third one is get killed by volleys of archers, and yeah, unfortunately for the Abbasid guy, losing 3 camels at least, or 4, and 3 are quite low, and we see a big ram push coming in pretty soon.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, and you know, you cannot make a better argument for A moving across the map other than what we just witnessed. It is so critical to not lose your army like that. I mean, if you're already behind, and then something like that happens, that must feel really bad. By the way, just quickly looking at the resources here, Muffin floating 2,800 food, while SecretBeef is completely dry right now. He is, yeah, gathering the last deer here on that side, so he could either move on to the berries or to some other sheep, other deer. But if he doesn't do that, he needs to do a heavy farm position right now. So really struggling with the eco right now. Ottomans now finally also in Castle Age, but yeah, again, like French, get more gold, and then he can already go Imperial Age and just drop Red Palace in the base if he wants to, like just drop it right here.
Yeah, true, but if you check the military count, I mean, we all know French knights are quite heavy, especially with royal bloodlines that early, but he has only 15. Meanwhile, the Abbasid player has 50 plus military population, so having 3.5k food and only 15 units on the field, maybe not the best idea. It's a little bit, yeah, we all know it, it's sometimes quite heavy or quite difficult, miss macro, but the engagement here, there are a lot of mounted samurais. Deepuff is working for the other team. Yumi's ramming together or fighting under the TC. Rammings are there, and we see the pathing. We all love the pathing with the 2 rams on the left side. And yeah, I think the engagement is good for Team SecretBeef. I call it now Team SecretBeef.
Yeah, that's I mean, it is a SecretBeef, so it is like a mix between both players in a sense. But yeah, I would also agree that was a pretty crazy engagement. I mean, yeah, of course, a lot of idle time, sure, but in terms of damage, the town center is still standing. It's getting repaired. Like, yes, he did lose a couple villages, but completely cleaning up the Japanese army. The French knights, they were just, like trying to find some more damage. Did they also get completely cleaned? I don't see any units here. Okay, that is insane.
2 military units, 5 left for French guys.
Oh my goodness. Well, and in the meantime, SecretBeef is now, he smells blood and he is moving out now. There is a keep, so that's gonna, thwart the attack just for a while. So they would have to go for some siege to get the keep down. So this is kind of what's saving Muffin right now, actually, is the keep, because yeah, SecretBeef doesn't want to run right into that keep. But crazy fight right now, really not focusing the camel riders, and it really showed. They completely destroyed the mounted samurai, and then the knights were just left to die here. Janissary also testing the water here, doing 2 damage against an archer range, very heavy.
Alright, yeah, that's right. Really see now a transition by Muffin into archers and archer ranges into archers, but they are still feudal, so I'm confused he's committing to this, and I just wonder a little bit why. Maybe it's because of a lack of gold, but yeah. However, he did the transition. Now the veterancy upgrade is hitting, so no more feudal units for the French guy. But checking the stats, so the team Joyboy and Muffin were about lost units like 13 altogether before the engagement started, and now they are above 100 lost units. So this explains or shows up how crucial, how critical, how much damage they took engaging into the TC and leaving the armies there. Meanwhile, there's a raid on the top. I was intended to say it's quite easy for Team SecretBeef to start the kill procedure. Let's put it this way, because of the exposed gold. And they did miss the raiding part, but they did right now, so a nice decision here by SecretBeef, I feel like. And the French attack into camel riders with knights. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, sure, he cleaned up all the riders, but he also lost a lot of French knights.
Yeah, he also lost a lot of French knights, and so the rest of them, like, we have 18 crossbows here by SecretBeef, so that is definitely in a good position to deal with the Royal Knights. A Buddhist monk is not going to get away here with the relic. It also did cost a couple idle time here, so Japanese had to retreat from the gold. French had a lot of idle time there, so in general that was a not unsuccessful raid for sure, even though it wasn't, you know, in terms of villager kills, wasn't as effective as you would have hoped for. But yeah, camel riders, you know, really strong units. I mean, super expensive obviously, but also really, really strong. And Royal Knights are just completely falling here.
And meanwhile, that French is losing again a handful of his knights. The army by Joyboy is, let's say, idling or waiting or regrouping. Let's say regrouping. And the base, now they're moving towards the south. And I would expect this army by Joyboy will beat SecretBeef's army for sure. But there is still an Abbasid, I would say, no, an Ottoman army anywhere around. Is there? Yeah, some Janishars with spears and stuff like this defending the base. So I would say the next big clash between SecretBeef's army and his opponent will decide the game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it, and Mehmed Imperial Armory had been switched to the trebuchets, and so Ottomans is looking for the trebuchets. Meanwhile, SecretBeef is moving in with rams here, needs to respect the archer number here, but there's only 2 Royal Knights, so he can clear that up really fast, and then he can move on. Mangonel coming in here for French. That is gonna be a good shot here on the crossbows. Archers from Yumi coming in here as well, so 2 armies against 1 right now. A little bit uncoordinated here by SecretBeef and his teammate. If the Ottomans would have been here, maybe with a couple mangonels of himself as well, that could have been a really successful attack, but this way he just needs to retreat, and the mounted samurai, they're cleaning up here. That is really brutal, and that's not how you wanted that engagement to go at all.
And I want to point out, because a lot of times there's something like, oh, lower players don't do it. You see the micro by Joyboy. It's very beautiful to see it, that he's doing these kind of hit and run mechanics with his mounted samurai. So he really is committing into it, and I love to see it. I love to see it. A bit unlucky he was moving with his mounted samurais into the crossbows at first, kind of. I would say he could save a couple more, mounted samurais. There was no need to put it into as a front line because there was no really danger for the archers. But however, we see it, and I want to point it out. It's not typical to do it.
Yeah, definitely a nice play here. Trebuchet trying to get on top of the Mangonel here, and it kind of like I love this back and forth of the game here. It's really fun to see. The only thing that's kind of missing is that coordinated attacks here from SecretBeef and Tam, because on the other side, you know, Joyboy and Muffin, they've been attacking pretty coordinated, I would say. This one fight underneath the town center was bad, but that's also partly due to the armor composition. But in general, they're playing as a team, whereas the SecretBeef and Tam, it feels more like two players trying to win the same game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Can we please talk about the fact that the Japanese player is going imp already? Or hits imp already?
Yeah, he hit him. Well, where is it? There, the Tanagashima Gunsmith. Alrighty. Okay, well. I mean, you know, to be honest, like, the game has been going for 27 minutes, like, why not? And French, look at the resource. He's floating like 9,000 resources right now. He could just buy imp as well. Like, it is crazy, but he could actually do that. And like, I don't know, yeah, drop the red palace in front of the sacred side, build some more stables, and then just go from there. Like that will be my approach, I guess. Or just, you know, like, I don't know, build like 50 horsemen and then attack the opponent, just raid him to death.
Yeah, true, definitely like that. But I see what they are doing somehow. So the French guy is committing into siege. He has 3 mangonels already on the field. Not sure if you wanna add some more, because the macro is quite a bit different to pump stables, 5 of them, fully into knights, and the siege mangonels, which are also heavy in, not heavy, but kind of heavy into gold with 200 per. But the mangonel play is kind of important, I'd say, because of they know there are Janitschars on the field, and they know there were some range backline by the SecretBeef player, by the Abbasid player. So I see it, and I feel it, but maybe it's a little bit too much overcommitted into a backline Yumis and French archers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 58 archers and then another 60 Yumi. That's a lot of range units. I mean, range is strong, you know, like, no question about that. But this feels a little bit heavy, especially from someone like the French. A little bit of a raid here on the top side, but again, there's a keep. So keep is a friend of the French. By the way, so Ottomans, they're on 3 town centers, and he just popped the Vizier Point Pax Ottomana. So training villagers for 4 minutes, 75% faster for 4 minutes. So he is really, he was losing a lot of villagers, so he's really pumping out villagers right now, or was at least for a while. Trying to get, you know, up to the same level as the other players. And so if those 4 minutes, if he really uses them, with the 3 town centers, he could really boom ahead with the economy here. So I'm really rooting for the Ottoman player here, for Tam.
I mean, the French guy, without any raids in his base, I'd say, has 103 villages, and TamTheTeribil lost a lot, and he's on 106, and I'd say his echo play behind all this pays off somehow a little bit, so he's not that far behind with villages, but a big fight in the middle, siege combination with a raid or a flank move by the knights, and Joyboy focused the mangonels from TamTheTeribil. A very nice play here with his bombards, and also the mangonel in the north gets destroyed, but also one bombard is lost. Overall, I'd say this attempt, this fight, can turn off into a big disaster because there is no front line left, right? For all the siege and the archers, but games get caught.
Well, I mean,
Caught.
so there's a lot of knights here, you know, like so. Muffin was basically moving his knights around and just trying to get into the eco of the opponents, and so that's why there was no front line. But there were still so many Yumi, and the knights couldn't really go on top there. Also, it looked like he wasn't using A moves, so they were lying around a little bit. So, SecretBeef, look at A moving. That is really, really important in these situations. And if we're looking at, so let's take a look at villages. So yeah, Tam losing a couple villages here and there, and then he just skyrocketing up here. So that is really nice, and it could have worked if the game went a little bit longer. But it just didn't really have a good response to all the archers. And in terms of military, I mean, yeah, that was a freaking brutal fight here for Japanese and also French, losing almost everything. But then this fight here again with SecretBeef was out of position. That was really bad, and this fight as well. So, it I think it was like they maybe called it a little bit too soon because SecretBeef still had a lot of army, but at the same time, Ottomans didn't really have a lot. Abbasid didn't have a lot. Japanese is already imp, so that doesn't feel great. And yeah, resource-wise, you're also behind. So it definitely was an uphill battle, to say the least. But well played by Joyboy and Muffin, and I think you could tell that they're a little bit more experienced in playing together as a team in a sense.
Yeah, it looks like, definitely, it looks like that. And overall, if we summarize the game a little bit according to tactics, what both teams decided to go for. So I think the unit combination decisions, they were some kind on point. So there was not like a, oh, what the hell, why he's going for this unit because it's a classical or it's a standing. They adapted each other quite well.
Yeah.
I feel like, and I love to see that. I really love to see that. And yeah, looking forward for the next series.
Yeah, so that was round one in the lower bracket, and let's see if we can actually catch the upper bracket games. I really wanna catch them before they're gone because again it's just the best of three.
Yeah. Totally with you.
But yeah, also by the way, like just for the viewers, since it's Swiss, it doesn't mean like just because you lose you're not out. You can still play the rest of the series of the Swiss rounds, and then after that they depending on how many games you won, you will then be able to continue on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So if you guys are watching and while you are looking for the next game, guys, if you are watching in the stream and you are interested to play Low Elo Legends, to join the adventure, to be a part of those weekly tournaments, just join the Discord. We want to post maybe a link later on in Mania's chat. There you get an announcement. Nearly every week, Rising Empire is providing something like this, not a 2v2 one-trick pony like we have today, but just a weekly tournament, mostly in 1v1. So come in and enjoy the adventure.
Yeah, that's right. We host them every week. They're free to play, so you can just join and have fun. And yeah, with that being said, we're hopping into the next game, and this is from the upper bracket. So we're gonna see, beautiful. We actually have the improved observer UI here. So it's gonna be a little bit, a better overview of the situation here. So this is the second game. So both teams they did play against each other, and Stormbreaker and Tsumegobot they did win the first one. And it's actually almost a mirror if you're looking at it. You know, like both teams having one Japanese player, and then it's French and Mongols, which in a sense can be played very similar if you want to. You know, with feudal age knights, both is available for the Mongols and for the French, as we know. So 1-0 right now for the left side team. I don't have an overlay for that, but I do have one, but it's not working right now. But yeah, so second game on Hill and Dale. So on the can I wanna switch that UI. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, cool. Anyway.
I'm confused. I got kicked out of the lobby, so
Oh,
I'm just checking. Okay. Maybe I have a mod issue, so...
Oh, yeah,
but doesn't matter. Let's talk about the matchup. I mean, we have Mongols and Japanese on the one side. So I know you play a lot of Mongols, and you know I love play Mongols. So let's focus on the Mongols faction at first, especially on this map. Do we expect a tower rush? I would say no, because of the distance of the map. Even though it's hill and dale, and you have two players on the other side, so I don't feel it worth it. But what I would like to see, or what I would expect, what I would go for myself on this map, I would go for Silver Tree, maybe. Not committing into Mango Dice, because it's, I mean, the neutral market in the south side of the map, and Mongol trade, at least in the last season, is still well, has still a big value, has still a big echo boost. But on the other side, you have Mango Dice with the mobility. I don't feel Mango Dice that much, honestly, especially on this map, because it's easy to wall, and once you are walled, Mango Dice are, what you want to do with Mango Dice against swords, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, like, they are kind of nice, like, at first, also against the Royal Knights, if you have the right numbers, and with the Khan you're faster, so you can run around circles of your, around your opponent. But yeah, so we do have the Silver Tree actually. So we're gonna see trade, and again, like as you said, like on the left side, the market really close to the side here. Not super far, like in the middle or whatever. So that will be a very, very nice trade line. And the Mongols, you know, with the terrible economy that they have, having trade really, really nice. So I do like that decision. Yes, you know, Lankajonoob in chat is pointing that out. I was looking at the map here, and if you look how close, like, all the gold is here, if there would have been a tower rush, and, like, maybe, like, you know, have one tower, then you, like, add, like, two more or whatever, you deny, like, all the gold in the base here. So that would definitely have been an option, but the issue is the distance. And then also, you also need to, like, figure that out, and it hasn't even been scouted yet. And Stormbreaker already he knows what's up. He already built a tower on the gold. He doesn't want to get interrupted at all. He just wants to be a happy French player with a nice and steady gold supply. And that's why he's keeping it safe. So it would have been fun to see a tower rush here. By the way, all players here, like, they're like Conqueror 1 or 2 in multiplayer, and so they're really good players. So I expect a lot of fun things here. Silver Tree and then the stable is already being constructed, so that will almost be about the same time. He could have actually dropped it right on the Ubu immediately, and then doesn't have to move it there, but that's kind of nitpicking here. Also going up with a tower, he also wants to keep it safe.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is about talking about the gold. I mean, you said it, you have to decide it once you're a Mongol player, you have to decide it with the game starter. It's not like I can decide 2 minutes later to go into a tower rush. It's a decision you do before the game started, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe once you see your spawn as a Mongol. But that's it. So you don't know how is the spawn, how is the gold spawn on opponent's side. But there's also some kind of, I would call it mind game maybe. So French decided, and I'm delayed, so I'm now watching when he decided to go for the tower. He was pushing the tower with 3 villagers that early on at minutes 3 in the game, and turned back to the gold. So I'm not sure if the tower that early on gives him a little bit, because we are talking about timings very often AoE 4. But this maybe puts himself in a little bit in a disadvantage situation, especially you mentioned it, Conquer 1, Conquer 2. Timing is a thing in this on this ranking, right?
Yeah. Timing is almost everything in this game. You know, it's really crazy to think about that. By the way, speaking about timing, I just realized, you know, he has to, like, since he has the town center on the Uvu, he actually produced, like, double produced a couple times, the villagers a couple times. So he, like, the Mongol is actually at 27 villagers right now, and this Japanese mate is at 20, 25, 26. So he actually used the stone to double produce villagers and just single producing the Keshik right now. Also single producing the traders. So it's already starting on trade, double producing villagers. I love to see that. It is so rare. At least I never encountered that.
Yes. Totally with you. Very rare. So normally I don't. Honestly, I do not remember any game. I'm pretty sure there were 1 or 2 or something like this. But I do not remember any game myself where a player is producing double, so stone producing villages that early on, or at least in general. Mostly you see with the silver tree, just the first set of trader is produced by double by stone, and then moving the silver tree in the corner, so the trader are already on the way and stuff like this. Yeah, interesting to see. But also what we do see very interesting is French knights idling.
Yeah,
and we were talking about timing, so that's very uncommon, I'd say. Normally you want to have the first knight out of the field, right?
Yeah,
and
no, definitely.
especially that last point, especially against a Mongol who is going for a double stone production. You normally expect that he's going for this. You do not want to get pocket or pushed into your base without any chance to go out, because from my point of view against a Mongol player, if you do not push the Mongol into his base early on, you maybe have a hard time once he's settling his shit up and keeps you into your base, especially with Silver Tree.
Yeah, and so by the way, we're close to 9 minutes, so you can speed up a little bit if you want to be closer to that. So yeah, a little bit of a fight here between the Royal Knights and the Keshik. And yeah, they were not as active on the map as I would have expected them to be, actually, and that's really interesting. To Chat's point here, I don't know if players actually check watch the replay of other players. Like they do check the matchups and stuff, but I don't know if they actually, take the time to actually look into it. Japanese Tsumegobot is now opening with Honorable Geisha and a couple of samurai here. So currently we have one of the Japanese being in Castle Age already, so that is an advantage here with the mounted samurai on the field here. But with the spearmen and the superior numbers in Royal Knights, oh my goodness, all these Keshik dropping in a heartbeat. That is painful.
Yeah, so you don't want to fight into Unabugeshas with Kashix, definitely not, because of the low amount of HP you have with Kashix. No, not at all. But I'm surprised. I mean, we see 7 barracks by the Japanese green player on the field, so he is fully committing into Rex together with Knight. So fully melee combination. No one of them is going for any back line at all. I mean, it makes totally sense, right? Because they are boss feudal. So what is the backline doing according to damage?
Yep.
But what was impressive, and I was a little bit shocked about, the orange Japanese guy hit castle and had already some mounted samurais on the field. Once a Stormbreaker is doing his first push out. I mean, we are now a little bit later, but that's crazy, and explains a lot, or talks a lot about how delayed the French guy is moving out of the base.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but at the same time, like, that apparently is kind of their strategy. They don't poke and push in the early game, but rather just, you know, like, wait for a timing attack. And now they've been pushed back. There's a lot of Royal Knights here on the field, but the Japanese mate doesn't really have. I mean, you know, like, one spearman and one samurai on the Unabugeshwa rather, on the field. That is not a whole lot.
I mean, if we look at the military total numbers, 25 versus 16, and the 25 military lead is on side of French, Mongol, and Japanese. So there's also a tech advantage. In if I do the call, the game is done at this point. I don't see if they do a coordinated push into the bases. I'm not sure how they want to survive it, especially there are 11 mounted samurais now knocking on the door, even though the Kashyyyks and a French base. So, but we see a counter raid, or somehow a raid into the trade. There's not that much of echo he could damage, because only 5 or 6 traders on the field, but they're moving, and we have to see what is the reaction by orange and red once they get the alert of those army 40 knights in the backline.
Yeah, that's a lot of knights here, and yeah, so you see villagers moving into the tower here, into the outpost, and trying to get back to safety, but those knights, you can just burn down the tower here, and there's not really any defense. There's, you know, like, one casting, there's an archer, but that's not really anything, and that's the issue they have with the Mongols. You do not have the option to wall anything here. And so yeah, now we see the shift back, all the units moving back to the base, but there will be a lot of dead villagers. He needs to pack up and run. Everything is on the move right now. But that's gonna be a lot of villager kills before the units actually make it there. And it was just, you know, like, no vision at all. If we're looking at that, like, there's no vision at all. He didn't see that coming in. And what a sneaky raid here by Stormbreaker. Really well played.
Absolutely on point, because he is buying so much time for green, for Tsumegobot. I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly. I hope so. Because he was hitting castle once orange is knocking on the door and the south of the map, and now there's no aggression at all on green and blue, and yeah, that's why it's so important, even on the map like this, that you keep track of French knights once you see them on the field, or place towers, especially as Mongols, to get vision on the map, because yeah, it's 15 to 20 knights in the base is like, it's the damage is too big.
Yeah, I've lost way too many games as the Mongol player in situations like that, where you think everything's going well and you have the map control, you have the advantage, you're pushing into the opponent's base, you're doing damage, you feel good, and then you have 15 knights in your base, you just surrender because you know it's over. It's super frustrating, but that's just how it is. Like, that's how the civ is designed, and you can work against that with an outpost. Like, just have a single outpost here, and you know exactly what's going on, and there's no sneaky. Or you have an outpost here, which you should have anyway, because of the trade and 15% move speed bonus with the YAM network. And then, like, if you put outposts on the trade line, you don't run into that issue. So we see a repeat here. Knights moving in again. They are killing the trade, so they will notify the opponents here, and maybe this time we have a little bit more of a response. But again, it's so many knights, there's no spearmen, it's just a couple Keshik. Okay, there's more Keshik coming, okay, but it's still, like, numbers are still, like, he could fight that. Stormbreaker could fight that if he really wants to. The damage.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see the Green Army gets caught off guard, out of position, in the middle of the map, completely denied with all the mounted samurais, and also we see Onamushas now mixed in. So there's a strong front line for the for 7-Up with a kind of strong backline, especially against the French Knights. And yeah, now they only have to group up to defend the, what are there now, 23 Knights at the top of red base, but blue does not have +1 range defense.
Look at that beautiful micro here by Stormbreaker, pulling out like 5 long. Look at that. Oh, this is so beautiful. Look at that micro, just pulling like the villain, the 1 HP, 4 HP, like so low health. I'm just flabbergasted. Like, what a beautiful micro here, pulling the knights that are low health. They can just heal up thanks to the chivalry, and the other ones just keep going. What a play here, saving 6 knights from certain death. Really well played here by Stormbreaker. I'm really happy to see that. I mean, Liquid, you know, like, you would make archers against the Honor Brigade that we just saw a couple minutes earlier, but that's literally the only unit that you would have the archers for. And even then, you could just have, like, I don't even know if you need the archers there. Like, I do agree with you. I don't know if you need the archers. Maybe not as many, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, well,
I mean, he did the transition into archers. Some kind of lack of scouting, maybe, that he was converting that big into archers. Because initially there were honor brigadiers and spears on the field, right? By the Japanese guys. Yeah. So the Japanese committed into fully into racks. So I understand his decision going into a range, because that's a classical counter unit for all the Japanese he saw early on. And you know, I mean, I feel like it's hard to get the tunnel broken. You see an army combination on opponent's side, and if he is deciding his combination to break yourself out of a flow, something like this, it feels sometimes kind of difficult. But definitely what the Mongol player is not going for, because someone was mentioned it in the chat for Mango Dice, and I think Mango Dice would be the most worst situation in here, because he went for Silver Tree. So if you want to go for Mango Dice and Feudal, I think you need Khan Hunters. Otherwise, it's just yeah, it's the payment is, or it does not pay off that much.
No, absolutely. I also think that the Khan Hunters is that's the unit that makes the Mango Dai viable. It's also really nice, by the way, for the Onamusha, because they also benefit from that, like, heavily. So the Khan Hunter would be really nice, but the only way to get it, if you don't go for the Deer Stones, is with the Khaganate Palace. So We will have to wait a little bit for that to happen. You know, like we're not even close to Castle Age right now, so that's not gonna happen. Stormbreaker is aging up. Okay, it's a guild hall. Okay, so he is buckling in for maybe a kind of a longer game here. You know, strapping in. But it might not be a long game, you know. 7up and his Mongol mate. I'm not gonna attempt to pronounce that, by the way. I looked at that. Well, actually, it's not that words, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, Mongol and Japanese knocking on the door here, trying to torch down. School of Cavalry is under attack. Knights moving in here, trying to defend, but one losing their life. This could be the final push. Them seeing that French went into castle and now just moving in. A lot of spearmen here by the Japanese player though, so that is gonna be a difficult engagement, and now is the situation where you would actually love to have the archers. How unfortunate is that?
I mean, yes, mounted samurais have deflection, but there are a lot of spears, a lot of 40 on the field. So this is the hard counter for all the mounted samurais there, and also the front line by the Mongol. And Mongol army gets fully surrounded here and cleared up by a nice and misplay on the red side, but also a nice play by green and blue. Knights on the back, spears intercepting the way or the pathway moving backwards. So a strong play, and the military numbers just completely turned close before the fight. The right team, so red and orange, was somehow 30 something, around 30 military units ahead, and now they are 20 behind. Huge defense fight.
Yeah, and a couple of cases moving in. I think it's still like 10-15 seconds behind, by the way. So French is dropping a keep in his, or preparing to drop a keep in his base here. And also repairing the School of Cavalry here. Yeah, just cleaning up the cache here. Oh boy, getting surrounded again here with the villagers. So yeah, a good defense here, and with the green Japanese being super heavy into melee, into mainly spearmen, now pushing in again. French is moving just barely behind that, and we do have a couple archers, so they are gonna snipe the archers. We have the Kurultai behind that, so that's gonna be a nice little buff here. But the numbers are not there. Mongol only has the archers, and that is just, if I'm not completely, yeah, that's feudal age archers still. So not really, okay, now veterans, you see them like looking really nice.
You don't want to fight under Kurultai, especially not in a team game like this.
Yeah, definitely not.
So, I mean, what we also have to keep in mind when we talk about army combination by Mongols, especially in this situation, the issue with Mangudais, especially facing a Japanese player, Onamushas have more range. I think also with a Khan Hunter, Onamushas have more range than Mangudais. I'm not 100% sure with the Khan Hunter situation, but especially without a Khan Hunter. And you have to expect, or I would expect that Japanese is going into a fast castle, stable archery combination gameplay, especially in team. So, yeah, it feels hard to counter Japanese fast castle or castle play army combination with Mangudais. However, Mangudai is committing into archer crossbow combination with some cachings. I'm not sure if he already built, he's still producing them, or just oh no, he's still producing them, though kind of a classical. Also you see 1v1 gameplay, heavy range, some cachings at the front line. And together with all the combination by 7up, it's a strong army team combination they're gonna play here, especially with the Kurultai in the back. But now it's again a 1v2 delayed reaction by the Mongol guy. And yeah.
And it is way back. That's the issue right now. Like now they're fighting underneath the Kurultai, but the initial fight was actually outside of that range, so needs to be careful here. And the thing is with the Kurultai, he doesn't have superior mobility right now, and so it's gonna be really, really slow, you know, like to pack it up. And oh, okay, now he actually has it. Never mind, now he got it finally. So yeah, moving in here a little bit faster. It's not the superior, the improved superior mobility, but at least the regular one. And yeah, now we do have. So okay, situation is you don't want to fight underneath the Kurultai, but you also don't want to fight underneath the keep. So it's kind of tricky situation. Not to mention that, yeah, Kurultai not setting up right now, so there's no buff for all these units right now. Now it's finally getting set up right underneath the keep. But I guess it's not even needed anymore.
Yeah.
Wow.
So military numbers are just pretty solid. 2 versus 114, and GG gets called. It was game number 2, right?
Yes, that was game number 2. So it is 1-1 right now. Stormbreaker and Tsumegobot did win the first one, and now moving, and now 7-up and ZavoiovnikZIM have won the second one, so it is best of 3. It's like the final because we moved that forward. So best of 3, 1-1 final deciding game is gonna. I guess they're already playing. Like we're a little bit behind the players, so they probably already played. Just take a look real quick at the villager graph here. So yeah. Nothing too crazy, no super early aggression, and then mainly French doing some damage on the Mongol side, but then in turn also losing a couple villagers. So very civil game in a sense. And interesting to see like the double production, like the little bumps here from on red, like the double production being used. Again, like very, very rare to see that, but. Yeah, one way to offset the bad eco of the Mongols a little bit. Yeah, military count. Some bad fights here for basically every player, I would say, except for French. Didn't really have a lot of army, obviously, with only the Royal Knights. I think he only, more Knights.com. He only built Knights. That is what you like to see. Oof. Crazy game. Alrighty, well, GG, let's hop right back into the next one and see who is going to come out on top here in this upper bracket. Let's see.
Game is already started.
Okay,
50 minutes in, but I think that doesn't matter that much. So
no.
We could join into the third and final game in this series best of 3 in the upper bracket. I'm clicking on accept, and by the way, it was the map, not the observer UI. I didn't realize that we were playing on EGC Hill and Dale.
Yeah, that explains why the markets were different than I would have expected them to be. It was a little bit, like it used to be in a sense, and not like as forward as it nowadays is. All right, moving into the last and final map here, EGC Cauldron. Interesting map choice, by the way. I would have loved to see Golden Heights, for example, to be played, but really? Cauldron also an interesting map here for sure. Wow, yeah, really interesting. I'm actually not even sure if I've ever seen Cauldron being played in 2v2 here. So let's take a brief look here. Tsumegobot played the Japanese again, since it's a one-trick tournament. Moving out on the deer, I think he started on deer last time as well. 7-up also did start on deer last time, so is starting there as well. And yeah, ZavoiovnikZIM, again starting on the Uvu. Do we? Okay, we gotta monitor the stone here to see if he's double producing villagers. Right now he didn't, but yeah, he doesn't have the stone right of yet as of yet. And then finally Stormbreaker. Yeah, opening on wood slightly. Interesting. Interesting choice.
I mean,
Yeah, probably going on water actually, if I think about it.
no, yeah, maybe, but 200 wood in the bank. No reaction, nothing.
I mean, that's really like my question. What do you do with 200 wood in the bank as French? If you're not like, I mean, maybe he was looking for like to have enough wood for a tower. Like that is a possibility. He's putting 3 to gold right now, so
Unlucky the other time of those 2 villages. So, however, it happens, but I'm still confused about the 200 wood.
yeah,
So,
yeah, definitely.
wait. What's going on here? Wait, what?
What? Okay, shuffling back and forth. Okay, there's a tower. Okay. I mean,
yeah, I don't feel it. Sorry, I don't feel it. I'm confused. Let's go back there later. Let's talk about the Tsumegobot gameplay. He was dropping barracks, so we see an early Rex on this map here with spears heading to the Mongol base. Mongol just gathered 200 gold and decided not to go for a spear opening himself, and also he invested his stone already in something.
yeah, he did double produce. He did double produce.
Okay, and we again see Silver Tree dropping down here.
What?
Wow, on this map? It's crazy.
On this I mean, okay, like brother, you do you, but I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Like before the Khan Hunters, like in 99 out of 100 games, I would go for the Silver Tree. Like unless it's a map where there's like no market at all or something like that, like I would go for the Silver Tree. Like I just like the Silver Tree. I was going for trade, and like it's just super nice. But like as soon as they introduced the Khan Hunter, I was like, you know what? That's it. Like I'm done. I'm taking that. And not even like I don't know. I don't even like the Mangodai that much, like as they are right now. But just the Khan Hunter is just super cool, and I really like them. And then of course I started playing the Mangodai a little bit more. But the Silver Tree on this map is curious, to say the least. But yeah, on the yeah, crazy.
And the interesting thing is, I was wondering and asking myself early on, do we see the want-to-run same strategy by both players, or do we see some kind of an adaptation on the map? And for now, it feels more it's one-to-one the same strategy. You see the same early tower, you see the Silver Tree by the Mongol, and you see the Rex by Japanese. I mean, he did not play an early Rex on the map before Hillendale, but it feels a bit like he wants to go for melee infantry or melee early on. So yeah, and also the same delay by the French, especially on this map. It's shaped more like you have a 1v1, right? Mm-hmm. Because you are shorter than to your opponent, or the same distance to your opponent, like to your mate. Those two.
Yeah.
And because of this, I would have expected that the Mongol player is doing something like a Dark Age shenanigans. Especially you have the valid play for water opening early on. To do some damage here. Yeah, but they decided not to go for it. We do see the Silver Tree. Do we see a market by Orange, or does he try to trade to the neutral one at all? That's the next question I'm wondering about.
I mean, you do get more gold from the trade posts from the neutral markets than from player-owned markets, right? So you could do that, but still the distance. Like if you it's 30%. That is a lot more. But if you have a improved even if you only have a market on that corner and not even the far out one, it still should be better. So I don't see it. I really don't see that trade. Stormbreaker is doing some early aggression this time. Unfortunate, 7-Up was pulling all the villagers except this one, which was just sneaking around the deer carcass. So he is getting one villager kill here. On the other side, we'll have an early Keshik again, not double produced. Because that is being used solely for the villager production. Really interesting choice. And oh wow, that is actually you could burn that out. Move, please, Keshik. No, wrong direction, brother. Just okay. He is moving in here. This is all danger zone here. The barracks is so far forward, you can just camp it. Just camp it and oh my god, that is not a good decision to put a barracks like that. I really
overall, and he lost overall against a Mongol. I mean, whatsoever against a Mongol, you do not want to expose your first buildings out of TC range. Not at all. Yeah. It's the potential bounty you hand over is no, you don't want it.
No, you don't. Well, and I don't even know exactly why he's moving away now. Because he could actually torch all of that down. He could scout that. Tsumegobot is going up with the floating gate right now. So yeah, just playing the fast castle. Both players are doing that. Both Japanese players are doing that. So I think that's definitely a missed opportunity, to do damage there. He is trying to move and help his mate, but you don't have the numbers. What is this with the archers again? I don't understand. Okay, I'm not gonna maul about that. Maybe there's a plan behind that, but I don't see the archers against the Royal Knights. That is not what you want to do.
Absolutely not. I mean, maybe it's a all army move or something like this, because on his lane he needs an archery.
Yeah,
range,
sure.
Maybe because of his expectations or experience games before where the wrecks were dropped, and I mean, it happens that fast that you do a move all idle armies thing, something like this, or whatever, and then there are units inside you don't want to have. But however, the army combination here, red versus blue, is not good for red, not at all, even though there are mounted samurais coming in from the south. But blue has to be careful because of the artifact. These mounted samurais can grow up heavily and drastically in a disadvantaged situation for the French, but the micro again pretty well, keeping the low knights moving backwards, meanwhile blocking again with the fully health knights, or tried to. And we do not see +1 range defense again, and you hate to see it, especially these +1 for knights.
Yeah, that is really something that you really wanna do. We see chivalry is being researched now. Wololo attempt, but yeah, that Shinto priest is not for long in this world. By the way, this is one of the saddest trade lines I've ever seen. 24 gold per trade is just awful, just plain awful. So yeah, I don't like the archers, I don't like the trade line, and I think it's a missed opportunity to do damage to all of that here. Instead, just letting your opponent do whatever he wants to, trying to help your mate, which I understand, wanting to help your mate, especially if he's going fast castle and doesn't have anything on the field at the moment. But at the same time, you're not doing anything with feudal age Keshik and archers against Royal Knights. So I think at that point you just pressure more and try to contain your opponent, and yeah, just play it as a regular 1v1 and hope that your mate who went fast castle isn't dying immediately against the Royal Knights.
Yeah. And interesting decision here by Tsumegobot. He went into triple archery range, is fully committing into Onamusha, and they have 5 range, the same like the archers have. So, oh no, 5.5 range. So
yeah.
they outrange the archers and they are faster. So normally archers countering the Onamushas, right? But because of the situation, they are fast and having higher range. Maybe the archer play does not pay off like he wants to. And now he's adding in some spears, and the spears decision is lack of scouting, maybe, because the first stables get dropped right now, so there's a fully range situation coming in for green right now. And a backstab by blue. Red is in trouble pretty soon.
Yeah, blue is moving around Stormbreaker, and that will completely destroy all of that here. By the way, also the Onamusha, I mean, they are the, you know, in a sense, they are the replacement for the crossbows, and so they do bonus damage against the Kashyyyks, so they're pretty much countering everything here. And Royal Knights moving in, Kashyyyk in the front line, a couple of spearmen, so they will do a lot of work here. Archers focusing on the Onamusha, so that's a good micro here on ZavoiovnikZIM, whatever name part, but he's just falling apart here. The numbers are not there. Kashyyyk are, as much as I love Kashyyyk, they're just not good at village. They're not fighting units. They're raiding and harassing units, and they're not good in these kind of numbers against the Royal Knights. So getting pretty much cleaned up, you know, having to run with his tail between his legs. Royal Knights, Royal Samurai here, Mounted Samurai coming in on the wood line. Might find some damage here.
It also gets a lot of damage because of all the Onamushas.
Yeah.
But echo damage is real. Fighting now under the TC with the Onamushas, I think that's not what you want to go for.
No.
Knights from the back or behind, just moving, not A-moving. Unlucky, so all the mounted samurais could die in this situation. Great, interesting situation. I think Stormbreaker was focusing too much on echo things, not into green base, because he would not expect something like this, maybe.
Yeah, and I don't know, like I don't like that engagement. You basically killed like 2 villagers or so and lost 4 mounted samurai. I don't think that was really worthwhile. A lot of idle time here on Tsumegobot's part though, so maybe like that helped a little bit. But Stormbreaker and Tsumegobot actually moving in now on the Mongols, on the very open base here, trying to find some damage. Generally a good army composition on the Mongols' part, but I don't think you can defend against 2 players, not to mention that one of them is Castle Age already.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about army combinations, so green and blue overall, when you talk about decision making, not about army combination, I think that's quite good. Both players reacting on what the other one is doing, but team decision making, green and blue is a little bit ahead overall. Which fights they take, army moving, bringing the armies in position, especially the backstep move by all the knights into green base to separate the reinforcement by red and denying or killing the red army completely. They are here a little bit more on point as a team decision making, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I really like what they're doing. I mean, obviously I'm rooting for the Mongols because, yeah, for reasons. But yeah, French and his Japanese mate playing it really, really well. Switch back
and
here. Okay.
Stormbreaker, I mean, you see, he needs to has his attention all over the map. So with his knights running backwards on the left side, those 2 knights in front of the Mongol wood line, all the army grouped up with the green Onamushas, So he has to keep his attention everywhere on the map right now. And he lost a little bit track about his 2 knights in front of the Mongol wood line, unfortunately. But we see another big engagement here. Army is splitted, reinforcement gets caught by French knights. And yeah, now the Honor Mushas are without any front line, gets hunted by the mounted samurais. We see A moving, the army's A moving here, and yeah, I'm not sure. The army numbers are definitely in favor by red and orange, but the mobility overall is slightly an advantage for green and blue. They're kiting back.
Yeah, I mean, very long drawn fight here, going all like half the map here basically. But yeah, to your point, you know, Royal Knights and Anamusha only on one side, and you have the Yomi Ashigaru Archer Spearmen on the other side, obviously being slower units. So definitely in favor here for green blue, but I mean, what good is it if you cannot really fight and if you can hold it? And as soon as you fight, you have the spearmen in your face. So the army composition definitely more effective here for Mongols and 7-Up with the Japanese. And again, like the whole map being used here for this long drawn fight, just chasing down the opponents here. And slowly losing your units though, so the defender's advantage will come into play at some point, with the spearmen here dropping underneath the town center and the outposts.
In the next couple seconds, and I was saying it, and once the games get caught, because army is getting dropped below 10 against 70, 80 on the other side, so overall unlucky or bad last fight. So in the early on it was kind of confusing, I would say, so not expecting the overall strats at all, especially the silver tree decision and the early tower by the French guy. And mid game, Stormbreaker and Tsumegobot did, as I mentioned, a nice team-making decision, which fight they take, and especially the move with the backstep into the red army in front of the green base. Very nice to see, very nice decision-making, but in the end we see sometimes tech lead is not what brings you into a winning situation, because the Mongol mass together with the mountain samurais, and to be fair, there were a lot of, cleaned up the last big fight, or dominated the last big fight. What ends over into a 2-1 for 7-Up and ZavoiovnikZIM.
ZavoiovnikZIM, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at the resources here, and it's crazy to me that Mongols has way more resources than French does, and that is not because of the trade, because that was like shut down pretty effectively by French, and also only got like 24 gold per trade. So that was not the reason. I mean, yes, the double producing the villagers, maybe that was really the key. I need to look into that a little bit more, but
no, just check the graph for the villager situation, then you will get the answer.
Yeah, but that was only at the end. I mean, like, yeah, he did lose a couple villagers, but I don't know.
It's not a couple. I mean, blue is French.
Yeah, okay. Never mind. But yeah, so really, really well played here. In the end, Mongols, you know, Tsumegobot and ZavoiovnikZIM getting the lead here, winning 2-1 against Stormbreaker and 7-Up, who put up a very good fight. But yeah, that long drawn fight was not in their favor, and yeah, with that needed to forfeit that series. So they did make it to, you know, like second place. Like, you know, not bad. And yeah, let's see what we have in the bottom bracket. So round two is almost done. There's two more teams playing right now, but we can check into how far they are. Let's see.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you're checking the things in the bag. Let's give us a date. When is King of the Rockies?
King of the Rockies is gonna. So we had the qualifiers the last 2 weeks. That was crazy entertaining, really well played series, a lot of fun. King of the Rockies will be between October 24 and October 26, so that second last weekend in October, in Denver, in Colorado. So the players who are gonna play, they qualified. So, but you can still, sign up as a viewer. You can go there and join us live if you live in the area or if you want to travel out there. We'd love to see you there. But yeah, that was King of the Rockies qualifiers last week. Yeah, Zavoiovnik, thanks for playing. Really great series, really fun to see that as a Mongol enjoyer. That was really interesting to see the double production of the villages, and trade being being prioritized that much. Like you usually don't see that much anymore nowadays, I would say. But yeah, well played series, and let's see if we have anything up that we can watch right now. Again, Error 404 and Nasty are playing, so Muffin and Joyboy, we did see them earlier. Let's see.
And let's mention the King of the Rocky tournament is getting streamed on the Rising Empires channel at least, right? So if you guys are interested, just keep that in mind. Big action. And what's the pricing for the tournament?
So the prize pool right now is 15,000 US dollars, which is put up by World's Edge. So they are sponsoring us. And you as the viewers have you can donate and help us to cover the cost of the event, like with venue, staff, hotels, whatever, catering. But as soon as we have those costs covered, any excess donations will go over to that prize pool, so we can potentially increase that prize pool even more. Well, I haven't checked recently, but like during the streaming, we had about 3,000 in donations, I think. So we're very like it is very well possible that we will exceed what we need for the cost, and that the price will be even higher. So that would be really nice for the players. So if you want to support us and or the players, you can donate. But at the same time, we have asked for donations for a lot in the last couple of weeks. I know that, we know that, so we're not gonna ask too much. But if you want to support us, we're very grateful for the community to help us put up these events. Again, this is our 3-year anniversary special event that we're hosting today. And so we've been working with the community and for the community for the last 3 years, and it's been really, really fun. I've been doing it, like organizing Low Elo Legends for the last year, and yeah, I love it. So it's a lot of fun, and I am actually really, really scared to jump into that game that is still open right now because they've been going for almost an hour right now.
Wait, which map?
Hill and Dale. Oh gosh.
Oh yeah, okay. There you know why it's going for an hour. See?
I mean,
All
okay,
right.
since this is the only one that we can actually watch, I would say we jump into that, but I'm gonna speed it up. That's the only way how we can do it.
Yeah, the early on part.
Oh
Maybe
gosh.
maybe we can have a deeper dive into the opener something to read or to understand to see for what strategies
Mm,
both teams are going on, and then yeah, I see
yeah.
what you mean.
But yeah,
it's
like
well, I mean,
yeah, yeah. Oh gosh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us jump in. So we did see earlier today Joyboy and MuffinVonChauffry playing Japanese and French. We saw them on Gorge playing against Abbasid Ottomans, and they played it really well, really coordinated. It was really nice, really good attacks and all that. Against Rumilor and LosLappo playing Byzantines, another one of my favorites, and the English. You know, on hill and dale. So let's speed it up just a little bit for now.
So
all right.
let me ask a question before we introduce these spots. What's the better defending civilization on this map, French or just English? Because French with the Red Palace and the emplacements for TCs and also the trades, I mean, it has some juice. It has some juice.
Yeah. I would still say the English. They with that super annoying town bell and all that kind of stuff. Like, I would say they are the better defending civilization. And as French, you don't really want to defend. You wanna be out on the map. You wanna attack and stuff. So like early game, I would definitely favor the English. The longer the game goes, I would then say it switches into the favor for the French. So just, like, we're speeding up, so 4.5 minutes in, Grand Winery being already there. We have a 3-level cistern coming up, really nice. So 2 on stone, just as you would usually do that nowadays. So question is gonna be, barracks is going to be built here against the French. It makes sense. So I guess we need to.
Okay, we see classic with 2 TC by England, and yeah, it looks like it's a full commitment into IQ boom for Byzantine and England, right?
Yeah, which kind of like, oh my god, and the second town center here from Joyboy as well. So he also. I mean, he did scout all of that out. He knows, okay, there's the Abbey of Kings, there's the second town center. Why not do exactly the same? Outpost is getting interrupted here, so a fast castle right now really being threatened. The villager going down, actually, so good pick here by LosLappo with the villager here. But it's not gonna be like a huge damage here because of the 2 town centers. Yeah, Limitani chasing the Royal Knights, so nothing too crazy right now. Just kind of as you would expect it. Ooh, going on deer. He needs to be careful with the deer a little bit. There's a knight lurking around. So, not seeing that though, so yeah.
I mean, kind of what you expected. Exception the second TC by Red, I'd say. I mean,
yeah,
it's not. Or did the? I mean, as I said, I didn't play this season at all because of reasons. However, did the meta change quite a bit? That 2TC Japanese is coming back.
Yes and no. I would say it's not really super in favor. I would say that is because he was scouting the second TSC from English. I think that's the reason why. It's not usually being done that much. It's not like completely out, but in general, like a lot of like the 2TC play that had been favored really heavily a couple seasons ago definitely is not as strong anymore, or relevant anymore at the time being. Good damage here, by the way, from Byzantines here on the barracks early on here. And again, the issue is if you're putting them that much forward outside of any town center, there's no walls, there's nothing, like you can just burn it down, and it's a lot of damage. By the way, it was the Western contract, so we do have the longbows, ram being constructed, so it kind of shapes out to be a quick game here, but I mean, we know it's not gonna be, but they are playing aggressively. They're not like letting it sit for a super long time. English was going up with the White Tower, so they were focusing mainly on getting that up. And French also went up for to the Castle Age. So 2 players going Castle Age, the other one's just battling it out in feudal. And it's really funny because usually it would be the other way around. French being in feudal age, Japanese being in castle, and Byzantines being castle and English being feudal, but they just switched it for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese guy or Joyboy placed the castle landmark already 2 times and stopped it after around 20%, 30% progress because of the aggression by purple. So it was not intended to be still to be in feudal by Joyboy. So the aggression does not only damage the barracks here in front of the base, also delayed the Japanese timing quite a lot.
Yeah, that is very true. That's true. But yeah, so now 60 minutes in, all players are castle age. We do have the Golden Horn Tower from the Byzantines, so not really a surprise there. That's the current meta landmark. A big engagement here. Let's slow it down just a little bit. So yeah, English moving into crossbow horsemen, and then we have Limitani longbows, and a couple of Varangian guards even. So solid comp overall, no siege right now, so that daimyo manor is gonna be yeah, you gotta respect that. Let's put it that way.
And something you do not see that often, that English player is committing or committing that much into horsemen. I mean, we had a game. It was also a 2v2 tournament. I was casting together with you. I think it was the last War Chief Club when Gully Deckle and his mate Ezra was fading. I don't know who it was, but I think Scarlet Devil and his mate was English, and he went fully into horsemen stable units. Meanwhile, his mate played Abbasid and went into the range. So normally you the backline Desert Raiders, not Abbasid. And here we see it again that English is committing more into horsemen and not that much into longbows. Not that typical, but I love to see the fresh air of playing English different. Let's say it this way.
I mean, to be fair, if you're going for the Abbey of Kings, you usually like to pair the king with horsemen. But since we're talking Castle Age, I also would have expected to shift into the knights instead, which, by the way, would be an amazing frontline here against the samurai and the royal knights. French now moving into a lot of horsemen as well, but I'm not sure why exactly. I mean, maybe he's saving the gold because he actually is pretty close to Imperial Age. Again, floating a little bit of food here. English rather, floating a lot of wood, but otherwise it's also kind of close to aging up here. It feels like another big engagement. Mangonel shots here on top of the crossbows. Ooh, that is a brutal one. Another one. Oh my goodness. A good shot here, and you do not want to focus the mangonel with the crossbows. Yeah, that is. Oh my, wow, what a good shot here. Those mangonels really putting in the work. French switching into horsemen archers mainly, which is gonna be amazing comp against this here. So yeah, that's also one of the, like, if you want to save gold, yeah, you can go for horsemen instead of knights, but also the horsemen countering the crossbows not countering the horsemen, so that is a really solid comp. Mangonel still firing one final hit here. Varangian Guard's going into berserk mode here. Really cool to see that as well. By the way, you know, just like a little side note here, I'm really excited to see some more Varangian units in the upcoming DLC. I'm really excited to see especially the Golden Horde and the Macedonian Empire. I'm really hyped for that.
So, absolutely. Maybe we can take the next break to talk a little bit about the DLC, but
yeah,
let's talk about the game situation here. What's going on? I mean, purple, like idling the full food echo, it feels like, of Joyboy, and they sitting in the base. The army leads definitely in favor of LosLappo and Rumilor, but we are only 23 minutes in the game and we know it's going quite longer. And also we have 3 sacred sites ticking for the team of LosLappo and Rumilor. So interesting. What I'm curious and I'm interested what happened that this heavy lead situation changed that dramatically.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, Muffin is, you know, like, raiding right now with the knights and with the horsemen, so that is doing a lot of damage and potentially thwarting that attack just a little bit. And yeah, so I mean, Japanese is looking really dire right now, but the French raid, they potentially were the reason why the game is still going here. But yeah, it looks really one-sided right now. I have to say, with, you know, like, frontline is gone here for English Byzantines, but other than that, like, the sacred sites are yours. 7 minutes, like. It would only take 7 more minutes, and then the game would officially be over with the sacred sites. So that would have been a cool option. Alrighty, my cat decided to jump on my computer and shut it down. So that's why the game just crashed, which is awesome. I saw her jumping on the computer and, like, I pulled her away, but it was too late. It was just too late.
It happens.
Yeah, well, I wish it wouldn't. I mean, on the bright side, I guess we just saved ourselves 20 more minutes of pain with that game, because the funny thing is, I actually think they were done in an hour, so if we waited for like 5 more minutes, they actually would have started the next one already. So
Yeah.
So yeah, that.
So we hop into the next game.
Yeah. Okay. We could just, like, check real quick who won that, but it's like we don't have to jump back into this. It wouldn't make sense. To see that again. Let's see.
Okay. Meanwhile, you're watching for the next game. DLC. DLC is coming in. We already saw some content, right?
Yeah.
So we know about the new factions, and you mentioned the new factions already. And yeah, I'm very excited to see it. And I guess I will jump back into the game when the DLC hits the market. What do you think is the community thinking about the new DLC? Or what did you hear about what the community is thinking about the new DLC?
I actually didn't really check too much what the community is thinking about that, other than a lot of people are disappointed that there's no Spanish or Mesoamerican civilizations yet. And then just the general discussion about, you know, it's just variant civilizations, yada yada yada. where to be fair, like that doesn't matter. Like it's like yes, it's called variant civilizations, but it's still like full-fledged civilizations. They're just reusing like some of the assets. But if you look at it, like just take a look at the civilizations, and you'll see that it's a completely new civilization, with just the caveat that it's based off like the assets of another civilization and like roughly plays in the same area or time period as the previous civilization, the original civilization. But other than that, it's a completely different one. So and all four new cities that we get, like they will be completely different, and I'm really looking forward to that. So I'm not, worried or concerned that it's only, quote unquote variant civilizations, because it's gonna be a really, really, really cool DLC. And again, I'm like Golden Horde and Macedonian Empire. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm not really a big Japanese player, so the Sengoku Daimyo Dynasty. No, it's a Daimyo. Sengoku Daimyo. It's really awesome. Like for Japanese players, I'm not really hyped for that because I'm not a Japanese main, but it looks really fun. And I'm not gonna attempt like the Delhi variant, the name. That also that looks headache inducing, like in terms of how difficult it seems to be played, but the worker elephants and the raiding elephants, they're really fun. Like I'm really looking forward to that as well.
Friends
Yeah.
on the field, we all love elephants, and not really, but some people does, especially when they play themselves, not when they have to face them.
Yeah.
However, I'm totally with you. I also happy to see another DLC, more new factions, more new content, and yeah, let's enjoy the ongoing content creation for Age of Empires 4. I mean, having a game which is developing like this and getting more and more content like this in RTS genre these days, it's not that common, it's not that
Mm.
typical. So yeah, I'm happy
Yeah.
with that.
And listen, like to all those players like wanting to Spain like a Spanish civilization, Vikings and all and that stuff, like I'm also looking forward to that. And I do hope that they will put that into the game at some point. But in the meantime, I'm really excited to see the variants and like so the thing with Golden Horde, for example, like every single thing that I was like complaining about the Mongols about, they cannot build walls, which at some point in history they were able to, and it kind of sucks that you only can build one Uvu because historically they also had like thousands of them. Like you have all of that in the new variant, so I'm really looking forward to, if you want to have like a different kind of Mongol, you just play the other one. That's fine. So yeah, it's gonna be so much fun.
Okay, let's talk about the next map, the next round.
Yeah.
We are in round 3, right?
Yes, we are around 3. There apparently has been one disconnect here from one of the teams, but maybe they just forgot to check in on the website, so they might be playing still. We have to check in on them later, but there's currently one game open that I can see, and so we can just jump into that. You're in my team. Um, Again, a lot of French today, so buckle up. We're going French today.
I mean, it's not very surprisingly. I would say that if there is a main 2v2 civilization, it's French.
Yeah.
Because of the fact French is known as the classical knight civilization,
Mm.
and normally the big meta is you combine a knight civilization with a range civilization.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that.
And I have. Yeah, sorry, go
No,
ahead. Go
sorry.
ahead.
Please continue.
And I think French is also kind of easy to play mechanical wise.
Yeah.
So there is an example with the bounty. I mean, they changed the bounty, set it up in a new way. I feel like it went easier than before, but it's not like the French one where you have a kind of a straight way. That you don't need to care about bounty. You don't need to care about so many things. Your echo is faster because the villager production. So, to me, mechanical wise, French is one of the easiest knight civilizations. Not at least because the landmark itself, maybe. And this all heads into my opinion, French is the 2v2, the easiest 2v2 and most basic 2v2 civilization Age of Empires 4 has. So I'm not surprised that we see nearly every game, one player is playing French.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. Very easy mechanically to pull it off. Some very like, for example, Chinese has some very strong eco boni like built into the civilization, but you have to do something. Like you have to micro the imperial officials, you have to build them, you have to set them around, you have to supervise, you have to do a few different things to then access them. With the French, like they have the cheaper eco tax, they already have that. The faster villager production, they already have that. You don't need to do anything to access those eco tax, eco boni, and so that's why it's very easy to pull off. The knight's really strong, so that also makes it a little bit easier. And then you just pair it, as you said, with a ranged civilization if you want to. English comes to mind, obviously. And then you have a very powerful 2v2 ladder comp. So I'm kind of happy that we don't see that here. It's a little bit different, so we're starting off here. Malians, ScopperCaban, or Caban, I'm not sure, but ScopperCaban playing the Malians in orange here with the not opening with the pit mine, but instead immediately opening with the barracks, so probably expecting a lot of aggression here. His mate a little further out. Oh my goodness, look at the distance here between orange and blue, and then between blue and green. So French action here, that could very well be possible. This gold even forward, so if Potetas tries to be aggressive, his gold is more in the back. That could be really dangerous for the green French. And the fourth player, Joyboy, playing the Japanese. And also kind of an exposed gold here. So overall, you know, like one team being a little bit more exposed, the other one a little bit further out here with the gold.
I was about to say very smart by ScopperCaban here, because he did not finish the Rex just until a couple seconds ago, and I thought, well, did he place the Rex in preparation of a Japanese Dark Age aggression to react immediately and wants to cancel it to build the pit mine and stuff like this? But yeah, then he decided to finish the Rex with two villagers, unfortunately, because I thought in the first moment, I thought, nice move. I love the idea, I love the thinking about it, it looks like. Now he's going to an aggression, and I understand if he's going for an aggression, why he's going for an aggression, a Dark Age aggression, because both players not only have front gold, green and red, but also if the boss decide to go, if Joyboy decides to go for fast castle, they are all dependent on gold. And what we saw in a couple days in this year 2v2 tournaments in the high elo gameplay is that sometimes, not kind of often, one player tries to bring Dark Age aggression on one of the French civilization to delay the first French quite a bit. And it looks like we see some kind of strategy here, because the Malian spears hitting the French gold.
Yeah, let's pause for just a second here to let the game catch up. Yeah, interesting. So he takes the whole distance here of the map here, walking in with the Donzo. Just barely out of range here, so he can actually torch the mining camp. You can get on top of the villagers here, losing a Donzo. A little bit uncareful here with the Donzo, but yeah, oh, it's gonna lose the second one. Oh my.
And this is, we were talking about being happy to see what's coming in, but this is the thing I hate in Age of Empires 4. Click on the TC and check the TC range. And you will recognize that you think all the villagers are out of TC range.
Yeah.
Especially the position where the first Donzo died. And you, as a player, you hate to see it.
Yeah.
Unlucky, unfortunately, for ScopperCaban, but the strategy was obviously, in this case, he wants to delay the one French guy to bring his own French player in a better position, in a quicker position.
Yeah. Also, the thing is, if the Donzos are too close, they don't actually throw their spear, and so he was walking in all the time instead of throwing the spear, and then yeah, it just didn't work out as he wanted to. And in all honesty, I think he should have went for his Japanese opponent as well instead. Like it's a shortly closer distance. Japanese usually also relies on gold if they want to go for the fast castle. Okay, okay. I am more than confused right now. We still don't have a pit mine. We do have a monster quarry coming up, so that's at least the usual one. But okay, here's the thing. If I'm looking at the map here at the base, if you want to go, like, you already have to think like long term. If you want to go for the cow boom, like, this would actually be your best spot, because this is kind of cramped. It's kind of difficult to get all of that in there. So I would have placed the monster quarry more like here, and then you can go for the cow boom on the right side of your base, because this is not really optimal right now.
And I think he realized that oh no, he's putting the mill on the berries. Yeah, unfortunately, but it is how it is. Other than that, if he eats the berries before he hits castle or do some kind of full cow boom, he's still in a good spot. He can place it next to it, but yeah, 100% it's with you. But let's talk about the situation about French gold down on the map in the south. So you see the kind of delaying and investment in Dark Age helped Potetas to bring more military on the field and now dominating the opponent's French gold. And this is, I mean, you can't put it in words how big this advantage is this team now has. Even though the Japanese guy is untouched, but yeah, I mean, 4 fights versus 2. Losing volts now, maybe 1 at least, maybe a second one.
Yeah, that's gonna be a second villager for sure. Yeah, that is very, very nice. Also, like, he's preventing his opponent from walling in, which I would have walled in differently anyway. But yeah, like, shutting him off gold here. He has to, like, the superior knight numbers now. 6 knights. Yeah, some of them are low health. That's true, but still, it's 6 against 2. If you're now just going for chivalry, then yeah, you can just wait it out here, and your opponent kind of has a hard time. Yeah, needs to go into barracks, so we're gonna see French spearmen coming up, which, yeah, he does have enough gold to get the feudal age upgrade at least, so he will have hardened spearmen. That's good. But yeah, looking good for Potetas so far. So in this, like, just straight up 1v1 French against French, he is definitely on the winning side of history. Yeah, Japanese also, Joyboy moving in with some spearmen trying to help him. Malian, let's check in on them. Yeah, a little bit of an odd yeah, cow boom, but I guess it works out. It's fine. Like, you just like place the other 3 enclosures here, or like, cattle ranches rather.
Yeah. But I mean, the spot, all the decisions Potetas and ScopperCaban did were on point right now. Or the other way around, the reactions by Joyboy and Muffin are not that much good or on point. Now losing the spears already at the top of the base at the wood line because too many knights, but also 2 knights died. Oh, maybe Potato is now overcommitting quite a bit. Yeah, he could escape with his knights, so lost only 2, but killed nearly the full amount of spears which arrived there. But what I wanted to say is both players committing into spears early on works at first. Meanwhile, they are slow, first of all, and the Malian guy is going into range units which counter the spears, and both of them do not go into a stable for now. So all in all, best gameplay or best situation looks like best situation for Potetas and ScopperCaban because of the opener and the delayed gold excess for MuffinVonChauffry.
Yeah, a good counter though from Muffin, so killing 1 or 2 villagers there, so that was nice. But yeah, now he's just running out of food, so he needs to get out on the map. There's deer that he can take, walling himself in now here, but yeah, it's kind of hard pressed here to get back onto gold. So Potetas did, like, let off a little bit of steam here, and maybe that will be an issue. Because he could have camped here. There's not, like, now we have a couple spearmen, but I don't know if Muffin doesn't have the income right now to sustain a lot of spearman production still. By the way, it doesn't have blacksmith, so there's not the extra damage that he would get. Yeah, but Potetas does have a blacksmith, so he does have that already.
Yeah. True, because of the French bonus, right? So
yeah.
Once you drop a blacksmith, you also get the +1 attack.
Yeah, and that's another bonus that you get with the French, just like that. You don't need to do anything with that other than dropping a blacksmith, and then you're already there. If we're checking in on Joyboy real quick, he does have a sizable amount of spearmen, and now going into a couple Yumi, and Malians needs to be careful here. He's really good looking in terms of cow boom, but yeah, needs to be careful that, if you're booming too much, and then you get attacked, you kind of die. So needs to keep that in mind. He finally did get the pit mine, so glad to see that. Ooh, and a good attack here on the south side, trying to get back the gold. A lot of idle villagers here, and with the archers that you have, should be able to contest all the spearmen here.
I mean, I have to ask it. I really have to ask it. It's a lower bracket game, right?
Yeah, it's lower bracket, so those are like platinum people. I would say.
Not gonna lie, so I was asking it because and this is not a question mark. It's a appointment. It's a status. It's a statement about the community. You see a lot of things. People you normally see on higher elo, especially on the pro level, like the wall of the gold. It's not typical for lower players, I would say.
Yeah.
In the past. So you see, and I read about out of it that people watch other people's gameplay and they are interested in learning the game, even though they might have some other weaknesses, whatever. But I love to see it. I love to see it because it's a statement of how good the community is working and connected, and there are so many people who share knowledge on YouTube videos, tutorials, stuff like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I kind of get the same feeling here, and it just shows that like what separates lower level players from higher level players sometimes isn't necessarily, well, I don't know. Like it's like maybe there's decisions in game, but not that they don't understand the civilization or whatever. It's like they do and they have good ideas sometimes. It's just that you have to make so many. Like just think about how many different decisions you have to make over the course of like a 30-minute game, and so like if I look back at my games, like some of those decisions they're just super awful. They're just terrible as decisions. And I know that, like, you know, mechanically, like, if you look at the build order, for example, like, yeah, I did it perfectly, that's fine, but the decisions later on were just bad, or the scouting was bad, or whatever. And so these things can really make a difference here. Meanwhile, an interesting fight here, Archer Spearman against Archer Spearman in the most sense. Malians reaching Castle Age now, so did lose a pit mine, but did get into the Castle Age, cleaning up gold, yeah, the red army here as well. And looks like, yeah, French is just still chasing French. There's one knight that fell, but one of them is still standing and now slowly healing up. I wish you would refresh that lumber camp here at one point. Dropping 2 mosques, so ScopperCaban really expecting to take at least 4 relics here. Which, granted, he should be able to. Potetas also moving, so his teammate also moving into Castle Age now. Joyboy has also reached it. He did go up with the Temple of Equality, so Buddhist monks on the play here. Interesting. I usually don't see that landmark that often. I've seen it a couple times today, so I'm guessing that Joyboy really likes the Temple of Equality, but the Buddhist monks, like, not necessarily, like, I would say not the preferred landmark. The floating gate, I would say, is the more popular one at the time at least. Good little raid here coming in from Muffin, just as the age up comes through. Ooh, that will a lot of spearmen, so they're not super fast, but that might actually be a couple villager kills. I need to pause just for a second here. The game is kind of lagging right now.
I had to jump to the door. Sorry, I'm now back.
Ah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, basically most players are in castle now. A little bit of back and forth here, but archers, you know, with the poison, might actually be able to do a lot of damage here. Yeah, liquid, I guess so. Yeah, power of mass pacifist. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I didn't lose too many games against Japanese. The ones that I did lose was against mass Buddhist monks, so I do understand what you mean, but we'll see. Like for now, Yumis are just chasing the villagers there, killing quite a lot of villagers here actually, and just decimating the numbers. So even though it's the poison archers, yeah, not really too crazy here. ScopperCaban needs to find an answer, and Musafali warriors are not the answer they're looking for. That is not good.
I mean,
oh, spearmen running, or rather knights running into spearmen. So Muffin really heavily going into spearmen. He's sitting at 40 spearmen right now. On the other side we have 20 royal knights. So yeah, that is not a fight that you want to take. Even if you're Castle Age, that can be pretty rough.
Yeah, but I think Did he go for the Royal Institute? Yeah. So
No.
yeah, those knights can heavily damage the Queen Echo because of the sheer amount of knights.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
it
absolutely.
looks like Potetas is a bit scared because of the uh, spear mass here, but it's only feudal spears. I mean, sure, it's the counter for knights. Oh, nice micro here. Stopping the charge after the spears use the ability, and
Yeah,
now
the
we
embrace,
see
yeah.
the fight here. Interesting choice, but here you see why these French play heavy knights is so dangerous. I mean, he does not need to run.
Yeah, I mean
There are
he could
22.
fight it. Yeah, that's true. And well, so the crazy thing is, by the way, I mean he doesn't know that, but Muffin is going up right now with the castle age, so he doesn't want to lose all the spearmen. He had to take that fight, but he lost 16 spearmen and he didn't want to lose them. And yeah, Potetas did lose a couple knights and they're all super low health now and all that kind of stuff, but it's okay, right? I mean, you can still make it work, and like it was a heavy loss, but at the same time he could just take that fight, destroy everything, kill all the spearmen, and then just move in and kill a lot of villagers, even if he really wanted to double down on that. At the same time, 32 Muzaffari warriors from ScopperCaban. I don't know why you go for the Muzaffaris. I'm really confused.
I call it. He did not realize or did not expect that Muffin is not going into knights at all. I mean, what would you expect as a Malian player when French is on the opponent side and you have your own French? He's going heavy on French knights, right? So
Yeah.
what is the counter for it? Muzaffaris.
Well, yeah, in a sense, yeah, but at the same time, you can just go Donzo, and they actually have the brace, and they can actually then stop the charge from the Royal Knights, because the Muzaffaris warriors, they cannot do that. They almost die instantly from a brace. So a little bit of curious of choice here with the Muzaffari warriors here. The archer is going toe-to-toe with the spearmen here for now. There's no knights, but there's a heavy force coming in from the Japanese. Moving to cinematic mode here. Where is blue? Okay, yeah, I know where blue is. I was like, where is blue right now? But blue is in the Japanese base actually, killing a lot of. Oh, not A moving. All the archers dying here to the Yumi. This is not what you want to see. Okay, so my question is, if you plan to attack the one base, why do you attack with the other one? With your army at the other base as well? Like, he should have just played it defensively while the Royal Knights are just moving into the other enemy base. Because Malians did lose a lot of units right now.
I mean, now you can ask the same why Red is exposing himself that much, because this army is dead.
Yeah, they are dead right now. There's a couple of spearmen in the front, but they will get poked to death pretty soon. You don't even need to micro them. Like, a good micro here, by the way, from Potetas is doing this hit and run in a sense. Like, trying to go for the surround actually didn't work that well. Archer's just standing around here right now.
I think he did one move command too much.
Yeah.
But however, the Red army is cleaned up fully. There's nothing left here in the front. So, and by the way, again, it shows that the quality of AO4 gameplay just improved, in my opinion. Because these hit and run tactics you do with knights is also not something
Yes, it's not
Not
to be taken for granted. That's for sure. Yeah,
yeah.
it's not something that you would expect. And I know people who played the game for years, and they don't do something like that. So there are definitely some improvements that people make, and again, like they might struggle with decisions they make. They might struggle with like mechanically, just like with APM and all that kind of stuff. But in general, like a lot of people nowadays, I feel like have a good grasp of the meta. They're trying to improve. They're trying to do the right things. And so that usually, like, yeah, makes for some really good games, even though it's like maybe on a lower level here. Royal Knights here, finding the Japanese army, a lot of spearmen here, but we do have a lot of archers on the Malian side, almost exclusively archers here. Knights should move in here, like they're a little bit like timid, it feels like, a little bit scared here. There's just a couple spearmen. If Malians would actually focus the spearmen instead, you could make quick work here. Ram getting burned by the villagers. And French base, like besides Abbasid trees and a couple of spearmen, doesn't really have a whole lot. Here's a keep, but you can almost ignore it. Just go straight for the town center. And this is looking better and better for Potetas and ScopperCaban.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so nice to see that the full game plan by ScopperCaban and Potetas just paid off, and all you see in the end with the knight French versus French situation is based on the decision that the Malian player ScopperCaban decided to delay his feudal a little bit and invest into this. Only 2 spears, and I mean, we have to be realistic here. Those 2 spears died immediately, so it was not that much damage like they could have done.
Yeah.
But it's enough. It was enough to delay the French line face-to-face situation in one player's advantage and one player's lead early on.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with the other French Potetas. He was, having free reign, and so he had the knights out earlier. He had more knights out, and then it's 2 knights against 4, 2 knights against 6 knights, and at some point you can't contest that. Then you have to move into spearmen, and that doesn't really work too great. You're super defensively. You're pushed in your base. It still takes you minutes to get back onto gold, and it's just really, really difficult. I mean, look at the gold gathered here. Like, it's a straight line here for at least like 8 or 9 minutes, and then it goes a little bit up, and it stays there for another 5 minutes, and then it slowly goes up. 19-minute castle age. Yeah, like, Potetas had basically double the gold than Muffin had. Just like in part at least. Like, yes, the spawn was bad, but also or unfortunate rather, but also because of the early aggression from ScopperCaban.
Yes.
Yeah, really nice.
Absolutely.
Really nice play here. Good.
More of those games, please, where we see a strategy from the beginning until the end and just straight ahead, focusing on the strategy they decided for. That's why we play Age of Empires 4 and casting it and watching it, right?
Yes, that is exactly why. Good. All right. I'll send you an invite for the next game. Let's see. So if we're looking at the bracket in round 3, there's one match still going. SecretBeef against Error 404. I'm guessing they played for a while. I'm just looking if I can find the game. That's not it. Nope, doesn't look like it, so maybe they just finished. We'll see. I should have at least one of them in my friend list.
By the way, guys, who just hopped in a little bit later this evening, this night, we have a 2v2 one-trick pony tournament, Low Elo Legends, casted here on Mania's stream. And we have two brackets, just one lower and one bottom and one top bracket. The top bracket already done, just two teams with the best of three. We casted earlier, I had a look in earlier, and now we are in round 4 of the group stage of the bottom bracket, and yeah, we're waiting for the next game to join in, and we're gonna play or see Golden Heights, right?
Yeah, finally we're gonna see Golden Heights being played. I've been waiting for that for a while. We've seen a couple Cauldron games and they're really fun in 2v2. Um, like just with like in the way the players spawn. But Golden Heights should be really interesting to see that as well. So all the Cauldron games we saw, the water had been completely ignored. But with Golden Heights, there's deep sea fish there. If you ignore it, or if one part ignores it and another one, like one of the players goes for it, like that could make a huge difference. So I'm really excited to see how they're gonna tackle that map. So Golden Heights, I'm really looking forward to that. And
Yeah, absolutely with you, especially there can be so many different strategies or openers. I mean, in 1v1 we saw a lot of different. I'm pretty sure you can have the same in 2v2. We at least we have one English player. So we saw in a 1v1 tournament Beastie versus just help me, one of the Canadian brothers. Not Puppy Paw.
well, Wham,
Come on.
that was Wham.
Wham. Thanks. Yeah. Where Wham decided to go for the 4 villager opener or 5, I think 5 villager opener on the water, and because of the fact that the English has short bows early on, they could snipe the one villager who, if Beastie would have sent one there, and so on. So there are so many things on this map which can start in the early on. If we see a Mongol, does he decide for Dark Age opening to contest the water in Dark Age? And do we see a early or a quick game which ends that early because Dark Age is fully committed and already decided? So many things can happen on this map, especially on this map.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm really looking forward to that again. Like, I think it's a really cool map in 1v1, but I think it also gets really interesting in multiplayer in 2v2 just because of the way the players spawn. It's just makes for some interesting strategies. And again, I hope that we'll see some water plays, and some action around that as well. Some early aggression, Dark Age aggression. I'm all for that. As Liquid pointed out, if you're Mongols or in general, like trade works out well on that map too. So you can even trade if you want to. So that is an option. So a couple different things that you can do there.
And I think if you go, for example, Mongol trade, it does not hurt you that much when the opponent player is going on water himself, because you have a kind of a counter echo boom, right? And yeah, sure, trade pays off a little bit later, I'd say, but to me it feels like, especially on the level I was playing, it feels like if I do not have water but I have trade, the payment I get is bigger. Because there will be a point, if you are on water, you need somehow a farm transition. If you start your trade, you start the transition already, and you do not have to do a gold into trade transition later on, and so on. And there are so many situations where I think, oh goddamn, I have trade and I have so many gold. I don't know what I do with the gold. I don't have wood, I don't have food, but gold, it's just like unlimited. However, interesting to see if we will have a Mongolian trade or Mongolian game here. Or maybe we see a cock opening as a French.
The Chamber of Commerce. I mean, it would be wild, but at the same time not unheard of,
Yes.
right? So, uh, yeah, definitely could be in the cards here. So I'm just looking at, what people have picked, and so we've seen a couple of French. We did see one English. We've seen Malians, Mongols. We've seen a lot of Japanese as well. We've seen Ottomans and Abbasid ones. Um, but we haven't seen Byzantines, if I didn't mention that already. But we didn't see. So Holy Roman Empire had also been picked by
Oh.
two people. So we could see Holy Roman Empire being played. Ayyubids has been picked once as well, and Order of the Dragon and Chinese. So they are still on the card here. So no Juicy's Legacy, Delhi Sultanate is not gonna be picked. House of Lancaster, Knights Templar is not picked. Um, and Jeanne d'Arc also not being picked. But yeah, still like we could see some more variety in civs here pretty soon, depending on what matchup we're looking at. Currently, the players I believe are all still drafting. The round has just started, so we're gonna need to wait for just a few more minutes. Let's see which
I mean,
one.
HRE and OTD, are these, so they are two different civilizations, but
Mm-hmm.
are they in general common 2v2 or team civilizations? I would say not.
You mean like not together, right? You mean like in general?
Yeah, I mean in general. I just a general,
Um,
like French is a common 2v2
yeah, yeah.
civilization. So
Um,
let's put it in this context.
mhm. I did see Order of the Dragon once, and that was played really aggressively with the wine work, and then a lot of spearmen, horsemen. And that completely destroyed my French mate, and then like the other guy, I think was playing Japanese, but it was a 3v3, so maybe like there was something else in there as well. So, but you could play Order of the Dragon really aggressively, and I think that would work well in a team game. And on the other side, Holy Roman Empire, you can also play it aggressively, or you can play like a fast castle and hope that your mate will cover for you. So in a sense, like French HRE could also work well. French being aggressive and Holy Roman Empire just going for the fast castle and the relics. So there's a couple
Well,
different options.
well, sure, there are a couple different offenses, but I'm wondering, did I ever see HRE as a forced pick that someone now I'm talking about all the past 2v2 tournaments I was watching, so like EGZ or the Warchief Club and stuff like this. And I think I didn't recognize it, so I would say it's not common to pick HRE in a team game 2v2 format like
Mm-hmm.
this because of the better strengths by the other civilizations. I mean, sure, you
Mm-hmm.
can argue for each civilization there's a valid pick reason for it, and there are strategies you can go for, but are they common or very typical 2v2 civilization? I would say no.
Yeah.
But we play Golden Heights, and Golden Heights is kind of a hybrid map. And we know that OTD and more than HRE, but OTD is picked on water maps because of the wood echo.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe because of the situation we have the Golden Heights map, the OOTD player, and that's why I would suggest let's try to pick the OOTD game, uh, can get some advantage out of the map and in the 2v2 situation.
Yeah, yeah, I would love to see that played. I think there are a couple of drops, unfortunately, so the brackets will have to be reshuffled just slightly. Let's just refresh the page here. Okay, good. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Good. Yeah, so we'll just have to wait for a little bit. I think that. Invite. Okay. Yeah, okay, this one game should be open. Let's see if we can find it.
Alright, meanwhile, we are still waiting. What does... We have 3-year anniversary... how to pronounce it? I'm stupid.
Anniversary.
You know what I mean. Yeah, anniversary. Thanks. Sometimes it's difficult. However,
yeah.
Let's talk about what does the next year bring us.
Oof.
Are there some special events? What is in the tube? What is on the line? What is the hot shit is coming up?
The hot shit that is coming up. Well, that's a very good question, and I'm actually not prepared for that. So the thing is, how Low Elo Legends, it's a more casual experience. It's aimed for anybody, right? I mean, if you're a silver player, you can still play and have fun there, and as long as there's enough other silver players joining you, that's like the one caveat. Then it can be a really casual, fun and really casual experience for anybody. And so Lel usually is just like, go with the flow. It's just like whatever goes and is like asked for in the moment. So for example, a while ago, a lot of people were asking about 2v2 tournaments because nobody was hosting them. And that's what kind of like also started these 2v2 tournaments. And we have hosted a couple 2v2 tournaments now. We have hosted one 3v3 tournament. We have hosted an all-random tournament, a one-trick tournament. Now today we have a 2v2 one-trick tournament. So we combine two different formats. And we're looking at options for nomad tournaments, free-for-all tournaments, potentially, things like that. So there are a couple different options that we have, but we haven't really put something in stone in a sense. Like we will have a community survey in probably a couple of weeks, I would guess, and then we will ask the community as well about what they want to see, and then we'll go from there. So we don't, like, from a Low Elo Legends point of view, we don't have a lot of things set in stone right now. And as Rising Empires, as an organization and as a whole, I would say our main focus right now is the King of the Rockies 2025 in 2 months, or 1.5 months. And depending on how things develop from there, I'm guessing we'll hear about other big LAN tournaments that we'll host next year. So I'm definitely expecting more LAN tournaments to come from our side. I don't see why we wouldn't do them, and so that's something that we can really look forward to. And Low Elo Legends, as long as there's interest from the players and the community is behind us, we will always host them. Is my guess.
People out there in the stream, just keep yourself up to date. Join the Discord Rising Empires, so you get all the informations firsthand and in an original way about all the upcoming hot shit. I call it hot shit, I would say, which is in the pipeline. But yeah, as you mentioned, as we all know, King of the Rockies is coming in, and the LAN event is not that like a weekly online tournament, so it needs a lot of focus. And I'm looking forward to follow the series, the full event on the Rising Empire Twitch channel itself. And with saying that, we hop into the game.
Yes.
It's HRE Ayyubids versus Byzantine England.
Yes, we do have a couple, like I think 2 different teams that were a matchup that were up. This is one of those. So we had, briefly dipped into LosLappo and Rumilor, playing when they were, doing their 1-hour tournament game here. And so that was the moment when the cat jumped on my computer and shut it down, so that was great. And now we're gonna see them again. So LosLappo playing the English, we see Byzantines Rumilor right now, doing the standard 2 villager on stone opener, is probably then moving on to gold, which is kind of far out a little bit, but it's a little bit far out. His mate in a, I would say, more comfortable position, the gold behind in the back of the base, playing as the English very defensively, can wall here easily. His immediate opponent is HRE, also with a very comfortable gold spawn in the back. Could look for an Archenchapel down there between woodline and berries maybe, or he does it more on the western side to cover the gold as well. So we're gonna see about that shortly. And RebelProduct, the fourth player playing the Ayyubids, so HAE and Ayyubids first time today, and neither player is on water, which is slightly disappointing to me. I have to admit that, but here we are. We don't have a House of Wisdom right now from Ayyubids, so we don't know what he is going to choose as a wing. But I guess we're gonna find out soon.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm not sure if the decision going for 3 cisterns, so early stone for Byzantine, facing an Ayyubid on his lane is the way to go, especially with the risk, because he decided to go immediately on this. With the potential risk, the Ayyubids could go for the water, and using his Haber or yeah, it's dock discount from 150 to 75 wood to scale his echo, and maybe with the military ring or something like this, pressuring the gold, because I mean, let's face it, the gold is ass. It's a full mining camp out of TC range.
Yeah.
So if the Ayyubid finds timing, yeah, maybe he will be in a big trouble. On the other hand, I'd say the Byzantine is not that much addicted into gold early on to scale his echo and get his military out, because of the contracts, the oil, and the berries are kind of defended himself. So yeah, very interesting situation here. A lot of things could happen. English himself is going for the 2TC build, obviously, 4 villages on stone. And I'm not sure if you want to go for 2TC against an HRE here on this map.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So both players just opening like they did the during the game that we saw briefly. So kind of going for the same opener here. Also Grand Winery, Abbey of Kings, Archenchapel. No surprise there at all. We do have we have the dervishes coming up. So Culture Wing is the choice here. So no early aggression, good for Rumilor. You know, he'll be happy to hear about that. Another thing with the early aggression, and that's why I would have especially loved to have that. You don't really see that in the Fog of War, but there's 2 golds here, like pretty close to each other. If you pressure 1 gold, Byzantines also loses the other one. And then there's no gold in the back of the base. The next one would be here, which is also kind of out in the open. And all the other gold is then, you know, Golden Heights on the middle of the map. And so you could really, like, yeah, Byzantines doesn't really need to have gold early on if they don't want to go fast castle, but at some point you need it. And at some point it would be nice to have it, and if Ayyubids goes for the Desert Raiders and then goes fast castle behind that, you will get 0 relics inside your Grand Winery, and that kind of sucks. Like, you do want to have that. Another reason why I would love to see someone on water, and potentially even the Byzantines, since they're pretty close to it. The Byzantines, which, you know, it doesn't make sense, but the Byzantines get olive oil from the fish. So, I mean, explain that to me, but yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, well, it's yeah, you can. But yeah, on the other side, Lutheran Crusader, by the way, awesome name. Playing has 2 Two prelates already. One is still inspiring the ones on the gold mine. The other one is on the Aachen Chapel, which is where I would have guessed that it will be placed. Pulling all the sheep there, really nice move, and then a couple villagers on wood as well. So not looking like a fast castle right now, but also not too much into feudal aggression. I'm really curious to see how that shapes out. Second TC for English is on the way, so yeah, nothing crazy here. Timing, I guess, could be improved a little bit, but other than that, yeah, pretty fine.
Wait, the positioning of the second TC makes me a bit curious.
I mean,
re-rally on stone? Oh no, yeah, re-rallied on stone with 4 villagers. And normally do not drop a TC on the stone unless you wanna go 3 TC.
Yes.
As the English.
Yeah, and that worries me. I mean, he is 14 villagers on wood and still the 4 on stone. I'm not sure what that's going to be. Okay, he's going to farm transition. Okay, I'm kind of relieved to see that. But he still might go for a 3rd town center, which I'm not sure if that's the right move to. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Okay. On the other side, what do we have? We have longbows coming up here. Wait, do we? Yeah, with longbows. Never mind. We do have longbows. So the Western contract from the Byzantines, just like last time. We also have the Limitani, which. Why do you go Limitani now if your opponent doesn't have Desert Raiders?
Good question. I don't know. I mean, they're only archers, so it's maybe a blind pick. Cause what you, I mean, you want to go feudal, obviously. So it looks like, not obviously, but it looks like he wants to go for. So if you go feudal, you need a front line. What else you want to go? I mean, you could go for horsemen, but it's not typical for a Byzantine to go horsemen because of the situation of the shield wall, right? So
yeah,
I would say this is somehow like I do it always, so I did it without scouting by opponent's military production, and that's the reason why he went for Limitani. I would interpret it or would say that's the reason why, but however, Bergnitz is coming in. HRE is about to hit castle pretty soon, and I wonder. Oh no, RebelProduct is far away, but he has 500 gold in the bank, so I wonder if boss wanna go for somehow a fast castle, and RebelProduct will provide all the gathered relics with the dervish to the HRE player.
I mean, that would be smart because he benefits the most from that. That definitely could be an option for now. Okay, so it just came in. What are the opponents going to do? Because LosLappo, he's sitting on enough resources to actually drop a 3rd town center, but we don't see that. Nobody is on water right now. Byzantines is really close to castle, but just not there yet. 6 villagers is a little bit tight. Usually you have like 7 or 8, and then you can get a better timing there. 4 cisterns. I mean, yeah, he could have the 5th one already, but that's nitpicking. So overall, is looking to go, like, looking for some aggression, but isn't really finding that. There's a lot of archers actually on the Ayyubids side here. Again, like, no Desert Raiders at all, which is what he probably expected. But, yeah, he's just gonna get disappointed for now.
And we will see, pretty sure, castle clicking in a couple seconds by RebelProduct as well. And question is, what is he going for? He's going for military wing.
Yeah, so now we're gonna see the Desert Raiders, which makes sense. I usually like to do it the other way around, but I'm pretty sure that's just preferential. And now he's gonna have, you know, 3 Desert Raiders every 2 minutes for the rest of the game. So that is a lot of Desert Raiders. And, you know, maybe not as much like free resources as the Golden Horn Tower produces, but it's still nice. Rumilor did go for a second town center, by the way. So 2 town center Byzantine, 2 town center English, White Tower getting dropped right now. So eco versus fast castle in a sense.
Yeah. So eco versus tech.
Yeah.
And interesting to see because both teams decided. So it's not like one player in the team went echo, the other one tech. Oh, nice!
Wow!
Did you see that? What he did with the king? Nice micro here with the red scout he did there, and not dropping the relic again, or no? Not
He's trying to drop it. It looks like
just a block with the scout. But he bought time, so
yeah, it got closer to his base, right? I mean, usually it would have been here, and now it's at least like half a screen over here. So good micro here by him, distracting the king. Also, he has knights on the field now as well, so he can go toe-to-toe against the king for sure. And could even look for some aggression. I mean, you know, like, English is really defensively here with the farms and with the White Tower here in the, like, front of the base. But there's still an opening here on the north side. You can go all the way around. You hit them at the gold, which, again, is outside of town center range. So, English is a little bit vulnerable right now.
But is it? I mean, there are 2 TCs with the Bell, with Garrison, all the villagers, and you know, as an English guy, okay, they both went fast castle. They can't have that much of military on the field, so I see what you mean in the long term, but overall, I think there was no need to place the White Tower next to the farms, and I think deciding to protect the second gold is not the worst one, unless you get raided, maybe with a bigger army part, but the walls coming up at the front and the back part can also be walled quite good. So it's not a 10 of 10, but it's also not a 0 out of 10, the positioning of the white tower. So interesting, but good. However, what's interesting is that the castle timing by Rumilor and LosLappo is not that much behind their opponent team, except that the HRE guy. And I'm not sure if RebelProduct and Lutheran Crusader, because if you go fast tech situation, a tech gameplay with a fast castle, you want to use the fast castle, right? Especially when the opponent is going echo. But I don't see they use the castle. But what we see is the dervishship provides the relics for the HRE. Nice team play. Yeah, really nice team play here. But right now there's no. Okay, there's one relic gathered here, and then he will put the other ones in shortly. So really good synergy here from both players. But not as much impact as I would have loved to see. I mean, there's one relic here still out, but other than that, so that basically should be like a 6 relic HRE if I'm like reading the map correctly. 5. Yeah. 7 relics in 2v2, right? So one is on the field, one is already gathered by the Byzantine guy. Oh, he has one. Okay, now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, then it's 5. It's 5 relics. I mean, that's a lot of with the relics. And it's still insane. It is insane. And now we have the knights moving in. The wall has not been finished, so again, like they can just ignore the White Tower for now. Just move on to that part. There's the second town center, which is weaker. A lot of idle time here. Needs to be careful though. Like, to your point, I mean, this is a very defensible base. The White Tower is super annoying. The town center is really strong. You need to be careful here against all the spearmen to not lose too many knights here. So no real eco impact here besides the idle time.
So yeah, probably needs to find a different way to approach this. I actually think it would be funny to just put a trebuchet up on the hill and then just fire down on the White Tower. Like, I would just get rid of that with siege. Like, I don't want to bother with that. And once you have that, you destroy the palisade wall here on the left side, and then you just do the same thing again. Trebuchet the town centers, and yeah, army-wise, Knight Archer, that will be a fine comp against English, I think. And then, what does Ayyubids do? A lot of archers, couple of desert raiders, gulams, okay.
Did you see HRE's production?
HRE's production?
Military production?
No. 4 stables, nothing else. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one siege workshop.
I mean, 4 stables at the HRE. That's a commitment in 2 nights,
yeah.
I would say, and that's not very typical. And also 2 blacksmiths now dropping the upgrades here, the military upgrades. Plus 1 range defense is still missing. Also in the especially in the fight, in the first fight in yellow space. So that was a bit unfortunately because he took too much damage there and could not pay off that much. If he already would have plus 1 range defense, maybe plus 2, complete different spot in the situation.
Yeah.
And engagement is coming in the middle of the map. It looks like.
Yeah, definitely looks like. Again, like Ayyubids having a lot of archers here and a little bit of a front line. HAE does have a siege workshop, so they actually could go for a trebuchet, but for now we don't really have any siege. In the meantime, we did see movement on the water here, so a little bit of aggression here from the Ayyubids trying to get the water back from the Byzantines, which, like, they're trying to do something on water here again, getting olive oil from fish. I wonder what the diet of those fish was, if you get olive oil out of them. But yeah, big fight here in the middle. Little bit of a sandwich here from the Ayyubids, getting pincered here by English and Byzantines. Berkshire is getting dropped in the front of the base. Is gonna complete, so that was not enough damage in time. Killed a couple villagers, but does that mean much against the 2TC English? I don't know. And Ayyubids completely getting cleaned here by English. By English, yeah, by the longbows from the Byzantines. So, that was painful. I mean, you lost the fight, and your opponent is Imperial Age.
Yes, but echo-wise, the second TC did not pay off because checked villager count of LosLappo and checked villager count of Lutheran Crusader, and on top of Lutheran Crusader there are the 4 relics. Normally it should be 5, right? I don't know where the last one is Isla on the right side of the map. That's unlucky. Next to the water. But however, he has 4 relics inside his Regnitz and the tower. So the payment was huge for LosLappo to get the Berkshire up. Echo-wise.
Yeah, true, but I mean, that's the thing, like, if he just picks up the production, like, yes, right now he's on par with HRE, but he should get ahead very soon, and Byzantines actually use the 2 TCs, I mean, not now, currently, the second TC is idle, but was using them quite nicely. 70 villagers, a couple of them were fishing boats, I suppose, but yeah, just lost water right now, so that's gonna be gone fairly soon. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, he has a nice army. He can just move out here and destroy the Ayyubids. I don't think the Ayyubids has too much to deal with them right now. Also, again, production in the front, very easy to just attack that with a couple of Limitani, ranking guards, some Landsknechts in the mix even, so a pretty solid tanky frontline overall, and most notably all infantry, so he doesn't care about the camel unease. He will just hit them, and yeah.
I mean, it feels like the Byzantine army itself can beat both armies of RebelProduct and Crusader.
It almost feels like that, yeah.
If you look at the amount of the numbers of military units which waiting there, and I think RebelProduct, so not only he's idling his TC, but also he overcommitted a little bit into the water with 2 demos and 3 bagalas. Meanwhile, the Byzantine did just what? Built 3 fishing ships, that's all. So yeah, unfortunately for RebelProduct, he put himself in a little bit in a bad spot with these 2 things situation together. And yeah, Byzantine army is still roaming, but is a bit scared because of the sprinkler emplacement in one of these towers, or 2 towers there.
Yeah.
Just needs to drop 1 or 2 of those Byzantine rams and to get rid of the towers.
Yeah, either that or you just go for the trebuchets. Just, you know, in Castle Age I prefer just using trebuchets because you always stay out of the direct impact from the opponent.
Yeah.
But I mean, for now, like, he's doing a lot of damage even without doing a whole lot, just because he's denying all the gold from Ayyubids, and they don't have the relics inside, right? They like. They don't have, I mean, okay, there's a little bit of gold income here, like 14 villagers on that gold vein, but like the prior gold vein that we're mining from is shut down. There's trebuchets, very nice, and ooh, the knights coming in here needs to be grouping a little bit together. Where's the English army, by the way? I mean, yeah, he can kind of hold his position right now against 2 armies. But, which is crazy, by the way, but where's the English army? You would kind of need the Imperial English army right now. It is moving in here, but it's so painfully slow. But again, like, he's holding, like, look at that.
I mean, he decided it very well, the kind of army comp he ran for, Limitonai, Varangian Guards, and the Western contract with the longbows. So he has a counter to each unit his opponent has on the field, and that's just a ridiculous Byzantine Echo playing on level 5 cisterns with the Golden Horn Tower. But yeah.
Now English army is moving in. Finally, Spearman in time getting the elite upgrade, and that is the cue for the knights to run. By the way, really good micro here for Rumilor with the Limitani, just circling around the trebuchets, making sure that the knights do not get on top of them. Abbasid, Ayyubids rather, still have a lot of crossbows, so those are a good counter against the Varangian guards, obviously, but they're kind of mixed in with the Limitani, so difficult to snipe them out easily. And again, with the trebuchets, you always just stay out of range, and you can just fire away to your heart's content. And a couple of production buildings already gone. That also did affect the Golden Age, so that is also kind of annoying for Ayyubids, you know, to have to rebuild the Golden Age, the buildings to connect them with the Golden Age.
By the way, there's a question in the chat. I think it's directly to you.
Oh yeah, with the tiebreaker. It is there's some weird metrics that strategy is gathering, like who wins how against what or whatever. I don't know it from the top of my head, but the tournament admins can just take care of that. It's like the system shuffles that independently, but the admins, before they finalize the bracket, they will also look at that. So we don't really need to worry about that right now. I'm so so impressed with with Byzantines right now. I mean, Byzantines is really strong in late game, and with the cistern cost change that had been like was happening a couple of patches ago, they actually got it slightly stronger in late game, even because the cisterns are a little bit cheaper now. You know, like back then, like they used to cost 250, like the last ones, and now it's 120 stones. So like the cost is basically half. And so it's a lot easier to just spam cisterns if you want to in late game, have 5, 6, 7 cisterns, it doesn't matter anymore. And it's really strong here. Incredibly well played. Um, English was just, you know, cheering on the sidelines, it feels like, and Byzantine did all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, Byzantine is just strong, but we mentioned it during the game. The strategy by Lutheran, Crusader, and RebelProduct in the end did not pay off because they did not use their tech advantage, their tech gameplay, especially against two echo boomers. So if you wanna go if you go echo, you need your opponent has to punish yourself, has to punish your echo play. Otherwise, your opponent will die, right?
Yeah.
And in this situation, the opponent decided to go for tech, which is a valid strategy overall. But in the end, you have to use your tech advantage before your echo boomer gets on the same level. And yeah, they didn't use it in this situation or couldn't use it in this situation. So unfortunately for the H3 and Ayyubid players, and congratulations to the Byzantine and English player.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
right. This was the round 4 of Swiss of the group stage, right?
Yeah, there's still one game going, I believe, with Yapos against Inter, so I don't know how far they are. Let me just see if I can find the games there. Um,
So, question beside this, organizational question. So you want to go for the last group stage game, then I do stay, or do we do handover takeover with Liquid?
I think it kind of depends on if we can jump in the game right now. If so, I would just
Okay.
do that. If we cannot find that right now, we have to take a wait. That was not what I wanted. And if we have to take a break anyway, then we'll just yeah. I just jumped into a game like which is not part of our tournament. We're not gonna observe that. It's, will be fun
I
though.
see.
Just some random people like we'd never seen them, but hey, get a shout out here on our channel.
Random is immer gut.
Yeah, random is always fun. That's true. Okay. Let's get back into the lobby. It just takes forever here. Da, 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 da. Okay. So yeah, if you see the game by chance, just let me know. But I'm just trying to find it right now.
Who is it?
That would be Dashzero and Corey time against Acid and TopNotchPainter. Um, just don't have them in my friends list, I suppose.
No, there's only one game.
Yeah.
Addict, Dashzero, TopNotchPainter, Acid with XH.
Mhm.
They play in Golden Heights, improved team UI.
Oh, you see that actually?
Yeah, if you sometimes the observer menu is
Yeah.
stupid. Just go on the filter, take 4 players and mark mods, and then there's only one game.
Modded. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Okay, let's jump into that. You're in my group. Perfect. Yeah, so they're a little bit ahead, so we're gonna speed it up just a little bit so we don't miss like the semifinals going in. But yeah, there's the Chinese, by the way. So we do have Chinese, we have the other HIE player, so everything is as it should be. Do we actually have two Byzantines? Oh yeah, that's right. We had two players choosing a Byzantine. So that's the other Byzantine player. Very nice, very nice.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Chinese at Byzantine. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, okay, so Chinese Byzantine, a very interesting comp. I don't know if there's any synergies there. So Byzantines close to the water, so they could actually go on water if they decided to. HIE also close to the water, so we could see some little battle there. I mean, as Byzantines, you don't really like to go on water because it just sucks. With the Dromone, it's just such an awful unit. So you will basically lose any water fight, but in terms of fishing, it's really nice. So that's like the upside to that. So Addict, as we see right now here, playing the English, getting a shot at the scout here for a brief second. With his mate, so English HRE, a good Western European comp against South European / Asian comp with the Byzantines and Chinese. With the Chinese in play, do you think we're gonna see pro scouts? Because you know, I'm happy that we haven't seen pro scouts at all during this tournament so far.
I would say yes, but this is, well, as I said, I didn't play the season right now, so I took a bit of a break. So my opinion is maybe too far in the past because of what was meta in the last season, and it changed quite a bit. So don't know. But overall, I would say we do see. I have to change my opinion. We see Barbican of the Sun at first, so I would say no pro scout. But well, yeah, you know, it's always, you can be surprised when people do crazy strategies. But what I would wanted to talk about is you asked about synergies, and yeah, I think you can see get some synergies. Well, Byzantine decided to go for the winery, but he also could go for the hippodrome. So Byzantine could go for commit into horsemen early on. Meanwhile, the Chinese player could commit into zugzugs, and I would say these two combinations are quite strong, especially in fuel if you want to go aggro on the HRE player, or also on the English player, but well, completely different. The English player is going fuel all in, it looks like, definitely, and also the HRE wanna commit into fuel, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely setting up for it. So we do have a barracks, and then we had the council hall, so the archery range on steroids here, and yeah, spearmen here coming in from the HE. Again, this is a little sped up, so it's you know, like 2 times the speed, so don't get too confused here as a viewer. But yeah, shutting down the gold here. Tower on stone though, so he wants to keep the stone production flowing, but yeah, as long as there's no L slits, needs to be careful here, but is not losing a villager for now. Chinese and Byzantine both are on water right now, so trying to get some fishing eco going. So yeah, early like feudal aggression against eco play, it looks like. The Barbican play, I'm really confused about the placement here. You already have the cannonball from the town center. You don't need the. Why is the Barbican like not here if you want to protect something? Or you could even drop the Barbican like next to your opponent. You could drop it on the gold here. There's a couple stone outcroppings. You could like. The Barbican play is weird, and then he moves into Imperial Academy, so like kind of like the reverse here, as you usually do it nowadays. So Song Dynasty, 1 TC, and then on water. So a little bit odd choices, but yeah, they have to contest with the fact that English and H3E both playing it very aggressively.
Yeah, but I think, especially because they do not scout the water, so yellow and teal has no clue both players are on water. I mean, it's efficient what they the fishing what they do, but in the end they have some, and Zuxox now arriving the Byzantine base, so mispathing by Byzantine villagers. However, the pavement, the pressure is there, but it looks like Byzantine and China can stabilize themselves quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Shugnu, there's some longbows, so again, the Western contract being the choice here for the Byzantines, so that can... Like, you basically have longbow against longbow, and then you have the Shugnu against... Yeah, basically against men-at-arm or... anything, whatever comes to your face. HE should have scouted out the fishing just now while passing, you know, like just right next to it, so it should not be completely uncontested here. Horsemen from the Chinese trying to find a little bit of a raid here as well. So just, you know, responding to the aggression, villager going down. HE still holding the aggression here with men-at-arm and archer, which is a very solid comp for Feudal Age. And one thing that Byzantines struggle with in Feudal Age is they don't have access to any armored unit except for the cash if you go for the Eastern contract, or for the Silk Road contract. So I'm confused. Well, it's one of the contracts with the cash contract. It's the cash contract. But other than that, you struggle against men-at-arms. So you just have longbows, which against the archers, like it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, also China has some struggle with armored units in Feudal, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. However, stabilizing is done, and not only that, also a ramp push is getting prepared on the English base on the left side of the map. Someone hit castle, it's the HE.
Yeah, HE with the Regnitz. China is also going up with the astronomical clock tower while they're preparing their ramp push here. Shugunu in the base here still trying to help the Byzantines, who are struggling to get the gold that they need to in order to go up to the castle age. Going back on gold is a little bit premature here. There's still archers, needs to be careful to not lose too many villagers. So Byzantines definitely a little bit behind what they would like to have right now. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, the ramp push here on the top side, moving in, that should be quite successful. There's a couple of spearmen, but we have Shuganu to deal with that. Veterans coming in, so we have veteran Shuganu and veteran horsemen as well, but the numbers are just not there. That's a little bit too many rams and not enough units to actually hold that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I should. Yeah, it's a right game. We do see an archery galere archery ship on the water, trying to fight the infantry there and protect and defend the docks, but they're already. Oh, archery is staying into the archer ship and gets a lot of damage on the archers on the backline. Kind of good micro here to hit and run with the archery, just go forward, go back, go forward, go out of range, go forward, go out of range, and so on and so on. And now we see Byzantine is close about to edging up. He they hit castle, the Byzantine guy, or not hit, but is building castle, but the positioning is wild, out of TC range, and not just a little bit, just completely out of TC range. Meanwhile, the HOE is in front of his base. That's it's a rough decision. He is up, so Golden Horn Tower is starting producing, and yeah, HOE. I think HOE has to do something because just really something, because Byzantine, even though he took damage, the Golden Horn Tower is producing passively, and it's a lot.
Yeah, English also hitting castle now with the white tower, so that will be a little bit defensive here. But with that keep drop from the Chinese, that is, you know, kind of toxic in a sense. I mean, I love it, but it's kind of toxic a little bit here. Yeah, just defending that could be a little bit difficult here for English. Chinese being very aggressive here. I don't mind the Golden Horn Tower being a little bit outside of TC range if you wanna, you know, like save that space for more production or maybe farms, like olive groves, like you can do that. As long as it's connected to the sisters, like that's the main important thing, obviously. But yeah, for now, China doing a lot of work, being all over the map here with a lot of horsemen trying to raid here. There's no gold anymore here, so we'll not find anything for HOE. I think they got all the gold they need with the relics that they gathered.
And we see disgusting China base camping in the rest of the map. And disgusting by, I don't mean that oh, unlucky. Losing trebuchets to archers to longbows is wild. However, what I meant with disgusting is the fact that this kind of gameplay is hard to break. It's a relit gameplay. I mean, it's a strategy, it's a tactic, and the Chinese faction offers it, and it's one of the strengths. But it does not change the fact to me that it's hard to break, hard to deal with.
Well, it is hard to break, yeah, but at the same time, the English defense with the white tower is also hard to break. He can just go for trebuchet himself, and then he just has the same thing. And so, it actually kind of works both ways. Byzantines is trying to break in on the right side, so English, you know, just like this tiny little base here, trying to defend, and HOE being very widespread here, a big base here that they got for themselves. Finding the horsemen here from the Chinese, they're not gonna get out alive here.
Yeah, and once the white tower is dead, English is dead, because the English player just has 30 military units on the field. It's 23 of them are longbows and horsemen sitting around. Now the raid on the gold, losing a little bit more villages. I mean, yeah, the HRE guy has 103 military units on the field, but I think, well, let's put it another way. We saw before how a Byzantine player beats two armies with just one. And yeah, this Byzantine player is in a quite weaker spot, but he can recover from the damage he took early on, especially because of the situation the English player is facing.
Yeah, and I mean, by the way, he does have the Expilatores tech. And so he did do more damage to the villagers and also got 30 gold per villager kill. So that raid alone probably gave him like close to 200 gold. That's really nice. He did go for a second town center on the west side, so that is very safe in the Chinese base. So he's yeah, very defensive there. He can build his eco up there. That is very nice. White Tower has been destroyed. And by the way, it's not only the White Tower as a defensive landmark. It's also that this was one of 3 military production buildings that English had. And like now he's down to the council hall and a barracks. Like with what, Dark Age men at arms? Like what are you gonna do with that? So that is the most like that's the main issue that why he lost the one tower is because that was his main production building right now, and he lost that. So he still has the longbows. That is nice, but well, Nest of Beasts, they can kind of deal with that if they need to. As we, whoa,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, look away, kids! Don't do this at home. Ah. Yeah, you can.
So Adri is here. Sorry.
Yeah, you can do it. Like, look at this. Like, this is a choice that you can make, I guess. But
Yeah. So the team Adri here is an elite military-wise because he has 126 military on the field against 66 plus 23 siege. Okay, fair enough, but 66 military. So if we look on the split, so where the military is placed, Adri easily with his army can overrun the Byzantine player here, but he's waiting too long, I think. Okay, now he's breaking out, but I'm not. I wonder if he just waited too long, even though, and now he's moving backwards. So here we see something in a tactical decision-making, strategical decision-making situation. All these forward backwards, pushing to the south, now reinforcing the teal base and stuff like this, needs time, costs time, where he did not do anything. So it feels like he did not commit into one direction, he wants to do everything. And if you want to do everything...
Oh my goodness.
Another keep. Oh boy.
That is going to go up. That is going to go up. It is close, but he was getting that one up. Masterpiece, there's not a single unit that is defending those siege units. So that is a little bit of a unfortunate misplay here by the Chinese to not have any kind, like, you know, if you had like 15 palace guards there, like that already would have probably been enough to just defend for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think the HIE was waiting for too long, and now he's just destroying everything. Like, he doesn't even need siege. Like, look at how fast that keep is falling down. And
yeah,
like this is crazy. Like, he should have done that like 10 minutes ago, it feels like. So yeah, speeding up just slightly again here to keep moving, but Chinese, it feels like, is dropping the ball a little bit with just going for siege and not really defending this, and you just lost 2 keeps here. Like, that is a lot of stone that you're losing. And yeah, not to mention all the resources from the siege that he's just losing there.
And what is this? Just look at yellow space.
Yeah, just looking at that now, losing the outposts here.
No, I mean yellow space, main base.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Like,
oh, sorry.
No worries. Yeah, so he is burning down the troops, but at the same time his base is getting burned down as well by mainly range units here, but...
And he lost like 4 trebuchets and 1 mangonel there.
Yeah, and he's also losing access to 2 of the relics, so that is a lot of gold income that he is losing. So that would have been 320 gold per minute that he just lost, so...
More sieges coming in by HRE, so heal base is kinda safe.
Kind of stabilizing, yeah, just a little bit.
But reinforcement by China is coming in, and here's so. Yeah, I think the move with the whole army to the top to save teal space is kind of a mis-decision making in this situation. Watching the whole map, I think the commitment to the south into the attack of Byzantine base would help the team quite more, but I mean, watching it backwards or after everything happened, it's always easy, and stuff like this. 2 more keeps again up in the base of the English player. I mean, yeah, as I said, ridiculous.
Yeah, it is pretty ridiculous, but I mean, if you want to just, you know, put the final nail in the coffin, I do understand that. Council Hall is getting rammed. That's the 3rd, another keep. amazing.
Hi, Crackety. Are you there?
Oh man, Crackety would love this. This is amazing. Like, how do you even get that much stone on the map? I didn't even know you had that much stone on the map here. Oh, this is so. What? No.
Yeah.
Like, this is the 6th keep that he's dropping in the base. Like, how much do you hate English? Like, oh my goodness. Just dropping 6 keeps in, like, casually dropping 6 keeps, like, my job here is done. Horseman tried to get on top of the Mangonel here, but good Vololor here to prevent that from happening. Okay, yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, China hitting Imperial Age and HIE English tapping out.
Yeah, and the confusing early Barbican and the positioning, I don't know. I don't get it, but
oh gosh,
doesn't matter. The play by English and HRE with the feudal aggression early on did damage the Byzantine, and we saw that the Byzantine guy, I would say he did not carry the game. I would say he was following the Chinese player because of the Dark Age, or not Dark Age, because of feudal aggression and the damage done by HRE and English, but they could not take the advantage they put themselves into the mid game. There was somehow some like timing they missed, a transition decision they missed, something like that. Because the Chinese player, could stabilize his Byzantine mate, and beside this, prepared a huge push into English base, and the English could not recover from it.
Yeah. I definitely think that if HIE had played this a little bit cleaner, like if I'm just looking at the gold count right now, he was floating like easily 5,000 gold for, yeah, 3 to 4 5,000 gold at some point, even surpassing 5,000 before he hit Imperial Age. If he had spent that more efficiently, he had the military lead by far, by far. So if we're looking at like 27 minutes, 26 minutes, he had more units than all of the other 3 players combined. And again, like, you know, a little bit cleaner build, going Imperial Age, getting the upgrades, and then just moving in. He could have wiped the complete Byzantine army and a base, complete, like, erase everything, just completely burn it to the ground. And then it doesn't matter if your English guy lost the game. He's dead weight at that point. It doesn't matter. Like, just kill the other 2 guys. It doesn't matter. And he lost all of the army, and then he went Imperial Age, which, yeah, that is just not the play, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it sucks, especially as the English player, but at this point, you in a 2v2 team situation have to decide for yourself, okay, I'm the English guy, I'm dead, but I buy as much time as possible and delay my dying process as much as possible to bring my HRE mate in the position that he runs over both bases.
Yeah, pretty much. I just looked at the stone gathered, and that is fucking hilarious.
I mean, he has eaten both of the big stones, so Byzantine big stone, his own big stone, and then the small stones, and then on top the English small stone in his base. I mean,
yeah, that is so crazy. 7,200 stone. That's like, I mean, you see that usually from, like, you know, like Knights Templar or something, or if you want to go for the Black Riders, you would see them maybe from HIE, and, like, you know, like, there's situations where you see that, but that is really aggressive. Also, like, in overall, like of course Chinese had a lot of resources, so the eco was very strong. So I don't know if HAE would have won like easily against them, because the Chinese eco was very strong, even if you completely destroy the Byzantines. Um, but yeah, it was just a missed opportunity, and then yeah, it was just not working out that well. But I mean, well played still, and we'll probably see either one of those teams later on in the finals. Speaking of which, we can switch that up. Lower bracket, and then we're going to jump into the finals. So they did just start with the finals here. So final stage. So we'll have the semi-finals first, and then depending on who wins that, we're gonna see the finals. So this is the perfect opportunity, I would say, to take a quick break, do a small caster switch as well, and then we'll be back with the semi-finals. So Alexis, it's been a pleasure to have you back. It's been a while. Thanks for being here, and yeah, any final words from you before we jump in the break?
Thanks for letting me here. Thanks for invitation, and also thanks for the community to participating in these weekly, week by week, because it's depending on all these participants, and I am happy to see the ongoing and growing skill process, and how players develop themselves, how players getting better week by week. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And with that, we're gonna jump in a quick break. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so we're back from the break. With me now for the finals is Liquid again, my trusted co-commentator. How are you doing?
I am doing well. Not only do I get to cast this with a fellow Mongol main, it's also my favorite multiplayer mode, which is 2v2. So it's really kind of exciting because the additional player on each side just adds so many layers to strategies, civ matchups. It's just a level of complexity that 1v1s just doesn't give you. So I'm super excited for this.
Yeah, and I mean, when I was doing the seeding and all that, like there actually was one person, like I don't think they ever played a single 1v1 game, but they do have a lot of 2v2 ranked games, so they enjoy clearly the 2v2, and that's what we're here for today. So with that, we do see, yeah, we do see the brackets. So, and I actually think there has been a switch here, but the players are already in game and they didn't notice. So I don't know how the admins will figure that out. But we are just gonna jump right into it. And gonna see it unfold just live here on screen. So ScopperCaban, which we've seen earlier playing the Malians here on the right side of the map. Potetas, his trusted mate, playing the French on the northern side. Against SecretBeef, playing the Abbasid Dynasty. With TamTheTeribil, playing the Ottomans. So we did see SecretBeef and Tam playing in like the very first game that we observed this evening, this tournament. And we also did see ScopperCaban and Potetas. And now they're facing off against each other. Do you have any initial thoughts about the matchup?
Yeah, so right off the bat, I think Potetas and ScopperCaban have the better civ combination, if I will. I guess that's how I'll describe it. Generally speaking, in 2v2, you want one player to be a knight civ. Yeah. So Potetas is French. He's going to be able to raid knights and multiplayer, definitely reign supreme. So getting access to those in feudal age gives you a really big advantage. With that being said, Ottomans on the other side sort of have a pseudo knight, the Sipahi. It's not a real knight. It's not a horseman. It's something sort of in between that can be used functionally in a similar way to sort of get map control, prevent your opponents from getting outside resources, and sort of make them think twice as they move out on the map. So ScopperCaban and Potetas have more of a traditional knight civ, but SecretBeef and Tam have a pseudo knight available to them, and they also have a civ that could boom in Abbasid. Malians is going to do its own unique boom with the cow boom traditionally, so both teams have sort of pseudo civs that play well in 2v2s.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of build, it's really interesting. So Tam is doing something that I played around with that a little bit. I haven't really like gotten into that too much, but you start one villager on the stone with the mining camp. You just leave it there instead of taking 5 villagers directly from the start, putting them on stone for one run basically, and then get a military school. So it is a little bit delayed. And that's why I don't really like it that much. I don't know if I haven't checked if that's like an official build that some people have been playing around with. I tried it and it didn't really feel great because it is so delayed. So you cannot use it for early aggression at all. But in terms of a steady stone income, yeah, sure, why not? So that is just interesting to me. And yeah, so just very efficient as Join's pointing out. In terms of like villager idle time and walking distance, it's really efficient, and it's just a very slow military school building.
Yeah, I think I've seen more and more at the top level, which is we're in the bottom bracket here. Top level players moving away from Dark Age military schools, moving away from even Feudal Age military schools, and playing Ottomans a little bit more as just a straight up civ without military schools until a little bit later in the game. No. I don't know if the meta this season has really settled on what the best way to play the civ is. What I do know is that Ottomans with their military schools in Dark Age are going to be very annoying to Malians. They're going to start burning down these houses. They're going to force Malians to invest in some level of defense. Meanwhile, these military schools, or the current one, is just going to give free value and slowly pay itself off.
Yeah. And it's like, as you're pointing that out with the spearmen here burning down the houses potentially, I just noticed that there's a second goal like pretty close by, and so if you lose access to that one, you basically lose access to that one as well, and there goes your cow boom. So Malians will have to contest that. They cannot let that happen and be like, it's annoying, but whatever, I'll just build my pit mine somewhere else. Like, they will lose so much if they cannot defend that. Which they should be able to, right? I mean, they are in feudal age. They have an archery range. There's a second one even coming up. So with the archers, they should be able to easily defend that. But just saying, if they wouldn't defend that or be able to for whatever reason, then that would really be difficult to do that. SecretBeef did go up with the military wing, so he did the same thing last time as well. And so I don't know if you were watching the other game that I'm referring to. That wasn't Gorge, and they were playing against French and Japanese. So, kind of the same matchup. And it didn't work out too well for them, but at the same time, it was a good back and forth. So, against Malians, I feel like it could potentially be a little bit easier, just because you don't have 2 Knight Civs against you. But, I don't know, it's a different map as well, so it could play out completely different.
Yeah, so I think normally in 2v2s you have one greedy player and one aggressive player. Usually it's the Knight Civ that's the aggressive player here. Malians can kind of fit both roles, but I want to point out the fact that Malians is sort of forced to invest in these archery ranges early. Traditionally, that's not something Malians wants to do. So that's a win for Tam straight off the bat, just kind of forcing a double archery range there. She can switch into Sipahi here. She could, get her own archers and a Mector, which is going to make her archers a little bit better in Feudal Age because they get the +1 ranged defense. So she has a lot of options here to just be annoying and harass ScopperCaban.
Yeah. And speaking about harassment, Potetas coming in with the Night Raid here, getting one villager kill, potentially a second one if he wants to go through with that, but there's a couple spearmen, yeah, being a nuisance here for him, even though, yeah, I mean, 4 spearmen is enough to deter the knights for the time being.
Yeah, the one thing is I'm not seeing a clear game plan from SecretBeef and Tam here. Normally, Abbasid is going to be your boomy civ. They open military wing. They're starting to put farms down, but I'm not seeing, you know, what their win strategy is going to be just yet.
Yeah.
Because if Abbasid doesn't boom and stays on 1 TC here, French is going to slowly out-eco you, as well as Malians on the other side. Ottomans, very good late-game civ, so Ottomans should be fine. But Abbasid right now, I'm a little concerned with. Now you have ScopperCaban moving his archers over, which are going to counter out the spears, and these knights are going to feast.
Oh yeah. As soon as the spearmen are gone, you lose access to the berries here. There is one horseman though, so SecretBeef is trying to do the right thing here. And he did the same thing as well with the other game I'm referring to with spearmen, horsemen. But it's just not enough. And so the other time he was going for fast, kind of like a fast castle with the Abbasid, and it doesn't really look like he's going to do the same thing. But yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't see the strategy either, and it feels like, as well with the other game that I observed, that they're not super in tune with each other. Like in the other game, they had raids or like attacks at different times, and then one was losing the army, the other one was sitting at home, and so it was just a struggle just to get on the same page. Whereas you can see with Potetas and ScopperCaban, they're way more in line right now. The picture that they have to how the game is going to go is very much clear. You have the Royal Knights, you have the Archers, that is going to be the comp, and then you move in as one, basically. And as long as there's nothing coming from Ottomans, SecretBeef is going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Horsemen give a little bit of a charge there. They're not able to connect. They're pushed back by the knights. And yeah, absolutely agree, right? Potetas and Scooper, they're playing as a team right now. Meanwhile, SecretBeef and Tam, they're a little separated. Tam is sitting in her base. Meanwhile, SecretBeef is the one under pressure. They have the right comp. Tam has plenty of spears. She has Sipahi, and then you got spear horsemen on the other side, so they could take a fight and likely win if they wanted to, but they're just not coordinating well enough. I do like that Tim's out on the map. She's trying to be harassing. She's trying to cut off reinforcements here with those 2 Sipahi. That is extremely important. Now they just need to combine their 2 armies and attack at the same time.
Yeah, we have another night raid. That could even be another villager kill if you didn't run around. So small, you know, raids here and there, just what you do as friends. You're annoying, you're in the face of your opponent, you kill villagers here and there, and just make sure that they never have the breathing room to just freely do whatever they want, and you dictate the tempo. And Potetas is really good at that in the current stage of the game, and from what I've seen so far as well in the other games.
No. Tam's army is exposed. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. This is what you want to avoid. Spears, though, hitting the archers, knights coming around. And it looks like SecretBeef got the memo. He's moving the horsemen out. This has actually turned really good for SecretBeef and Tam all of a sudden.
Oh my goodness.
Horsemen diving on top of the archers, spears chasing the knights, and they might be flipping the script.
Yeah, that is incredible. Like the horsemen Sipahi on top of the archers, the spearmen giving chase to the knights, so they can't really protect the archers. There's even a wolf coming in. Why not? You know, just throw it in there. The RNG gods have spoken. Just put a wolf there in the mix as well. So luckily for ScopperCaban, not losing all of the archers, but that was a very good equalizer here for SecretBeef and Tam. Definitely needed to give them a little bit of a breather here, push back the opponent completely to their side of the army, and now they actually have the superior numbers, so that they could actually, I mean, I'd say superior numbers.
They can take the
just
pit mines.
slowly, yeah.
They can take the pit mines.
They could take the pit mines. They just need one ramp for the outpost, which technically they don't even need that right now. There's not even arrow slits as long as there's no villagers gathering, you know, garrisoning there. So yeah, and that's what I would go for. Very nicely done, taking the opportunity. They did have an advantageous fight. Knights are still chasing the Sipahi, by the way, so this is just idling them out. And meanwhile, yeah, getting on top of the villagers, almost getting a villager kill as well.
We have Culture Wing coming in for SecretBeef, so still playing with that sort of fast castle mindset. I would like to see Boot Camp for SecretBeef come in. I think that'd be very useful on the spears, but very smart for SecretBeef and Tam to sort of harass, be annoying, while one of them is going up to castle, but not taking any fights here. Villager going down from the horsemen, and now they're doing a really good job of just sort of spreading out, making their opponents defend a few different flanks at once. Horsemen baiting these knights will never catch up, and you know what? In a blink of an eye, SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil have sort of flipped it from they're under pressure, they need to make a play, to they have an advantage. And as soon as Culture Wing comes in for SecretBeef, I think they might be cooking. Crossbows, spear is one of the best comps in the game.
Yeah.
Ooh, SecretBeef found some of the French villagers. Not able to get a pick. Oh, horsemen turn around, pick off the weak vill.
Yeah, that's gotta be...
Horsemen are probably gonna sacrifice themselves, but that's still some really, really good damage. And most importantly, there's a ton of French knights just busy trying to catch these things.
Yeah, that's the thing, like you have, how many is there? 22 knights that Potetas has, and they're just running around chasing horsemen, which is kind of like a futile attempt here. And a really good catch here, another 2 villager kills for SecretBeef. Yeah, just being annoying left, right, and center. And now, again, with the Culture Wing, you have the Castle Age. I mean, ScopperCaban is really close. Potetas also not super far off. They can catch up really quickly, but it is pretty cool to see that not going into mass, like only mass spearmen, but also investing into Sipahi and horsemen allows you to gain back that map control and that momentum, because otherwise you're stuck in your base and you cannot do anything. But with the cavalry, you're actually able to flip the script at some point after a good fight.
Sipahi get caught out by these knights on their way back to Tam's base, but now Grand Filani Corral coming, gonna boost that food, and all of a sudden the momentum back a little bit in the favor of Potetas and ScopperCaban here.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a few seconds to get the upgrades, but not too much. And then it is almost equalized again in terms of tech here. And Potetas seems to have, yeah, not stopped producing units because he's not getting close to the Castle Age. So has 22 on food, so he should be there pretty soon if he decides to. But yeah, needed to. Yeah, get back from the deer here. Was a little bit under pressure, so that's also partly why it got delayed a little bit. Needed to add some farms even. It's on the berries right now, so not necessarily where you wanna be as French. Doesn't really, or is not in a position to take control and advantage of the food that's available on the map here. Sipahi moving in. They're still feudal age, of course, but that was really strong, so you need to be careful, even with a couple Donzo here. Spearmen now trying to burn the houses. A lot of knights flanking from the behind, so Spearmen need to be careful here, but there's veteran Spearmen even from the Abbasid. So that should deter the knights for the time being, and this is looking not too bad here if you're Ottoman and Abbasid.
Yeah, SecretBeef, TamTheTeribil pressure at these gold mines. These knights are going to be forced to take a fight against spears at some point. You've got ScopperCaban's eco just completely idled out. He's got 15 villagers in that TC and not gathering resources. Looks like SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil are pulling back. Tam has enough to go up, so maybe she's, yep, there you go. You have the MIA, the Imperial Armory coming up, so they just kind of wanted to poke, get some damage in, and kind of get out, get up to Castle Age. Looks like these spears are going to sacrifice themselves. They're going to get good value against these knights because they're veteran. But now ScopperCaban's archers are going to clean them up real quick, and the first camels made it onto the field.
Ooh, camels are going to be really big against the Royal Knights, and Sipahi were also trying to get on top of the archers, but then again the knights have to go back and forth. But I mean, Potetas was at least 24 knights earlier, and now he's down to 18. So he did bleed a lot of knights here, and that doesn't really feel great. He's floating a lot of gold. He's still way behind in terms of age, and the age up here for Ottomans is gonna be very good for them because for one, wait, is he by? Okay,
I mean, the landmark is down. It doesn't look like anybody's... Okay, finally.
Yeah, I was...
villagers are building it.
That was strange. But yeah, I mean, you also... You can build one more military school. You have the Magma Imperial Armory, so you get free siege there. So overall, a lot of free units again. And the Ottomans, they don't really have an eco bonus, necessarily, except for the Anatolian Hills. But... they do have eco bonus in the form of the military schools, and so that's what they have to utilize.
Composite bows on the way in, so we're gonna get some of the best archers in the game facing off against each other. ScopperCaban pulling his archers back though. Knights moving in on top of SecretBeef's archers, and SecretBeef needs to get his spears to the front line. Camel riders are on their way there. They're gonna debuff these knights, and here's the age up for TamTheTeribil finally coming in, so she'll queue up veterancy. And right now, Abbasid is really kind of taking this 2v1. And these knights can't really get in and get a good surround and get a good fight. They're finally taking it. Not enough spears left, so SecretBeef does need to pull back. Tam's spears coming to reinforce here, and they're just sort of fighting to a standstill on this middle ground here on top of these pit mines. But Potetas is still feudal. And given how much he has to reinvest back into these knights, he might be feudal for quite some time.
Yeah, and I mean, you're kind of okay as French to stay longer in feudal with the Royal Knights. You know, you're one of the civs where you don't mind as much, but having the guild hall or having royal bloodlines right now would feel really, really good, because imagine you had royal bloodlines right now. You could just mow over the spearmen. You wouldn't even care about them that much. But you have to respect the spearmen, you have to respect the crossbows, and then you're also getting debuffed by the camel riders. So that is a really rough uphill battle here for Potetas, and yeah, he's... okay, I think he's buying actually food right now, and he has enough... yeah, there's the Royal... he's going for Royal Institute, so we're gonna have the Royal Bloodlines coming up, and then it might be a little bit more even. But he has a lot of wood, so he actually... could drop a couple archery ranges and go into mass archers if he wanted to. But from what I've seen so far from him, I'm guessing he will not do that. He completely subscribed to moreknights.com.
Listen, that's every French player should subscribe. That's one of the best websites for knight enjoyers there is. Looks like ScopperCaban has kind of moved forward, was able to attract some of SecretBeef's military, get a couple picks there for free, taking down a couple spears. Always good value to do that. We have the first Janissaries hitting the field, though. You have 4 Janissaries, and if you know anything about Ottoman Janissaries, I hate them. They absolutely wipe cavalry. Yeah. Their attack speed is insanely fast, and if you have knights, they just kind of cut through them like a hot knife through butter. I hate that unit, but in this situation, these knights are a little bit of a detriment. They're going to get debuffed by the camel riders. Janissaries are going to pick right through them, and we have another push at the front here. ScopperCaban doing his best to try to kite backwards. These knights taking a fight with the Ottomans. They can't get through the front lines. These Janissaries are just going to make quick work for them. 3 more Janissaries on their way up.
I mean, he has to kite back
Janissaries
now,
should
but
kite. They should kite back, but now more Sipahi come as the front line. Camel Riders coming to help debuff here, and all of a sudden, French has 10 knights left.
yeah, now we have the crossbows. They actually, from the Abbasid, they actually can attack the knights as well, and it is just a few knights left, and the archers are also kind of out of place here. That choke point down there with the Sipahi in the front line and Janissaries firing happily away on the back line, that was brutal. So a little bit of a not just a little bit, a really bad engagement here for Potetas on that position. And like the only thing keeping them in the game right now is the archer and javelin thrower mass from the Malians, but that is also dwindling. 17, 16 archers, 3 donzos, javelin throwers. That is not a lot. That is, that's nothing to write home about.
No, in the military count, 73 to 25. I think this game is about to be wiped up. ScopperCaban losing control of the front pit mine, has all of his villagers gathering gold on the back pit mine. They're going to be pushed off relatively soon, and
Woodline
just,
also.
there's not enough military.
Yeah, Woodline needs to retreat here, so ScopperCaban is losing gold, he's losing wood access as well, and this is the earlier point what I meant, like, you lose one, you lose two, you lose both, and then you don't have any gold left. There's no pit mine here for the Malians at this point, and this is so brutal. Like, I was just reminded, like, when we talked about earlier, how it didn't look like they had a game plan, and, like, it kind of looks like no plan, no problem. Like, they're just doing it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little taken aback when I kind of saw Abbasid not playing true to Abbasid's values by adding in another TC or playing sort of the boom style that the Civ is known for. But after kind of watching, they just bided their time, looked for good fights. They raided significantly better than Potetas and ScopperCaban, which says a lot because Potetas is the premier raiding Civ with French. And they just bided their time, they waited for good fights, they took good engagements, they caused idle time, and little by little, they just parlayed their advantage into more advantage. And now it looks like they're on the cusp of winning and going to the finals.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I mean, ScopperCaban just lost the second pit mine, so he only has the monster quarry, which is basically like, what is that, like 2 villagers on gold? And that's all that he has right now. There's no pit mines. I don't think he has any relics. There's no sacred sites in possession. There's no trade going. I mean, yeah, you can build trash units, but then you're faced, like, as you said, like with the composite bow tech, like some of the best archers in the game. And yeah, 2 more rams on top of the monster quarry. Ottomans currently housed, but that's not a big issue right now. A lot of knights moving in here, so where's spearmen when you need them? That could be the saving grace. If you get that number down here, if you kill all those archers, then yeah, maybe you have a chance to get back into the game. But if that doesn't happen, I don't see a way for Potetas and ScopperCaban to come back into this game.
No, there really isn't a way at this point. Potetas is leaning heavy into knights, and there's just too much that counters knights. There's crossbows on the field, there's janissaries, there's spears, there's camels. Knights right now, not a worthwhile investment. Additionally, Royal Bloodlines is not in, so they're just regular veteran knights at this point.
Yeah, that is brutal. I mean, maybe if you go horsemen, like maybe that would be a little bit more efficient. At least you don't get countered by the crossbows. At least that's like something. But yeah, Tam also moving in here with a little bit of a raiding party here, and yeah, ScopperCaban is surrendering, and there's GG. Wow.
Yeah, so that was no plan to let's attack. And that just happened very quickly.
Yeah, if you blinked, you missed it. Like crazy stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, crazy stuff. That's for sure. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, so for me, the turning point really kind of came when Tam and SecretBeef found the answers to French Knights. Once the Janissaries started hitting the field, once the camels made their way out onto the field, the presence of those knights they couldn't take fights. So they look great, but it was basically ScopperCaban taking all the fights. The knights were just there to look pretty. And by the time the knights finally were forced to take a fight, they were just so hard countered out.
Oh yeah, so Tam also had 4 relics, by the way, so really nicely done here. So yeah, Malians completely bleeding dry here in terms of gold, and was like they were floating a lot of wood at the end, which I mean, yeah, what do you do with your villagers? But there was no farm decision, so you didn't have the food, and then it would just didn't have the chance to even produce cheap units. So if we're looking at military count at the end, it was really grim. But hey,
Yeah,
really well played by SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil. It looked weird at the beginning, you know, still, I have to say that. But it worked out, like, strangely enough, so...
Yeah, the one thing I would have liked to see SecretBeef do, get boot camp. It's one of the best techs Abbasid has. It's, especially if you're playing infantry. He played a lot of crossbows, a lot of bows, and a lot of spears.
Yeah.
Boot camp, so valuable. Other than that, you know, after the first 10 minutes, it seemed like SecretBeef just turned on a switch and was like, I'm going to play this game now.
Definitely, yeah. So yeah, they're moving to the finals. So they will be waiting for the other winner of the other semifinals. So Error 404 against, why is this glitching out again? The Yappers, which we haven't seen them, and I really hope we can find that game now. I invited you, so we can.
Yeah, let's see if we can find that game. I'm just kind of popping into the bracket, taking a look at it real quick, and it might not be available. Either that, it doesn't look like one team checked in.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not too concerned about that. If like it's just on strategy. Like they are playing right now. So
Oh, good, sweet.
Yeah. So you're in my group, perfect. Let's hit observe, and then we can jump right into that. And we might speed up just slightly because they're a little bit ahead, but actually no, we don't even need to do that. Ooh, very interesting matchup, by the way. So
I feel like you and Alexis casted this exact matchup on Golden Heights, and we wound up with that Chinese situation that it was like, I'm going to give you a manor keep, and then another manor keep, and then another manor keep, and it was like, it was just a leave my game keep after a leave my game keep.
yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like, why don't you finally leave this game? Like, I told you like 5 keeps ago that I don't want you in this game. It was almost the same matchup. The difference was instead of the HAE, instead of the Byzantines here, it was HAE. So it was HAE English against Byzantines and Chinese. So now we're playing Dry Arabia. It's the semifinals. So a little bit of a different map compared to Golden Heights. So Acid playing the Chinese here, again in purple. His mate, TopNotchPainter, in pink. The Byzantines, I would love to, you know, have them switch the colors, but it's fine. It's fine. And LosLappo playing the English, together with Rumilor playing the Byzantines as well. So Byzantine, and then potentially longbows against Jugenu. So really exciting to see that. I think Byzantines is one of the few mirrors where you actually get some value out of it by watching, just because you can play Byzantines a few different styles, right?
Yeah, so Byzantines is a very flexible civ. One thing I want to point out very early on, Rumilor 2 on stone to start out with. Meanwhile, Painter 1 on stone to start out with. So we'll be able to kind of watch the cistern off in these 2 players very early and see kind of who has the better timing. I'm not sure what the better setup is, whether it's 1 on stone or 2 on stone, but we should be able to get some idea in the next 5 or 6 minutes as to what is more optimal.
I heard that 2 on stone is more optimal because you get 5 cisterns by the time you hit almost by the time you hit fuel age. Like, you get them really, really fast. And with one villager you don't get it as fast, obviously. But that also, like, I mean, it also slows you down just a little bit in the beginning, because you have 2 then there, and you don't have as many on food and gold then. And so I guess there's a case for either way. And it also depends on the APM, if you have even have the APM to build enough cisterns, because sometimes you, like, for example, like, I run into the issue. I use 2 villagers on stone, and I sometimes run into the issue that I'm up to like 200 stone before I build the next cistern, just because I'm busy with other things. Like, you're scouting, you're building stuff, you're planning, maybe you're doing aggression already, and then you're like, oh, that's right, I need to build like number 4, number 5, and so on. And so in a sense, it probably is better to have 2 on stone, but it also depends on if you can pull it off, if you can execute it. That's how I would describe it.
Yeah, execution is always key here, but we see Painter kind of pull a second villager on. I think he realized he's behind in the cistern count. He did get his landmark down first, but the age-up timing on both players isn't going to be that big of a difference. And right now, Rumilor is on cistern level 2, and Painter is still on 1, so now we have a 3rd villager coming out to stone. I think he's going to want to catch up here.
Okay.
Kind of looking at the spawns, and I know we're focusing on Byzantines. It's a civ I've been playing a lot more. If I'm Rumilor, I got to be licking my chops, right? You got a back berry spawn, you have a second berry spawn in the back over by English's gold. Meanwhile, Painter, he sort of has a side berry spawn, but beyond that, he's got, forward berries kind of exposed. So if I'm Rumilor right now with this spawn, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, it's also like, if you're looking at how the aqueducts can connect things, then, like, yeah, you can build one more over here and, like, have the deer and the gold and the berries here as well, and then you can maybe, like, drop one, like, between the wood lines to cover the berries. Like, it kind of gets, like, it's an interesting, like, SimCity builder situation that you're in, but it also can be annoying a little bit sometimes if the wood lines get in the way. So we're gonna see how it shapes out. TopNotchPainter now dropping the 3rd one. So we have level 3 cistern here, and Rumilor also dropping the 3rd one. So there's the thing, like, you start with more villagers on stone, and you still end up being roughly at the same level, roughly at the same time. By the way, so Ayyubids was going for the Imperial Academy at first, and then changed into the Barbican, dropped it like forward to next to his gold. And so I kind of expect him to do the same thing like last time. Wait, he's okay.
Yeah, so he's using a build order that is probably from Season 9, probably from Season 10. There's nothing wrong with that, but he opened with a Imperial official out of his TC, so he technically starts -1 villager as a result of that. Right now, it's just all villagers, and you make the Imperial Academy, and that's how you get your officials.
Yeah.
But the Barbican early, nothing wrong with that, right? You're playing it safe, you're making sure you can't get raided, even though English and Byzantines on the other side are not known for raiding you. There is a king, very annoying, but not always, not French knight worthy of raids to justify the Barbican first. But again, it's a build order you're comfortable with, you know it like the back of your hand, so you kind of tend to use it a little bit more and more.
Yeah, exactly.
And as soon as he gets the academy down, he'll enter Song Dynasty, and his villagers will really start to pop off like that, and we do see pro scouts. Look at that.
This is actually the first time today that we see pro scouts, believe it or not. So I like that it has shifted a little bit away from pro scouts. I know that a lot of people don't like it as much, and so it's nice to see something different. And I do wonder, by the way, if TopNotchPainter is looking for a second town center because he had 4 villagers on stone, or maybe he just wanted to get all the stone that he will ever need for the cisterns, because he's dropping the 4th cistern right now, so he'll be on level 4 cistern, and yeah, Rumilor is on level 3 still, so he is behind, even though he has enough stone for almost 3 more cisterns. So that's the thing what I mentioned with the APM. It doesn't, like, whether you do 1 or 2, the most important thing is, like, can you execute it? And if I take like a pro player build order and I cannot execute it, I will lose the game, even though I used the build order that the #1 player suggests, but it doesn't help me. And so that's why at the end of the day, a lot of things are a little bit more preferential, and as you said, with like a quote-unquote outdated meta and build order, you can still be successful with that, because it's not necessarily bad, it's just that nowadays it's maybe not as favored.
Yeah, so Rumilor and LosLappo combining right there on Painter. You had the king rating on the berries, you had Rumilor rating on the gold. No villagers went down, I don't think. I didn't see any go down, but you got some damage, and there's no healing. So if you make a second pass at these vills, you might be able to pick one off. What I want to see is, does Rumilor have the upgrade? And he does.
He does, yeah. Yeah, that's why I saw that the villager went down as well, because the +30 gold popped, and now he got a second kill. So that alone, you know, if you're looking at how much that tech costs you, and how much you gain from that, you only need, it's either 2 or 3 villager kills, and it already paid off. It's really crazy good. So not to mention that you do get more damage. So you do more damage to your opponents. Which, the funny thing about that is also, the tag is, you do more damage to workers, and the Imperial officials, they count as workers. So you actually also kill the Imperial officials faster with the horsemen, which is kind of hilarious to me.
Listen, I love this play from Rumilor and LosLappo. One thing I do want to see, I want to see the king come and hang out by Rumilor's horsemen, heal them up.
Yeah.
Feudal Age healing is so important. Their team has access to it. They should really take advantage of that. And I do see the king now finally moving towards these horsemen, and they're going to get healed
running
up.
away.
Oh, horsemen are running away. Go heal.
Away. No.
Go heal. No.
Oh, yeah.
All right, there we go. Now they're starting to heal.
But like, it always looks like an accident. It's like it doesn't look to be on purpose. So that's like the cool thing about, you know, 2v2, and there was actually a question about that in chat earlier. The really cool thing about 2v2 is it doesn't matter that much, like, you know, like whether you go all in or one fast castle or whatever. It depends on what is the synergy. Like, I would say it depends on the synergy of the civilizations. In this case, yes, use the healing. Like, that is so amazing to use that to your advantage. If you have, like, for example, if one of you is Mongols, yes, use the Khans hunters, and then the other goes for archers, and you, or like, can go for archers, if they have, like, a specific special archer unit, and it's amazing to use that. And that is what it comes down to with the 2v2. Same with if you have a French, if you have a nice knight unit, and then you have something else to balance it off with. That is what it comes down to, and that's what the cool thing is to me about 2v2s.
Oh no, nice raid. Acidwitxh, the horseman, over on Rumilor's stones, picked off at least 2 villagers right there. I do like TopNotchPainter though. He was kind of like, hey, no loitering here. He moved forward with his spears, went to go push Rumilor and LosLappo out, and Rumilor, his woodline getting raided by those horsemen. Another villager goes down. At the same time though, you have aggression up at Byzantines gold mine here. Outpost under fire from the horsemen, and they have a great comp here. They have English longbows mixed with horsemen.
Yeah, but they also...
So they're going to be able to get this...
Sorry, go ahead.
That's 5 vills. If it goes down, villagers, they run. Longbows pick one off, though.
It's gonna be... Yeah, it's like 4 villager
last
kills.
2.
Okay, needs to pull back here. That was a close call here. 1 health. That would have been 30 gold extra here for Rumilor. But yeah, I mean, Acid had to invest a lot there as well, with the tower and then the fortifications and all that. And meanwhile, TopNotch is trying to get into English base here, but the issue is you cannot really stop the White Tower, and you also have the issue you contest with the castle of the network of castles, which makes their longbows immediately that much better than yours. So that is not something where you wanna fight. But it's some good intro. He knows, okay, my opponent is going castle. He goes up with a White Tower. He potentially knows that there's 2 town centers if he hadn't scouted that in the meantime anyway. And so he can now just regroup and focus on his macro. Rumilor also really close to Castle Age as well, so both players looking to go to Castle Age. And TopNotch and Acid are sticking it out in Feudal Age for the time being.
Acid is applying pressure to Rumilor here, and he went and got Shuganu from the neutral trade post. Love that play. They're going to make quick work of these hardened Limitane that Rumilor has, and this is enough of a force. Rumilor has to respect this.
Yeah,
he's got to pull his army back.
Yeah, losing the mercenary house here, that is super annoying. Then the stable would probably be next, and there's not much more in terms of production that Rumilor has actually. I mean, there's some barracks, but it kind of sucks to lose your mercenary house. There's the Golden Horn house, that's gonna be nice, but you're losing out a lot here, and potentially even getting housed really soon here. Is almost at the 70, and the house is getting burned down really fast here. But yeah, Ram is getting destroyed.
LosLappo and Rumilor, though, they both respond. They're trying to force this 2v1 right here, and I was mistaken. I thought Acid was Biz for a second. They're China. They have easy access to Chuganu.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
team games.
You probably think because it's purple and you usually have to play purple if you're Byzantines, but
well,
yeah,
that's what Acid is messing with me. He's purple, and everyone knows Byzantines plays purple.
Exactly.
Couple Chuganus kind of go down, and we have an astronomical clock tower coming up. Meanwhile, TopNotchPainter raiding Rumilor's gold, and I'm starting to get a sense here that both teams are focusing on the Byzantine player. They're just like, you know what? I don't want to raid English. I'm going to raid Byzantine, and I don't want to raid China because of the Barbican, so I'm just going to raid Byzantine. Both Byzantine players have to have like a black eye from this.
Yeah, but
villagers jump out of the tower, try to repair, but they don't have enough wood. They need to garrison back in before they die here, and you know what? Painter's gonna lose all of these longbows. He's gonna try to get one villager for it, trying to get a second villager, not sure he's gonna have enough, and Rumilor and LosLappo do clean that up, and right now they have the military lead. They can push out, they can go after Painter if they wanted to, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. No? Not yet.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, that's the thing. Like, Painter has enough resources to go up. Yeah, there is the the Golden Horn Tower, not the White Tower, the Golden Horn Tower. And yeah, if they attack him like right at that point, that would actually be really successful. And Acid is keeping them in the game with these raids, with the horsemen, and there's still Feudal Age though, so he needs to be careful to not lose them before the upgrades kick in. And he's completely, walled in here. He needs to find another way here out. Luckily for him, like, the horsemen will not be able to really catch up to him, so he should get out alive here for now.
Yeah, someone get on the phone with Rumilor, tell him veterancy is a thing. He's gotten on his Limitane, but I'm still waiting for the longbows to come in, and on the horsemen. Yeah, that Outpost firing a little mangonel shot at these horsemen, but they're gonna take a little bit of damage. They're gonna be able to make it back to Acid's base, and Rumilor perfectly fine. He's gonna go continue building his walls, hopefully get veterancy, and then push. Meanwhile, looks like LosLappo, he's moving out. He's got some knights, he's got his ping, crossbows, longbows. He's got a pretty decent comp right here for English, and he's moving over into Painter's territory. There are some walls that might take him a little bit to burn down, but that's about it. He should be able to get some good pressure if he wants to right here.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, he just saw that TopNotchPainter just got into the castle age, so this is the perfect time to hit your opponent once they hit a new age, and you know that they did reach a new age, but they actually don't because they didn't get any benefit from the upgrades yet. Good catch here with the Limitani. Yeah, with the Limitani getting some of the horsemen here. Ooh, the big push here. Oh my, and a lot of lancers here as well. So Acid is bringing the big brothers from the of the horsemen, as well as another ram push. Will take a little bit to get through the two walls here, but that is a good push. Meanwhile, the English army is moving in, so TopNotchPainter will not be able to help with that push and might even need help. Yeah, the horsemen are moving out now here, trying to deal with the longbows. They're gonna be needed, desperately needed from TopNotchPainter, who is a little bit behind here because of the late age up and also getting, I mean, only longbows, which doesn't help him right now in a sense.
Rumilor, his Limitani are now getting killed by these Chuganu. Needs to kind of pull back there. Meanwhile, at the front, you do have LosLappo making a indent here. What's better, knights with the Chuganu backline or knights with an English longbow backline? I think both are just ridiculously hard to deal with.
Yeah, it really depends on what you have, kind of, right? I mean, the Chuganu, they fall off a little bit if you have a lot of armored units, and so that really depends on that. The longbows, they can still be okay in higher numbers against knights, but difficult. There's also a couple of crossbows sprinkled in, so overall, for now, horsemen getting trapped here by the knights, so LosLappo will win this fight. Meanwhile, Acid on the other side also has to retreat here. He doesn't have the numbers, he doesn't have the horsemen to deal with the Byzantine longbows. There's so many longbows in this game, you're just gonna get confused here.
Yeah, so you've got English with their own longbows, you got Byzantine with English longbows on both sides. It's just a longbow. And China over here is like, I have Chuganu.
I'm also valuable. I have Chuganu. Wait a minute, why am I dying here?
The problem with Chuganu is that longbows actually perform really well into them, and LosLappo here with this just incredible knight crossbow longbow push that he's making in between Acid and Painter's base, just basically saying, hey man, this is my territory, we're gonna, you know, stake a claim to this. And Rumilor, if he comes and reinforces this, that might be the end of the road.
He doesn't
for TopNotchPainter.
I'm not even sure if he needs to reinforce it. I mean, LosLappo was just casually, you know, don't mind me. He was even going up to Imperial Age with Berkshire Palace. Curious position, I have to say, like, way too defensive for my taste. I would have loved to have this as a very, very aggressive Berkshire Palace. Protecting, like, there's like two big gold veins in the middle, there's a big and a small stone outcropping, just drop it in the middle of there. Could have been a lot more aggressive, but yeah, he's imp now, you know, he's imp. Like, what do you do against that?
I'm a fan because he has map control and he's pushing in between both their bases. That's where all the attention. If he wanted to put that Berkshire up on this berry patch right in front of Painter's base, I would have been a fan of that. I would have loved that. Here we have Acid dropping down the first keep. We know he loves keeps, but this one is more defensive as opposed to offensive, unlike the last game I think you casted where he was, you know, putting those in his opponent's base.
Yeah, you know that he's not super happy about that keep because, yeah, it is just defending his base and not being a nuisance to his opponent's face, so, yeah. But, okay, let's take a quick look here at English. He's not, oh, get the enclosures, please.
Where does Acid and Painter get gold? They don't have map control. All the gold really is in the middle here.
Yeah.
You know, they've got a little bit. That's about it. You know, everything else is contestable.
Yeah, I mean, so
That's
Acid...
going to be...
Yeah, sorry, Acid has about 4k in his base, Painter has about 2.8, but that's it. And yeah, as I said, like, then you have to go out on the map. He is back, so TopNotchPainter is picking up relics, so that is at least something. But if he puts them in the... Okay, never mind. He has 3 relics already in a monastery, so that's gonna be 240 gold per minute. And then he might put the other ones in the Grand Winery to get some extra oil income as well.
Nice little fight coming in here. Acid with the Nest of Bees, though, might be able to... doesn't have enough. He's going to have to pull back. These longbows are just making quick work of the Chuganoos.
Yeah, doesn't have enough. He is getting reinforced with the Byzantine longbows as well. But, so yeah, for now, Rumilor has to pull back. But he's holding against 2 players at the same time. And slowly but surely, LosLappo is moving out on the map with a trebuchet. That's why it's taking forever. Because he's just moving it in one group. But that should be, or will be, an issue for TopNotchPainter to deal with.
Yeah, Rumilor invigored because he has more longbows than Painter, now taking this fight and going after those Nest of Bees. Nest of Bees have to kind of fall back, and Acid in a little bit of trouble here. You know, he's going to be able to hold this, but he keeps taking bad trades and losing value here. At the same time, LosLappo is knocking down on Painter's front door, and that front door isn't going to last long. There's a trebuchet there.
Yeah, that's not gonna last long. There's not a whole lot of English armies, so I feel like this should be a lot more by now. But it is definitely enough to deal with the outposts. You have all the barracks that are being that are in danger here. So LosLappo should hold that side, and then TopNotchPainter needs to switch back and forth, and Acid hasn't been able to really get the numbers up that he would need to. He's trying to go for a horseman raid, so that potentially could find some villager kills, but again, it's only horsemen, so they do take a while to kill villagers.
Gotta give credit that counterweight trebuchet, the aim, he's missed twice trying to take out this outpost. just missed wide right.
Oh, man.
Trebuchet's not always the most accurate.
No.
Out there. Moving closer, maybe he just needs glasses, needs to get closer to see his target so he can hit it properly. Not entirely sure, but he's gonna reload, and we're gonna see if he can hit. and misses wide left this time. Okay. So somebody train this trebuchet crew on how to hit the broadside of a barn.
Fine. Wow.
And there we go.
There it is. Fourth time's a charm, or how you say that, right? I mean, this is crazy. How big is that chance, by the way, to miss? I thought it's only like 10% or whatever. Like, it shouldn't be that big.
Not entirely sure. We do have cataphracts on the field. Finally, they're gonna just charge through, make it to the trebuchet here, and they're gonna get a lot of damage. But they're not. There's not enough of them. They're gonna be pushed back. There's spears in this mix. I think there's a couple crossbows. Only 3 crossbows here. But Painter, his entire farm transition around the Grand Winery is under threat. He's losing access to that. Villagers even pull out their shivs and mark a longbow there. Painter, though, under some pressure. Gonna need to come up with an answer. On the other side, I'm just kind of looking. It looks like Rumilor keeping his opponent Acid plenty occupied here to just let LosLappo kind of crush Painter.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like in a 2v2, if you split it up like this and you just play 2 separate 1v1s, you don't necessarily need to win your side. You just need to lose slower than your opponent. And so in this case, yeah, he's just holding it. By the way, he's picking up relics in the meantime, so he's definitely not in a super bad position. And as long as he keeps the Chinese player busy, LosLappo should be able to win relatively handily here. But yeah, the Nest of Bees is doing a lot of damage here. as well as with the cataphracts. They're really tanky, you know, like you have to really respect that. And that those two keep drops here in the middle, by the way, go right through the rally points here for the English army. So that they kind of need to be taken out before you can freely march towards your opponent's side.
Yeah, LosLappo, I wonder if he's actually an English player here. The only reason why, I haven't seen single men-at-arms. Longbows, yes. Men-at-arms, no. At this point, in Imperial, you put down like 20 barracks, you get fertilization, you get enclosures,
Yeah.
and then you just kind of spam W with the barracks. Have a nice day.
Yeah, pretty much. And to your point, like enclosures, like I don't know how many minutes, like we've been in Imperial Age for at least 5 minutes, and this is like, I mean, maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on it, but I feel like this is literally the first upgrade that you have to click once you get Imperial Age with the English. Like, it is so insanely strong, you need to get it, like, immediately, I feel like, at least.
Well, give LosLappo credit. It looks like he has no faith in his trebuchet's ability to aim. He has switched to bombards. Those guys don't miss, which is fantastic. He's kind of like, you know what? I'm tired of missing wide right or wide left. We're going straight to the bombards. Nesta Bees are moving forward. They might be able to get a good hit in, but I don't think there's a front line to defend them long term. Acid desperately just trying to repair. LosLappo's pushing in. Longbows, Knights. There's nothing here to stop them from just running rampant. Now there's Nesta Bees. Knights are going to dive on top of them. One of them might go down. Villagers trying to repair. One goes down. Does keep one though.
Yeah, I mean, the bombards are also a great way to deal with the Nest of Beasts. Since a couple seasons ago, the change with the Sprinkles and not really having a simple, true siege counter, except for the horsemen, the bombards, they really do well against siege units, just mowing them down. We do have a foreign engineering company coming up, so Rumilor is moving into the Imperial Age as well, and my guess would be that the game wouldn't go too much longer after that point. Just like, you know, just for the fact that both players in this team are Imperial Age now, and the other two are still stuck in Castle and desperately trying to claw back any kind of map control, because they lost almost all the gold income that they had.
Yeah, I mean, Acid, TopNotchPainter, they did make a play in the middle. They have access to some middle gold. I think that's only because Rumilor and LosLappo are allowing it. They easily could push if they wanted to, but I think they want to wait. They want to wait for Rumilor's Imperial to come in before they make a second push. Which is smart. You want your upgrades. Elite upgrades are very valuable. Painter with 6 cataphracts. Gonna try to wheel around and see if he can find some value somewhere. But I think LosLappo kind of was like, you know what? I don't really care. It's only 6 cataphracts. Like, somebody will pick him up somewhere. They might get a little damage. I want to take this keep down. And I want to push up the middle.
In the meantime, LosLappo switched to another gold vein, which he wouldn't really need that much if he had enclosures, and there's so many villagers now, even from TopNotchPainter as well, that they're just, you know, stumbling over each other and they just cannot get to the gold in time here. Really fun to watch, actually.
Yeah, so now those cataphracts, though, they're moving over to Rumilor's base. They do find the villagers on the deer, and Rumilor, select all military, pulled the spears that were responding away. And these cataphracts are going to get quite a few villager kills. It's Imperial, it's late game, so it's not that big of a deal to lose a couple villagers. They do have an advantage anyway, but really, I'm just kind of wondering, like, when is LosLappo going to end this one? You've also got LosLappo and Painter on the same gold mine right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty funny to see. And actually, the Byzantine villagers, they pulled their ships, so they're actually fighting against the English villagers right now. And you know, slowly but surely, actually, like even though they're like it's only like 6 villagers here, 4 or 5 villagers, and they're like 35 from English. And now the cataphracts are actually moving in, and yeah, you have to run now, little boys.
Yeah, LosLappo's got the message. You're not welcome here. But you know what? He's on 2 TC. I don't think he really cares. His crossbow, longbow mass is responding, and cataphracts, even though they're heavily armored, not going to be able to take and win this one. There's just too many crossbows, and Imperial Age longbows do a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially
with upgrades.
Yeah, with all the upgrades, they actually do a lot of damage still. Or fairly amount, like a good amount of damage, you know. And yeah, with the crossbows, that is definitely something where you cannot overstay your welcome. The Great Wall Gatehouse coming up, securing the middle sacred site here, which is not captured right now, but that's at least something to look forward to.
Oh, that's a beautiful raid by Acid, all over Rumilor's olive groves here. They're going to be able to pick up a Royal Cannon as well, and Rumilor's infantry comp pulling back.
The Royal Cannon...
They have their shield wall up, his Limitane.
Oh no, really? That is...
So they're really slow.
They're really slow. They also attack, like they move slower and they also attack slower, so that is not something what you want to do. And yeah, the Royal Cannon alone, that's 900 oil. That is really nice. Like, to just shut it down like that. So yeah, I saw that earlier moving in, but then I didn't have time to check what they're actually doing. But really good raid here by Acid. That is super important. And I don't know, like it feels like LosLappo and Rumilor, I mean, they're still in a great spot, you know, don't get me wrong, but you can tell from the resources here, English is struggling right now with gold, which they, hallelujah, they finally got the enclosures, but they're floating 6,000 food, and they don't have any, like, hardly any gold right now, and you can tell, that you can really tell that he was missing enclosures for 10 minutes. At least for 10 minutes.
If you asked me 8 minutes ago, I would say LosLappo and Rumilor absolutely win this game, 99.9% chance. But now, looking at this, I think they just kind of waited around a little bit too much. Acid, he's kind of really strong right now. The granary transition is done. He's got the Great Wall Gatehouse. He's got a lot of access to gold. It's really up to LosLappo. He needs to end this game. He needs to end this game now by pushing into Painter's base and just eliminating it.
Yeah, and he's trying to do that to his credit. There's one bombard still standing here, but a lot of elite lancers moving in now, trying to get on top of the longbows. I mean, they could also. Okay, I'm not sure what happened here in terms of pathing, but yeah, that's not gonna cut it. And at the same time, Rumilor.
Right clicking.
Yeah, it's probably right. They must be right clicking because that was not A moving at all. Like it looked like that at the beginning, and it looked like it was on purpose, but then it kind of went south. It went south really fast. What I'm saying.
Yeah, and now finally it looks like LosLappo and Rumilor are back in command here. They're pushing through the middle here. They've got the Royal Cannons. These are better than bombards. French Royal Cannons are some of the best bombards in the game. Picking at this Great Wall Gatehouse, and finally I think they're going to be able to end this one. Yeah,
it really looks like that. The Royal Cannons are making kind of quick work of the Great Wall Gatehouse. One keep already fell down, then Acid will lose the other one. He still has enough stone to go for another one if he wants to, but at the same time, both players are getting pressured. Both are on their back foot. So again, like I think that LosLappo and Rumilor gave them a little bit too much time, but fortunately for them, it seems like it hasn't been enough time to lose the game, so they should still win this here.
Yeah, LosLappo, he's pushing into TopNotchPainter's base here, and I don't think TopNotchPainter has anything to actually defend with.
No, I mean, he has like 14 units right now, so a couple of Varangian guards, but they're still Castle Age units, by the way, so they're not even elite units right now. And yeah, they're moving in Berserk, like on top of the crossbows and the bombard, so getting that down is important, but you don't have the numbers. That's the issue right now, and idling out all the farm here, and that is gonna be it. Wow.
Ooh, that was a true bottom bracket game, in my opinion.
I wish I could disagree a lot, but I mean, okay, the thing is, like, especially in a 2v2, the map is bigger and you don't want to risk too much, and you don't see how much you are ahead maybe sometimes, and oh my goodness, like that
Yeah,
raid here, wow.
I don't mean it negatively. What I mean by that is exactly what you just said. Some players don't realize how far ahead they are, and they just don't end the game.
Yeah.
And then it sort of carries on. Maybe they let their opponent back in it, or maybe they eventually win it. But what I meant by that is bottom bracket games tend to be a little bit extended, only because the winning player just doesn't know, oh, it's time to end this thing.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with the Berkshire Palace, like, I don't advocate for like keep dropping people, but at the same time, yeah, if you're in a position, like, do it. Why not? Like that would have, like, just imagine you had the Berkshire in the Byzantine base, like that would have idled out the olive groves and the Grand Winery like 15 minutes earlier, and like then you just win the game by basically by default at that point. So that definitely would have been an option. And let's see. So yeah, so LosLappo went like close to 20 minutes Imperial Age, and I think he got the enclosures at like minute 34 or like 30 something. So yeah, please get it sooner.
Yeah, but again, these aren't pro players we're watching. These aren't conqueror level players we're watching. These are players in the top 50% of the player base, however, that we're watching. But even so, little mistakes happen. They forget upgrades. They don't necessarily operate as efficiently as some of us would like them to. But keep in mind, it's an RTS game. It's really, really, really difficult. I almost feel like you have to have ADD to be good at this. I would be very curious to know how many of the top players have ADD, only because you have to pay attention to 50 different things at once.
Oh yeah.
So it's very hard.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely right. And that is an interesting thought. Like that would be interesting to have like a case study there, being done about people who like the Venn diagram of people who have ADD and people who play RTS. Like that would be really interesting. But yeah,
I
so
agree.
it's so funny.
Kind of moving on, we have SecretBeef versus the Error Group, but Start.gg, they both DQ'd. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, so they just didn't check in, so they are gonna play. Do not worry about that. So we'll just jump right into it. SecretBeef playing.
Need an invite.
Oh no, really? Okay, wait a minute.
Sometimes that happens, ladies and gentlemen.
I just hate that you like when you're playing together, like you can have that. Like you just stay in the game, like as long in the group, as long as you don't leave the group actively, you're in the group. But with yeah, with observing, it's not that. There you go.
Yeah, it's very frustrating to say the least. Sometimes you get booted from the group in team games. All right, well I don't know what happened there. I just got booted again.
Oh my goodness.
What map are they playing on?
Oh, it's EGC Cauldron. So
let me grab that real quick. I thought I would have had that.
Well, it's not like they don't have a mod, so Well, it's just EGC Cauldron. So there's 3 different cauldrons. There's a Red Bull Wololo one, there's the regular one, and then there's the EGC one.
Yep, I just grabbed the right one. Send me another invite if you're not. Are you observing?
Well, I mean, I just got out, so I'll just invite you again.
Sorry, I thought I had Cauldron.
No, no worries, no worries. 3rd time's the charm. And so let's find that again. SecretBeef, there you go. Alright.
So I guess that spoils where we're going, which is EGC Cauldron.
Yeah, spoiler alert, we're going EGC Cauldron. So this is a best of 3, right? So the Low Elo Legends 2v2 one trick tournament lower bracket finals. I also want to point out, so it is lower bracket, but the players that we're observing, because of the elo range, usually they would be middle bracket most likely. So it's not like bottom bracket, you know, like silver, whatever. Just, you know, want to point that out here real quick. So SecretBeef here with the Abbasid, again, like, you know, playing the same civ as he did for the other games as well. His mate is on the right side here, Ottomans, doing his opening with 1 on stone. And on the other side we have LosLappo again with the English, and his mate, the Byzantine Rumilor, playing in purple as it should be.
Yeah, so looking at this spawn generation, I honestly have to say SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil maybe came out with a little bit of an advantage. If you look at the distance between their 2 bases, they're actually a lot closer to help defend each other than LosLappo and Rumilor are. Rumilor and LosLappo feel like there's 5,000 miles between them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And let's see. I mean, in terms of resources, gold is in the back for SecretBeef, berries are in the back. For Tam, it's kind of the same. So that also is kind of nice. So the resource spawn is also not too bad for them. For Byzantines, it's also really nice. I mean, berries in the back, gold in the back. This is like the dream scenario for you. If you're Byzantine, so nothing in the front, like just completely empty. You can even wall it if you want to. You're not losing anything there, and you can just stay on the baseline here. So I like the base for Rumilor. For English, it's kind of a little strange. Like both golds like close to each other. That could be difficult to defend. You might want to drop a white tower even, like close to the wood lines there, depending on how the how the game shapes out to be.
So, I have one question. So, we've watched this entire series and it's all been best of ones because it's one trick. Every player is just reusing the civ that they entered the tournament with. But this is best of 3s.
Yeah.
So does that mean that we're going to see the same matchup in game 2?
Yes, that is exactly right. So, we did a one-trick tournament once, and that was just a 1v1 one trick. And there I said, we had a rule that if you would face a mirror, then you could decide to only have it like a best of 1. Like for example, if you like, I play English, you play English, we don't want to play like 3 English mirrors. Like nobody wants that. And even if it's like Mongol mirror, you maybe don't want to do 3. You know, it really depends. But with a 2v2, like it is different maps, and so in theory it could also be different build orders and different strategies. So for example, here with Cauldron, you do have water. There's no deep sea, like deep water fish, but you do have shoreline fish, and so we could see a mill opening. And then it would shift like the attention a little bit towards that. Or we have Golden Heights in the pool as well, and that could also be a different opener. And so I figured that it's not necessary to make any changes there. And if you like would make changes to the civs, then it's not a one trick anymore. And so like, what's the point then? So yeah, it will be the same matchups every single time. Which, oh, by the way, so since we're talking about like different strategies, we already have a deviation from previous games. SecretBeef decided to, you know, go to Wikipedia page for Abbasid, and he's going for economic wing, and is opening with 2 TC at least. So that alone is already a change in pace from different games.
I like it. It's a really good play. You have English on the other side. If you scouted, you'd know that Abbey of the King is coming, so likely getting multi-TC out of English.
Yeah.
So really, going multi-TC yourself makes perfect sense. The only question here is, are we getting 2 or are we getting 3 town centers? And we will know fairly early on. Oh, and he knows how to use the House of Wisdom. So he got the upgrade, so TCs are now discounted.
Yeah.
If the second town center goes down on stone, it's 2 TC. If it goes down anywhere else, it's likely... I'm sorry, if it's on stone, it's 3 TC. Goes down anywhere else, it's likely 2 TC. We see it going down on the wood line, so... I don't know, it's close enough to the stone where you can maybe go for a third if you wanted to.
It is close enough, but I totally expect him to stay on 2 TCs, at least for now. He pulled the villagers that were on stone, so he doesn't have any stone left. He's down to 74. He does have a couple villagers on wood, but yeah, I expect it to be a 2 TC play. And with that, you're already better off than the English guys, because you have the discounted town center, which is also going up on the wood line. He also pulled all from stone, so it's just going to be 2 TC, but you get yours cheaper. So Abbasid already ahead in that regard. I do wonder, you know, if he just has enough space in between to put two farms in between the town centers. That's really cool.
Fresh foodstuffs. Come on, SecretBeef. Fresh foodstuffs. You know you want it.
You know you want it. You know you want it. Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm being a little mean there. I
mean,
fresh
it's true,
foodstuffs
though.
is probably one of the better upgrades. I think it brings their villager cost down to like 30, if memory serves me right. So it's really good there.
That's something like that.
Rumilor passing around SecretBeef space, he knows it's 2 TC, so Rumilor himself could just say, you know what, I'm going to go straight fast castle if I wanted to. He's getting horsemen out, so he wants to try to harass SecretBeef as much as possible. Walls coming up for SecretBeef. This is a little around the world walls, but nothing wrong with that. Securing some food, he's going to secure up a little bit of gold like that. Only problem is Rumilor has a horseman there, so not really sure if he's going to be able to complete them. There's 2 horsemen there now. On the other side, Tam, kind of trying to figure out. She's got 1 on gold, so she kind of wants to play feudal, it seems. King moving over, though. He's going to connect on one of these villagers.
Ooh, very close. Good reaction here with the scout here. Spearmen, they are still Dark Age, but they, for the time being, are enough to deal with the king.
Yeah. Ooh, Rumilor moving his horseman over. Is he going to find these villagers? He does. The scout sees them. Looks like the horsemen, though, are sort of playing the merry-go-round a little bit. SecretBeef can lose at least 1 here. Possibly 2.
Yeah, he should at least lose 2, maybe even the 3rd one if he really commits to it, because he does have the Exploratores already, so he is doing 2 extra damage against workers, which, you know, as horsemen you're not, you know, gifted with a lot of damage, but with that tech you actually do decent damage. And at the same time we also have LosLappo circling around with the king, trying to find some damage there. So a good combination, a good pincer move here, you know, a horseman on one side, a king on the other, trying to find as much damage as possible. And yeah, even though you're on 2 TC, you don't really want to lose a lot of villages here. Another one going down, so Exploratores has already paid off. You know, it costs 80 resources and you get 90 gold by killing 3 villagers, so that is already paid off. Really, really nice.
Yeah, I think Rumilor here, free pass, go up to Castle Age, you know, even use a he who should not be named Gulp build might be really good to see here.
Yeah, that would be
Tam,
fun.
meanwhile, walling up on her side. Looks like she sort of abandoned the deer, just kind of like, they're a little too risky. I don't want to go for him right now. That king is out there somewhere.
Yeah.
And as I say that, he comes back on screen. He is lurking.
Yeah, he definitely is lurking, and the scout is dangerously low. I mean, he will get healed up very soon by the king, but that is something where you kind of need to be a little bit mindful of. Rumilor is moving out to the different berries here, so just, you know, taking advantage of the oil as much as possible. What did he go for? Okay, he does have a okay, longbows. Yeah, never mind. The classic longbow contract. Why not?
It's the best contract. Oh, SecretBeef has fresh foodstuffs. Yes, love to see it.
Nice. I mean, I
And
kind of think that, you know, at least depending on the situation, I like the Kesha contract a lot more because you do get access to cavalry and to armed units, so that's kind of nice. Armored unit, heavy armored units. But yeah, in general, I guess yeah, in general the longbows are better.
it's your inner Mongol talking to you right now.
It is, yeah, I know.
That's what that is.
It is screaming to me. I know it is definitely screaming to me. Get the Kashik. And I just like to have it, and it's also kind of nice if people don't expect it to happen. That's the thing. I mean, in the meantime, a lot of horsemen going down here against the spearmen. That is a little bit of an oversight here. Also losing the scout, and with that the sheep here. So Rumilor not really paying attention here, which is unfortunate. He's really close to aging up, and that's not the time where you want to lose your horsemen. He does have a lot of wood, so he actually could start adding some olive groves while he's at it. Ooh, horsemen out.
Yeah, so
longbows, oh my goodness, longbows are out of position here, and the Sipahi are gonna make quick work of that. That is, you know, that's 480 oil down the drain.
I don't think Tam realizes that Sipahi are mini knights. She'd win that fight versus those horsemen easily. Yeah. But Rumilor overstayed his welcome. Got punished a little bit for it. Could have been punished more if Tam, you know, wanted to. But either way, Tam going for that tried and true sort of spear Sipahi composition. Really strong there. King harassing her, annoying her. And there's the Castle Age from LosLappo. And I bet you it's a white tower somewhere. And it is a white tower. This white tower is a little bit more defending the farms of a white tower, so I definitely like it here. And now he's being aggressive. Tam forced off of her wood line, idling villagers out. That's plenty of damage. Tam bringing her spears back. Not going to do well against these longbows, but they are going to do well against the king. Sipahi will handle those longbows, and she's going to get some nice value there. King goes down, archers go down. She's got to be happy. Soon I expect her to go up to Castle Age. And yeah, there's 13 on gold. Castle Age is incoming.
Yeah, definitely has the resource right now. There it is. It is gonna be the Mehmet Imperial Army. No surprise there at all. I wish she would have taken the Sipahi in the front and not the spearmen, because she wouldn't have lost a single unit otherwise. Losing the spearmen wasn't needed. And speaking about losing spearmen, there's a lot of spearmen on the horsemen again, and Rumilor is losing a lot of horsemen. There's at least 5 or 6 dead here. That is not what you want to do with your horsemen. Like, be mindful of the horses.
Oh, Tam is gonna find the berries. Sipahi moving over. There's 12 villagers there. If Tam sees that, that's gonna be a lot of deaths, and she does. One going down. Rumilor, villagers are fleeing. She splits her Sipahi up, trying to get as many kills as possible. So far, only 2 have gone down.
Not activating
3.
Fortitude, unfortunately. That could have been a lot more successful if she had activated that. Taking the fight here against the Horsemen, who they are Castle Age veteran units, so you kind of need to respect it, even though the Spahis generally are a lot stronger, of course. So needs to run for now. Sipahi is slightly slower though than the Horsemen, so they will catch up eventually.
Yeah, but they're getting good idle time right now. The Metter probably not going to make it back to Tam's base alive, but a lot of eco damage in terms of idle time, a couple villager kills. She's got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the funny thing is the Magda is actually as fast as the Horsemen, so if she would group it like not with the Sipahi, they actually the Magda would actually have survived. But it's fine. You can rebuild the Magda. It's not the biggest deal. SecretBeef, Abbasid also reaching Castle Age right now. LosLappo crazily floating 3,000 food right now, so looks like he wants to go Imperial Age, but he only has 5 villagers on gold, so yeah, it's gonna take a while. In the meantime, he is going to float a lot of resources. Vololo here, good attempt, I guess. Villagers on the run here, so that's gonna be dangerous. At the same time, yeah, Spearman will go down against the longbows.
SecretBeef pushing in on Rumilor though, waiting for Veterancy to come in. He's got both queued up, so he should be fine. First ram coming down, and Rumilor going into some cataphracts. He's got 2 on the field, bunch of English longbows on the backside, so it's a really strong comp here. Unfortunately, SecretBeef has a bigger army. 20 spears, 17 longbows. As soon as Veterancy comes in, SecretBeef is going to be in a really good place to kind of push Rumilor here and sort of, kick him out of this game.
Yeah, he is shuffling a little bit back and forth here. Probably needs a few more rams, but I mean, as last game, right? The Byzantines, they are vulnerable. They don't have any defensive structures. They are very far spread out. You can easily do a lot of damage to your eco by just, like destroying one of the aqueducts. You already cut the cistern level down, and so it's easy to harass them and to punish them if they're a little bit too greedy. And so I like that they double down on that side. Also, I mean, English is just making the Great Wall of England here, so they don't want to be part of that.
Poor villager built the wall, was on the wrong side of it, had to walk through the opponent's force to get back to base, and did not make it. May he rest in peace.
Well, he did scout, so important intel was gathered here.
Oh yes, I'm reporting before I die that massive enemy invasion on our front door. I mean, you've got archers, you've got spearmen, you've got Sipahi. It looks like Tam and SecretBeef coordinating their forces together, and they're going to try to 2v1 this. However, Rumilor, that's a lot of cataphracts. That's a lot of longbows right now. Tam and SecretBeef, they got to move soon.
Yeah, that's the thing, like the longer they wait, I mean, especially with the Golden Horn Tower, that will provide, there's, another batch coming soon here with the longbows. So yeah, they're moving out. And LosLappo is kind of chilling in his base right now. It's almost the same situation as last game, I feel like. But the armies did split, by the way, so I don't know if that's a winning move. Ottomans are not moving out here. Cataphracts Horsemen against the front line. Cataphracts now moving in, charging in front of, in the middle of the archers here. But I was gonna say, the numbers are not there, but I mean, they're so tanky and they do so much damage that they can actually hold right now. Spearmen cleaning the Horsemen, and now Ottoman army finally joining the fun here. So this is gonna be a difficult situation, and the English army is on the move, but they're kind of slow. They need to get on the back line and cut down the reinforcements, otherwise this is looking really bad really soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Tam and SecretBeef just weren't as well coordinated as they needed to be with each other. I think Rumilor and LosLappo hold here at this point.
They probably will
Tower.
hold, yeah, but the Golden Horn Tower is down, so that alone is a lot of eco damage. That's really, really nice for SecretBeef and Tam. So it was worth it already, even though they hold. King is falling. There's a lot of longbows still, so we kind of need a lot of horsemen or Sipahi, which the reinforcements are just arriving, but it's just a little bit, just not enough units right now. So they will definitely be able to hold here. More cataphracts coming to the back line as well.
Janissaries, they're exposed to the longbows. You definitely want to protect those things. Don't want the longbows getting on top of them and killing them. So the first Mangonel makes his way to the front line, and Tam and SecretBeef, they're sort of fighting to a standstill here, but that's actually good for Rumilor and LosLappo at this point in time.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, again, like the Golden Horn Tower is not providing any free units anymore, and the Ottomans, they still have all their free unit production with the Mammoth Imperial Army, with military schools. And so even though they did kind of carelessly lose the Janissaries, and that's not what we want to do, just don't lose your units here, and that's fine. We don't have boot camps. Why?
No, LosLappos, though, he's bringing over a sandwich force of knights, spears, and crossbows, and SecretBeef is going to have to pull back. Tam just doesn't have the military to really help bring this one home.
Yeah, and I'm kind of devastated, you know, checking in on the House of Wisdom. There's no boot camps and there's no composite bows here for SecretBeef, and I mean, just imagine all the spearmen, all the archers, all the ghulams with boot camp, and also the archers with the composite bows. Like, that would have been so nice.
Yeah, so I completely agree. So Tam, SecretBeef pulling back, licking their wounds just a little bit, positioning themselves probably for another push here. But LosLappos, I mean, he's got all the resources. He can go Imp. He's probably a few seconds away from Imp if he wants to. Tam kind of pushing forward through this wall segment on the right side of the pond there. Gonna get some value here. Actually, she's kind of doubling down. She's bringing more forces here. And I think LosLappos is going to have to bring all his military over to push this back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, why shouldn't you? I mean, this is actually a really weak point right now. It's not, you know, there's no white tower here. There's no no Berkshire Palace if needed. They actually
A scout would be so helpful. She'd see this keep going up instead of destroying the mining camp.
Oh man, yeah, a little bit too late. Now there's all the units. No. This is a losing fight, definitely. A scout would have been nice. Now again, you lose a couple Janissaries, you lose the spearmen as well. Yeah. And where's SecretBeef? There he is. Okay, we do get boot camps now. That is great.
Agriculture and composite bows also really good upgrades. Waiting for those to come in as well.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to figure out who's ahead here. Tam kind of looks a little weak at this point. Just threw away SecretBeef, kind of moving over, but you don't want to fight into this keep, especially once that Mangonel emplacement comes up.
Yeah.
And I think he realizes, oh no, I overextended. Let me run away. But it's gonna cost him.
Yeah, this is gonna be so costly. Even though boot camps came in now, this is it's probably still being researched. No, it came through. But yeah, this is a lot of units that he lost unnecessarily. Even the reinforcements here, a couple ghulams just trying to run around and probably being disgruntled a little bit that they don't want to play with them.
Yeah, but I think at this point, SecretBeef, they need to kind of move around on the west side of the map. You don't really want to fight through this keep, not in Castle Age anyway. You can get trebs, you can start trebbing it down, but it doesn't really feel good. Meanwhile, if you were to swing around to this west side and attack from the west side, there's no keeps. There's a lot of eco they could hit. But looks like they're kind of stubborn. Ooh, Springolds coming out from SecretBeef. Mangonel's coming down, and that's gonna add some extra spice to their comp at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But they still don't have a great answer for that keep, and you don't really want to fight into a keep without some sort of answer.
Yeah, you can fight into the keep. If you go a little bit further down, there's the White Tower. You don't really want to fight there either. I mean, if you like logistically, it does make sense to fight on that side, because on the other side, Tam would have to go all the way around the lake here, and as long as that wall is not closed off, the units would probably actually go through this and then run into the keep anyway. So it kind of makes sense to stay on that side, but yeah, you need to have trebuchets, otherwise that definitely is a losing battle. And we do have trebuchets in queue, so the Mehmed Imperial Army will produce trebuchets now, but you have to wait for them. Don't run into the keep.
Here comes the first little skirmish. LosLappo charging into the front line of charging into the front line of with SecretBeef here. Rumilor swinging around, Longbows engaging on the Ghulams here, and this fight might determine it.
Yeah, pretty much this will determine it. LosLappo again went into Imperial Age, the Berkshire Palace, which you see on the right side here, firing away, and the Ottoman forces are getting destroyed. The Springolds are fighting against the Cataphracts, but I mean, it's not super efficient here with the Springolds, and I kind of wish they would actually be Mangonels instead and just focus on the longbows, because you have two opponents who are going longbows, and the Mangonels would actually be really nice against them. So yeah,
this is what I was talking about. I feel like Tam and SecretBeef were ahead and could have won this fight, but they don't have an answer for the keep, so they can't press their advantage.
Yeah. No, absolutely. They're still waiting for the trebuchet, which there is it so slow. Okay, there it is, and yeah, it's just a bad situation. Like the moment you walk forward, the keep is in your face. If you get pushed to the right side, there's the Berkshire in your face, and so it's just not fun to be here.
Oh, there is a Berkshire. I did not notice that. Yeah, that is not what you want to fight into.
No, that's the thing. Like right before the fight started, he finished that, and so it did make sense. Like the timing was fine. It does make sense to fight right when the Berkshire comes up, because that's like more like he spent like 3,600 resources and didn't get anything out of that immediately. So that kind of makes sense, but it was just not without trebuchets.
So now the question is, does SecretTeribil double down and try to push through this keep, or do they go imp themselves? Ottoman has one of the best imps. You can get the great bombards, second to none, the best bombard, and it looks like they're going to double down. Another push is incoming. SecretBeef moving in with his infantry, diving on top of the longbows. Rumilor engages, horsemen Cataphracts charging in from the west. At the same time, LosLappo's trying to flank from the east, and they meet in the middle here, and SecretTeribil might be in trouble.
Yeah, I think might be trouble is an understatement here. That is a very good pincer move here by both the Byzantines and the English. More horsemen arriving from the left. There's a lot of longbows in the backside. Keep is still above half health, so it doesn't really care too much about the trebuchets. One of them is already down. There's two more standing and firing away, but yeah, getting pushed away, pushed back completely here. Another trebuchet falling. And Janissary is now in trouble. Horsemen will reign supreme here. They do not have a counter on the field right now. There's just crossbows and Janissaries. You do not counter horsemen with that.
Yeah, this was a bad fight for SecretBeef here. And I think Rumilor and LosLappo, they might be able to gain some ground here. Tam does have a keep that's going to sort of help them hold. Same with SecretBeef, so they do pull back. They have to get an answer for that. LosLappo has access to cannons, so answers are there. You just need to find them.
Oh
Make
no.
them.
The villagers on the pond here, there's like 2 mills that have been started, but one is barely finished, and that's why the villagers have to walk all the way to the 1 mill that actually is standing there. So that's, yeah, a little bit unfortunate here for the food eco. But I mean, yeah, TCs are also idle.
We do have a mighty infantry on top of some of LosLappo's farms, so villagers are farming while getting eaten alive. Hate to see it happen. So for the moment, we have a little bit of a calm, some peace. Both sides are kind of like, we need to catch our breath here.
Wow.
Trying to figure out, I think SecretBeef got the memo to attack from the other side. Rumilor, though, sees it, starts moving his forces over. Tam trying to push in on LosLappo, though. She's pushing into a white tower and a Berkshire. That's not going to end well.
No, I know that story. I know how it ends, and that doesn't end well. Meanwhile, Byzantines with a lot of siege here, with a lot of mangonels, keeping the crossbows from SecretBeef in check and able to push them back once more. Trebuchet is not really doing a lot of work here right now, on that side of the map at least. Oh, and Tam's force is also brutally being surrounded here, between a rock and a hard place, I guess you could say.
And though, doing a good job, she's moved some Sipahi into the backfield. She's picking off some of English's villagers, and she's trying to raid here. So, if you're going to lose a fight, take a lot of their villagers with you. Issues though on the west side, unfortunately, it looks like Rumilor is making a lot of progress against SecretBeef.
Yeah, definitely looks like that, but I mean, there is a keep, so for now, SecretBeef will be able to hold. Tam also went into Imperial, by the way, a while ago with the Istanbul Observatory. Alright, yeah, sure.
Tam also put down 2 more TCs.
Okay.
So she's on 3 TC now.
Did she? Yeah, she also went for the Pax Ottomana. So yeah, did spam a lot of villagers. It's up to 111 right now. So making good with the Ottoman eco here. Rumilor slowly gaining ground here against SecretBeef. Should be able. I mean, he only has 1 trebuchet, so it's gonna take a while for that one trebuchet to get the keep down. So for now, SecretBeef will hold that, and the question is, what is Tam being able to do here?
The MVP of this game so far, the Mighty Infantry in LosLappo's farms there.
It's still going?
That's at least 9 villagers. Yeah, it's still going. Still going. Now the Mighty Infantry is moving over to the wood line. He's not done yet. That's a vicious little guy.
Boy.
Vicious little guy, that's for sure. Alright, so SecretBeef went up to Imperial Age. So Rumilor, not really in position to go up to Imperial Age. I gotta say, he could sell the olive oil, buy some food, and he'll be fine though. He's really got that olive oil working for him right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy how good Byzantines can, even without any gold access, they still can produce really good units.
Oh, that's so funny. So, Rumilor had one trebuchet.
Mm-hmm.
And SecretBeef killed his trebuchet with his trebuchets. He used 7 trebuchets to kill the opponent trebuchet, and it's actually kind of funny. Trebuchets can't hit a keep, but they can target each other out.
Yeah, I mean, that totally works, and I would have done the same in this situation. I mean, you might as well try. Like, it doesn't hurt. Like, or imagine it would use stone to actually fire the trebuchets. And you couldn't use them if you didn't have stone. You would have to have stone for the mangonels and for the trebuchets to work. That would be kind of crazy. But yeah, since it doesn't cost anything, you might as well try to take the siege down.
Yeah, that fight looks really good from Rumilor. SecretBeef, though, barely able to kind of hold on. Tam and LosLappo. This turned into 2 1v1s, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, 2 1v1s that are both being won by the Byzantines and by the English. And so LosLappo being able to push Tam, push him back or push her back, and the keep is still standing there, but there's a couple of trebuchets moving out, so should be able to get the keep down. Meanwhile, Rumilor just gathering his forces around the sacred side, but should be able to move in at some point as well. I mean, you're pop capped anyway, right? I mean, what are you doing? Almost pop capped, never mind.
Looks like LosLappo wants to try to end this one. Kind of moving in. Pushing in on top of the keep. Villagers trying to repair. Janissaries pick off a lot of those elite horsemen, but longbows make quick work of Janissaries. There's not enough Janissaries to take this fight. That's an expensive loss for Tam.
Yeah, that is a very expensive loss, and I don't know how long she can keep that up here with the keep repair. Doesn't have a whole lot of stone left, so it's just, you know, prolonging the inevitable in a sense. A couple of Landsknechts on the other side moving in on the Abbasid base, and yeah, it's just shredding through the villages here. It's so disgusting to see that.
Yeah, but these Sipahi, they're doing work for her, able to push those trebs back, so this keep, for the moment, is safe. And it does have the great bombard upgrade, so if LosLappo tries to push into it again, he's gonna have a nasty surprise.
That is true. Meanwhile, speaking about nasty surprises, there's a couple of Landsknechts in the Abbasid farm eco, and that is, I mean, they cannot really use their AoE ability. So that is fortunate for SecretBeef, but at the same time, there's a lot of damage that they're doing, and oh yeah, this one is just killing them left and right.
Some villagers pulled out their shivs and attempted to fight. Unfortunately, Landsknechts, that just helps them kill them faster.
Yeah, exactly. Funny thing is also, they hit the village up, but they also hit the farm at the same time. What is that? Like,
I do not know. Landsknechts OP, you heard it here first. SecretBeef trying to push out though, but there's just too many mangoes here. Rumilor able to reinforce so easily. SecretBeef just can't make it. At the same time, these Landsknechts. SecretBeef is down to 60 game on 2 TCs.
wow.
That is a nightmare.
That really is a nightmare. I mean, at this point you might drop another town center here. The only issue that Rumilor right now has actually is that he doesn't really have a good response to the Ghulams. So SecretBeef was moving into a lot of Ghulams, and the longbows don't really deal too good with them. but that's the only issue. So horsemen and longbows will not cut it for too long, but he could solve that problem actually by just skipping the longbows, stop producing them, and just go for streltsies, and then you have that solved basically. So there is a solution.
Yeah, these mangonels from Rumilor, they're putting in a lot of work here. Without these mangonels, Rumilor he loses this fight, but those mangonels killed the entire backline from SecretBeef.
Ooh, we see a flank here from Sipahi, so they are looking for a good raid, and potentially, I mean, it is okay. The Byzantine base is actually open, so the Sipahi could actually find some villager kills here if they move in here on the right spot.
East side though, LosLappo massacring Tam and SecretBeef's villagers that were on that gold right there. I don't know how many died. That was an atrocity. That was just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad that I didn't watch that. I was focusing on the Sipahi, but that really was a brutal massacre, and so many casualties here already. And the Sipahi now in the farmland here. A lot of villagers on the run and can't really run, can't hide, and the Sipahi are just cleaning them up.
SecretBeef has more military than he does economy at this point.
Oh gosh.
It's not how it's supposed to be.
No, not really, but this is how it is, you know? Sometimes it do be like that.
Yeah, Tam's doing fine, but this is quickly turning into a 2v1. Rumilor, LosLappos, they're in just, you know, pump and take fights, right? Make military A move. SecretBeef, he needs a recovery arc.
Yeah, and I mean, that would potentially be with the second town center, but he spent all the stone that he had on the keeps, so doesn't really have access to stone right now, so second or third town center rather is not really in the cards right now. Sipahi is still on the run here on the left side, meanwhile LosLappo is getting pushed back actually. There's a couple of great bombards now on the field, and they're just a menace to deal with. That is crazy.
Gulam raids on the west side, going after Rumilor here. Rumilor scrambles, but SecretBeef might even it out just a little bit here, maybe.
I mean, that's the thing. Like,
none of this makes no sense.
It doesn't, but at the same time, if you only if Rumilor has been making horsemen and longbows for the last 10 or 15 minutes, only those units. And they do not counter the Gulams. They just don't. And so that's why you see, like, just look at the numbers here. Like, there's so many more units from purple, and it takes so long to kill them because they're just so tanky. I mean, yeah, of course they also don't counter the horsemen, you know, like there's that. But actually burning? No, wait, that was the Trebuchets killing the foreign engineering company. Not the biggest damage here done, but still kind of nice. And Rumilor needs to find an answer to the heavy armored units. Like, again, if he moves into Streltsies, he should be fine, but he kind of needs them.
He has an answer, in that SecretBeef's eco is paper thin. He's on 61 economy. He has no resources coming in. SecretBeef. I don't even know where all his villagers are. They're all moving out. He pulled the villagers. We have a villager pull for some reason. Are they going to this lumber camp? I'm so confused.
They must be going to the lumber camp.
Did he select all villagers and move them onto wood?
It definitely. Oh my goodness.
That's not the place you want those villagers, by the way.
No. Oh my.
Rumilor's just gonna move forward.
No, I don't wanna. You know, I'm not a fan of horror movies. I don't wanna see what's happening next here. Like, this is don't go into the abandoned dark house here. You know, like don't. Okay, he's kind of finding the villagers here. Oh my goodness, the horsemen. Okay, villagers are being pulled back at least, so he's not losing 60 villagers here. That is, you know, at least the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a very, very dim light right now.
I think that light at the end of the tunnel that you're referring to is a train, and that train is Rumilor's army.
Choo choo, motherfucker.
I don't know what light you're talking about. Rumilor is... He's coming fast, and I don't think SecretBeef has anything to stop this. And yeah, the Ghulams are a little annoying, because they do have a lot of armor, and Rumilor could get some upgrades to make sure his longbows are effective. The thing is, he's got the numbers at this point, right? Horsemen just tank on the front line, archers slowly pick them apart. I think SecretBeef is done here.
Yeah, this really seems to be on his last leg. On the other side, we have, like, again, we have the situation, like, who loses first? Because LosLappo, even though he's floating almost 10,000 food right now, he is pretty down in terms of what else he can do, and there's a couple not great bombards in front of his face, so if they can get on top of the Berkshire pedals, they can actually deal with that more or less okay. You can use the Sipahi to repair them. So, and SecretBeef is still holding, like, you know, barely, obviously, but he's like saving like time right now, and all the villagers. Okay, never mind. He just surrendered apparently. But yeah, he was putting all the villagers to the right side of the map, and was trying to, you know, just get the eco going somewhere else. But there's only mountains there. It's kind of hard to make it work there. And the issue is now that he surrendered, Rumilor actually doesn't have any reason to stay on that side. And so even though Tam is winning hard, that will be an issue, because now Rumilor is just circling around with his army and will just pincer move Tam's army.
Yeah, Tam is about to get hit from behind. Horsemen closing in on those great bombards. It's a 2v1, and even though LosLappo isn't doing well, it's still 2v1.
Yeah, exactly. It's still 2v1, and so not to mention, I mean, yeah, you get the landmarks down, but the eco, the villagers, like, they're still living, and so LosLappo's eco is still working. He can just rebuild somewhere else. He still has resources to spend. Again, 12,000 food. You know, you sell half of that, and then you have a lot of men-at-arms that you can send out if you are knights or whatever else. So this is, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that Tam will be able to win this 1v2, even though that is a very commendable effort right now being put forth.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is Ottomans at peak. Tam is pop capped, and she's got her schools going. But at this point, Rumilor can just go after her landmarks. He's attempting to cut off her reinforcements here, but not going to do a whole lot because Tam's force in LosLappo's base is too formidable for LosLappo's to overcome. Tam realizes it's over. She does tap out there, and man, beating your head into a Berkshire and White Tower, not typically recommended.
No, that is definitely not typically recommended at all. And yeah, I mean, we see like if we look at the villager count, just hitting Imp, then going for the Pax Ottomana, and then spamming villagers. A really nice eco lead overall here for the Ottomans, but Abbasid was just bleeding too many villagers shortly after that, and again, it's so funny to, like, I feel like LosLappo and Rumilor have let that go on for way too long. I think they were in a very commanding position to finish it way earlier than that. But yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
ultimately.
It was the raids from Lands Connect, the land sharks. That raid, from that point on, SecretBeef was dead. He didn't know it, but he was dead from that point on.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell. Like, if you're looking at resources gathered, it's almost a complete flat line going from like minute 38, 40 maybe. And like he didn't have any resources that he gained, and the other ones were just skyrocketing. So even though SecretBeef had the strongest eco for a good quarter of the game, yeah, at the end it didn't work out, and it wasn't enough. Wow, crazy game, crazy game.
Yeah, but now we move on to game 2, because this is a best of 3 series. Wonder what map they will go for now. Let me see if I could... Are they saying anything in chat? No, they are not.
Yeah, I mean the good thing is we don't have to wander and wait for any kind of map draft or Civ draft rather. Like we know exactly what they're going to play. It's just a question where they are going to play it.
Yeah. And we'll see if maybe SecretBeef and TamTheTeribil could force a game 3. Please don't be Hillendale. Please don't be Hillendale. Please
That's
don't
right.
be Hillendale. Nobody wants
Hillendale
to see English on...
is in the pool, right?
Nobody wants to see English on Hillendale. I feel like that's like saying, how do we get an hour-long game?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. I can't observe the game right now.
So I can tell that they are in the game right now because Tam is streaming. So
Okay.
hopefully they made it observable. It is on Gorge.
I don't.
If that helps you find it.
No, not really. I'm just looking for players. Nope. Okay, let me restart my client. Maybe there's an issue there.
Most of the time, that is not always the issue. I would probably say they might not have made it observable, which does happen sometimes, especially with players who are relatively new to the scene. I know Tam and Rumilor and SecretBeef, they're sort of a group. They stream, they play a lot of team games together. So I know they're relatively new to the Rising Empires tournaments. They've only played in a couple. So.
Yeah. And I mean, it occasionally even happens to like people who are very, well versed and have been part of the Low Elo Legends tournaments for a while. Like you just like, especially if you're tilted, I can imagine. Like you just like, okay, this last game like sucked, but let's just jump into the next one, and you just forget to click that one checkbox.
Yeah, exactly.
It does happen. So let's see. I've just restarted. I'm gonna invite you. I mean, I see a SecretBeef in game, so that should work. I just don't.
Yep, just waiting for the invite.
What, I did send you. Was it?
There it is. Got it.
There it is. Oh, I don't see it in the observe tab. And if I click on SecretBeef, I cannot observe the match. Why is
So
that?
they did not make it observable, it seems.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that.
That is unfortunate. That happens sometimes. we should ask the devs, right? Like if it's a tournament game or if it's like, I wonder if you could, if you're using a certain rule set, have that just automatically checked for certain rule sets. I wonder if there's a way to do that.
That
Make it easier for the players.
That probably would be possible, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I have SecretBeef in my friends list. I cannot observe the match. It's not in the list here, so I'm just gonna assume that they didn't make it observable, which really is a shame. Okay, well that is too bad. Well,
that's an unceremonious end, I think.
That is
to the stream.
really unceremonious. That is true. So, but I think that's the only game that we could watch, so we cannot really wait for that, like, because it will take a while, and then there's the third match going. So we're just gonna end it here. We can rate Tam instead, so we can, like, any viewer who wants to see the games will just be able to see it there. So regardless, Liquid, it was fun as always to have you at by my side here, together casting this tournament. I really like 2v2 is always great. I love to see that. I have to think a little bit about if one trick works really well with 2v2 or not, but we did see a lot of French and Japanese this evening, so it was fun. That's for sure.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot to absorb. 2v2 is a great format. I will say from casting and from sort of trying to call the game, if you will, it can be slightly challenging because you have double the players, so you have a lot more action going on, and it's far more complicated. I really enjoy it. I like seeing how the players and the civs interact with each other. So it's a lot of fun. So thanks for hosting this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, thanks everybody for tuning in. If you're looking for specific matches, we are going to put this up on YouTube as well, so you can check the videos or check the matches and figure out what went wrong and what went well. And with that, let's see. I am gonna start the raid. So yeah, again, thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks all the players as well, and don't miss out on our tournaments if you want to join them. All the information is in our Discord, so we host them every week. They're free to play, and they're a lot of fun. So don't miss out on that. And with that, I'm gonna send you over to Tam. So see you next time.